Среди садов цветочного джема есть такие, которые идеально вписались в свое окружение. Кажется, что без них эти площади и улицы многое потеряют. И наоборот, сады на фоне архитектуры выигрывают восприятие. В общем, полная гармония.
Мы начали с темы «Летние сады Москвы». Здесь мы напали на тему русского авангарда, Константина Мельникова, всех его идей. И вот так эта тема постепенно развивалась, и мы нашли эту саму ферму как единую такую линию. Она должна проходить и показывать взлеты и падения культуры, да, вот русского авангарда. Каждый найдет в этом саду что-то свое. Здесь очень много разных элементов, и игровых, и возможность отдохнуть. Сам цвет, сама структура, это все задает некий такой мощный подъем красного, красивого. И сам эффект красный, он очень сильно ассоциируется с Москвой. Москва красная, красивая. Этот ассоциативный ряд очень прослеживается.
Мы хотели сделать сад, который можно вписать в любое место и который был бы при этом связан с городом. У круга нет углов, поэтому нам показалось, что эта форма универсальна для города. Нам нужен был впечатляющий и яркий сад, и мы подумали, что листва может быть настолько же яркой и интересной, как и цветы. Еще очень важно для нас было создать сад пространства. Деревья и кусты окружают вас, как стены комнаты, и при этом очень натуральны, органичны. При взгляде на зеркальные стены этого сада снаружи невозможно представить себе, что, оказавшись внутри, вы попадете на огромный, очень яркий цветочный луг.
На саду конструктивизм именно автора Константина Мельникова, архитектора. Тут представлены его 3 здания. Это гараж на Новорязанской, дом Мельникова и гараж Госплана. Вот. Также в плане мы хотели максимально передать стиль авангарда, то есть использовали геометричные формы, круги, острые углы и подчеркнули все это красным цветом, потому что цвета, яркие цвета были характерны для этого стиля. И такие растения представлены, например, вот как овес, фацелия. Немного не рассчитались за условий окружающей среды и климата этим летом, поэтому они вымахали очень сильно, их слишком много. Вот они заполонили, так скажем, все.
Мое первое впечатление о Москве – это потрясающая архитектура. Город очень динамичный и впечатлил меня. Я думаю, что в городе все же слишком много зданий и мало зелени, но вы движетесь в правильном направлении. Это место для моего сада просто идеально, лучше нельзя и представить. Это удивительно, что с одной стороны у нас здания коммунистических времен, а с другой классическая архитектура. Они такие разные, но и то потрясающие.
Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Иногда авторы цветочного джема, создавая сад, стремятся дать нам не только место для отдыха, но и повод для новых чувств и мыслей. Попадая в такой сад, горожане погружаются в размышления, возвращаются в детство или испытывают сильные эмоции. Сад «Зеленый пух», посвященный Пушкину, находится на пересечении Тверской улицы и Камергерского переулка. Он буквально наполнен цитатами и атмосферой творческого поиска.
Ну, процесс создания сада состоит из 3 этапов, да, придумать идею, потом ее выразить на бумаге, соответственно, потом ее реализовать вот в 3D, где-то на улице, да, в таком, тем более, прекрасном месте в Москве. Сложнее, наверное, из этого всего было решиться создавать сад великому предку, да, а создавать с такими помощниками, с такой организацией, как оказалось, не так-то трудно. Приехав сюда, в принципе, в достаточно позднее время, это уже был 12 час ночи, люди, конечно, сидели на лавочках, они присаживались, обсуждали нашу скульптуру, которая имитирует скомканный лист, и люди старой формации, они, конечно, удивлялись, что это же такое современное искусство. Ну вот оно современное, вот оно такое отражение в нашем мире того былого.
Сад «Свита играет» у метро «Чистые пруды» непременно натолкнет вас на размышления о добре и зле, потому что его авторы вдохновлялись романом «Мастер и Маргарита».
Нам было очень сложно разбить эти куски так, чтобы они здорово легли. У нас было несколько десятков вариантов, мы бесконечно их крутили, искали пропорцию, искали форму. И в итоге это действительно продолжалось достаточно долго. И когда все встало так, как нужно, у нас вот параллельно, одновременно перещелкнуло, что вот оно, ура, мы поймали. Вот это было, правда, сложно. То есть нам хотелось юмора и Москвы. Мы подумали, что Булгаков и этот роман – это прекрасная какая-то иллюстрация и того, и другого. Говорят, супер, класс, фотографируются. Всем очень нравятся звонки, все дергают за звонки. Вообще людям нравится, это очень приятно. Все просто расцветают, заходят сюда. Как-то и дети подпрыгивают, и взрослые улыбаются, это приятно.
Сад Юаленский и Покула Цума заставит вас раствориться в ландшафте и даже немного потеряться. Виноваты в этом зеркала, в которых бесконечно отражается русская природа. Звуки города у входа в парк Горького – сад-оазис. Здесь слышно и шум машин, и смех детей, и музыку из колонок. Но погружение в цветы помогает услышать эти звуки по-новому. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Сады цветочного джема иногда выглядят как островки настоящей природы. Где-то растения в них имитируют подмосковный луг, а где-то и экзотическое для нас Средиземноморье. В саду «Вихрь судьбы» в Клементовском переулке многолетники за лето разрослись в прекрасный луг.
Мы настолько погружены в какие-то дела, суету. Вот человек вышел из метро, побежал куда-то по своим делам, забежал опять в метро. Ему некогда даже задуматься, некогда посидеть, некогда отдохнуть. И вот здесь как раз наш вихрь человека или на выходе, или на входе в метро, получается, останавливает, он заходит. Мне очень, кстати, очень нравится то, что сад живой, люди в нем живут. Вот сколько мы сюда не приезжали, постоянно люди садятся, читают, просто размышляют, отдыхают. И это как бы тот самый эффект, которого мы хотели добиться.
Настолько все вот на своих местах, и как-то, да, вот подарками эти пасконники, они великолепно смотрятся с вербенами. Они как-то, ну, все как должно быть. Вот как раз-таки вот эта стадия, да, вот, которая знаменовала то, что вот по нашему проекту, по нашей задаче, которую мы ставили, да, это расцвет семейной жизни. У нас семья, дети, рост идет, да, такой активный. Я расплакалась, потому что это было действительно счастье. Счастье, как у ребенка.
Сад Неглинка у метро Сухаревская – это река в окружении берегов. И растительность тут играет главную роль, создавая ощущение, что мы находимся у воды.
Получилось даже больше, чем задумывала, потому что процесс создания сада, он творческий. И какие-то изменения, они происходят буквально до самого последнего момента. Поэтому, конечно, 80% из того, что задумывалось, оно реализовалось. Но есть какие-то детали, нюансы, которые рождались в процессе создания сада. И они сделали сад только богаче. Поэтому я очень довольна результатом.
В саду выше крыши на Старом Арбате растения выглядят так, как будто они поселились здесь сами. На остатках разрушенного здания выросли березы, пасконники, щучки и даже ворсянка. Как будто эти растения находятся здесь в своем естественном состоянии, в естественных сообществах. В саду Amazing можно полюбоваться засухоустойчивыми и теплолюбивыми розмарином, эхиумом, валерьяной и душицей.
Мы строим сады не для того, чтобы выиграть, а для собственного удовольствия, ради нашей страсти к садам и своему делу. Но если мы победим, это будет дополнительным бонусом.
А я считаю, главное – это москвичи, которые приходят в наш сад. Они приходят сюда и видят, что сад красив, им хочется провести здесь время, посидеть, посмотреть на цветы, насладиться природой. Это для нас самое важное. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Когда-то улица Новый Арбат стала символом новой архитектуры и новых городов. И сад архитектуры природы тоже об этом, о том, как будут выглядеть города в будущем, о том, как природа и архитектура объединятся в одно.
В цветочном джеме мы получаем много полезной информации, проходя через преграды и трудности своеобразные, но в итоге мы приходим к какому-то крутому результату. Как и в книге, мы приходим к определенному финалу. Растения олицетворяют здесь поток информации. Это определенное развитие сюжета, то есть растения меняют друг друга в цветении в течение всего сезона, показывают раскрытие героя или сюжета. Растения поддерживают форму шаров, а сами шары олицетворяют знаки препинания, которые разбросаны по моему саду.
Сад оригами как будто сложен из белого листа бумаги. Именно журавлики, выполненные в этой технике, вдохновили дизайнеров на идею сада. Сад «Городская пастораль» питерских архитекторов Дмитрия Бочкова и Дениса Баташева создан для того, чтобы, оказавшись внутри, люди могли полностью забыть о том, что окружает их снаружи. Сад «Шелковый путь» посвящен великому караванному торговому пути между Китаем и Средней Азией. И он служит символом объединения разных культур, языков, обычаев.
Оттенки цветов, начиная от начала до конца, меняются от зеленого, желтого, переходя в розовый, фиолетовый, а потом в красный и бордовый. То есть как сама жизнь от младенчества, юности и зрелого возраста. Я надеюсь, что это будет видно. Это очень важно.
I think the great thing about gardens is they're a universal language, and wherever you are in the world, it doesn't matter what your culture is or what language you speak or what your beliefs. If you love plants, and most of us do, most of us see the benefit in plants and trees, we all have this common love which brings you together. So for me, that has been Flower Jam has been a great way to access Moscow and its people. It's given us something common to talk about. And I think Flower Jam will have the same benefit for a lot of other foreigners that come to the city. So I think a lot of other tourists in particular, I think it's something that people recognise and understand, plants and spaces. And it softens a space and it allows people to relax and enjoy the space. So my opinion of Moscow has completely changed. From the view of it being a place that was very alien to me and a culture that was very different, a little bit nervous about coming here at first, not knowing what to expect. Actually what I've realised is that we have so much more in common than we have different. Third year, and when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really. So yeah, that's kind of why I keep coming back.
I think Flower Jam has a great future. I've seen it improve even from last year. There are some amazing standout gardens at the show here which would look good in any flower show around the world.
I think it will get more and more international designers to participate because it's the news spread and they know how good it is and more people want to participate in it.
Yes, we would like to win. We arrive here in order to try to win.
And this is now my third year. And when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really.
We chose the social nomination because we wanted to become more close to people, to make the garden which is useful for children, for people, with an additional educational function.
All the gardens are completely interactive, so people can walk through them, they can climb on them, they can touch them, they can sit on them, they can smell them.
So we don't build show gardens to win anything. We build it for self-enjoyment, for passion.
And I think working here with Flower Jam has given me the opportunity to make something quite fantastical, a very rare thing in the world.
If I can do it again, I will do it again for sure. Thank you.
В 2018 году председатель жюри цветочного джема Джеймс Бассон создал в качестве спецпроекта сад в сквере Майи Плесецкой. По просьбе Ассоциации ландшафтных архитекторов России этот сад не был демонтирован и прекрасно пережил зиму.
В этом году впервые появились специальные проекты цветочного джема, которые изначально проектировались как постоянные. Это 4 парка в разных районах Москвы. Парки были разбиты вокруг фестивальных площадок московских сезонов, где регулярно проводятся городские мероприятия, ярмарки, праздники, концерты, детские программы. Все вместе это создает точки притяжения для жителей районов. Правительство Москвы, которое является учредителем конкурса «Цветочный джем», уверено, что люди, живущие в районах, достойны того, чтобы у них рядом с домом был современный, по-настоящему красивый парк. Поэтому авторами парков на фестивальных площадках стали признанные звезды мирового ландшафтного дизайна. Питер Корн из Швеции, председатель жюри конкурса Энди Стёджен, который входит в десятку лучших ландшафтных дизайнеров Великобритании, известный британский дизайнер Мэтью Чайлдс и председатель жюри цветочного джема 2018 Джеймс Бассон из Франции.
На площади Славы в Кузьминках ученый и ландшафтный дизайнер из Швеции Питер Корн создал очень лаконичный по структуре, но интересный с точки зрения ассортимента растений парк. Геометрия клумб связана со строгими линиями фонтана в центре. А вот посадки ярких многолетников произведены по инновационной технологии, которую разработал Питер.
Я работал над проектом парка в Митино. Там было что-то типа парка, но очень простого, просто бетонное мощение, деревья, и в нем не было структуры и дизайна. Людям было трудно им по-настоящему пользоваться. Моя задача была в том, чтобы парк стал более полезным жителям района. Он находится не в центре, там не так много возможностей для отдыха. Теперь там есть детская площадка, амфитеатр и каток. А еще мы посадили много деревьев и других растений. Так что я надеюсь, парк станет еще и местом обитания для дикой фауны.
Концепция парка на перерве возникла, когда я в первый раз приехал на место, чтобы посмотреть на людей и как они им пользуются. Там были очень прямые дорожки, и люди просто проходили насквозь, не задерживаясь. Мне захотелось сделать уже существующие пути более плавными, чтобы замедлить движение и создать у людей совсем другое настроение. Изгибы дорожек дали нам и возможность красиво расположить посадки и скамейки. И атмосфера в парке мгновенно изменилась. Из пространства, через которое все быстро проходили дальше, появилось место, внутри которого приятно находиться.
В основе концепции парка лежит сказка об Иване и жар-птице. И эта история позволила нам привязать все решения к одной идее. Когда проектируется большой парк, возникает множество проблем и задач. И неизбежно появляется ощущение, что парк становится предсказуемым, неинтересным. Наша сказка обросла ландшафтными решениями и материалами, так что у каждой детали появился смысл. Следуя за историей, парк приобрел динамику, в нем появилось движение, и здесь мы забываем о том, что вообще-то находимся в очень строгой городской среде. Здесь возникает поэзия. Например, Иван должен поймать жар-птицу, но он не может трогать клетку, потому что если он дотронется до прутьев, зазвенит колокольчик, и его поймают. Каждый элемент истории привязан к ландшафту. Даже освещение и деревья – это часть сказки. И еще я надеюсь, что люди будут гордиться этим парком, и тогда они станут следить, чтобы дети ничего здесь не ломали, а взрослые не бросали мусор. Тогда здесь будет энергия. И сад будет становиться все лучше и лучше, и это именно то, что ему нужно. Когда ты видишь сад, который когда-то был только твоей мечтой, это очень трогает.
Этот сад был создан для слабовидящих детей. Он сделан так, чтобы вам не нужно было пользоваться зрением, а можно было наслаждаться шелестом малинии, музыкальными звуками и ароматом пряных трав. Научные исследования убедительно доказывают, что детям с особенностями развития необходимо общение с природой, и оно может быть действительно целебным. В саду Лючи и Нусинер из Италии именно это мы и наблюдаем. Здесь можно потрогать разные фактуры листьев, понюхать цветы и пряные травы, послушать птиц и просто отдохнуть. За то время, что сад существует, а это практически весь теплый сезон в нашей полосе, здесь вполне созрел урожай овощей. Сад совсем небольшой, но и зеленая крыша, и деревья, и это кресло – все располагает к тому, чтобы здесь можно было почувствовать себя в изоляции, на природе и отдохнуть.
Больницы, да, и вот наш разлом – это какое-то некое событие в жизни, можно это перефразировать, которое сначала кажется какой-то бедой, крахом, а потом на самом деле, возможно, выльется в нечто новое, да,
для каждого человека. Этот сад, он добавляет фантазию для детей. То есть ребенок, увидев, допустим, те же арт-объекты, пощупав эти все камни, да, которые разные по фактуре, да, то есть сразу возникает творческая какая-то составляющая, и ребенок начинает мыслить по-другому.
Очень приятно работать, когда ты знаешь, что ты не на месяц или там 3 недели, да, столько трудов вкладываешь, а это, по крайней мере, год, 2, 3 простоит.
Мы учли здесь и психологический аспект, и аспект развития, и аспект мировосприятия таких детей. Мы сделали сочетающиеся цвета, которые очень активно развивают их мозговую деятельность. Различные волнообразные дорожки, сенсорные тропы, для того, чтобы помочь им развить их моторную функцию.
Молодые архитекторы из Санкт-Петербурга были потрясены тем фактом, что наш великий полководец Суворов был как известно, не только отцом-солдатом, но и очень заботился об их здоровье и следил за тем, чтобы при частях всегда были травники. Это сад лекарственных растений на территории первой градской больницы. Здесь растут календула, пустырник, валерьяна и еще множество вещей, которые вы так просто в городе не встретите.
Большое спасибо организаторам этого замечательного городского проекта, что они обратили внимание на нас и на потребности наших детей. А самое главное, что проект по мере его создания претерпевал изменения. Он трансформировался в нечто другое. То, что для наших детей может быть полезным, а самое главное, то, что может быть нашими детьми использовано. У нас большое количество детей, которые в силу обстоятельств не могут покидать территорию учреждения. Но вот здесь нам создали абсолютно какую-то новую среду, которая, естественно, привлекла их внимание. Для наших детей это очень важно, потому что количество колясочников в нашем учреждении очень большое. И это пространство стало доступно им.
Сады социальной номинации по окончании конкурса останутся на территории тех учреждений, где они сейчас располагаются. И это очень большой шаг для выставочных садов цветочного джема. Среди садов цветочного джема есть такие, которые идеально вписались в свое окружение. Кажется, что без них эти площади и улицы многое потеряют. И наоборот, сады на фоне архитектуры выигрывают восприятие. В общем, полная гармония.
Мы начали с темы «Летние сады Москвы». Здесь мы напали на тему русского авангарда, Константина Мельникова, всех его идей. И вот так эта тема постепенно развивалась, и мы нашли эту саму ферму как единую такую линию. Она должна проходить и показывать взлеты и падения культуры, да, вот русского авангарда. Каждый найдет в этом саду что-то свое. Здесь очень много разных элементов, и игровых, и возможность отдохнуть. Сам цвет, сама структура, это все задает некий такой мощный подъем красного, красивого. И сам эффект красный, он очень сильно ассоциируется с Москвой. Москва красная, красивая. Этот ассоциативный ряд очень прослеживается.
Мы хотели сделать сад, который можно вписать в любое место, и который был бы при этом связан с городом. У круга нет углов, поэтому нам показалось, что эта форма универсальна для города. Нам нужен был впечатляющий и яркий сад, и мы подумали, что листва может быть настолько же яркой и интересной, как и цветы. Еще очень важно для нас было создать сад пространства. Деревья и кусты окружают вас, как стены комнаты, и при этом очень натуральны, органичны. При взгляде на зеркальные стены этого сада снаружи невозможно представить себе, что, оказавшись внутри, вы попадете на огромный, очень яркий цветочный луг.
Отразить, да, на саду конструктивизм именно автора Константина Мельникова, архитектора. Тут представлены вот 3 здания. Это гараж на Новорязанской, дом Мельникова и гараж Госплана. Вот. Также в плане мы хотели максимально передать стиль авангарда, то есть использовали геометричные формы, круги, острые углы и подчеркнули все это красным цветом, потому что цвета, яркие цвета были характерны для этого стиля. И такие растения представлены, например, вот как овес, фацелия. Немного не рассчитались за условий окружающей среды и климата этим летом, поэтому они вымахали очень сильно, их слишком много. Вот они заполонили, так скажем, все.
Мое первое впечатление о Москве – это потрясающая архитектура. Город очень динамичный и впечатлил меня. Я думаю, что в городе все же слишком много зданий и мало зелени, но вы движетесь в правильном направлении. Это место для моего сада просто идеально, лучше нельзя и представить. Это удивительно, что с одной стороны у нас здания коммунистических времен, а с другой классическая архитектура. Они такие разные, но и то потрясающие.
Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Иногда авторы цветочного джема, создавая сад, стремятся дать нам не только место для отдыха, но и повод для новых чувств и мыслей. Попадая в такой сад, горожане погружаются в размышления, возвращаются в детство или испытывают сильные эмоции. Сад «Зеленый пух», посвященный Пушкину, находится на пересечении Тверской улицы и Камергерского переулка. Он буквально наполнен цитатами и атмосферой творческого поиска.
Ну, процесс создания сада состоит из 3 этапов, да, придумать идею, потом ее выразить на бумаге, соответственно, потом ее реализовать вот в 3D, где-то на улице, да, в таком, тем более, прекрасном месте в Москве. Сложнее, наверное, из этого всего было решиться создавать сад великому предку, да, а создавать с такими помощниками, с такой организацией, как оказалось, не так-то трудно. Приехав сюда, в принципе, в достаточно позднее время, это уже был 12 час ночи, люди, конечно, сидели на лавочках, они присаживались, обсуждали нашу скульптуру, которая имитирует скомканный лист, и люди старой формации, они, конечно, удивлялись, что это же такое современное искусство. Ну вот оно современное, вот оно такое отражение в нашем мире того былого.
Сад «Свита играет» у метро «Чистые пруды» непременно натолкнет вас на размышления о добре и зле, потому что его авторы вдохновлялись романом «Мастер и Маргарита».
Нам было очень сложно разбить эти куски так, чтобы они здорово легли. У нас было несколько десятков вариантов, мы бесконечно их крутили, искали пропорцию, искали форму. И в итоге это действительно продолжалось достаточно долго. И когда все встало так, как нужно, у нас вот параллельно, одновременно перещелкнуло, что вот оно, ура, мы поймали. Вот это было, правда, сложно. То есть нам хотелось юмора и Москвы. Мы подумали, что Булгаков и этот роман – это прекрасная какая-то иллюстрация и того, и другого. Говорят, супер, класс, фотографируются. Всем очень нравятся звонки, все дергают за звонки. Вообще людям нравится, это очень приятно. Все просто расцветают, заходят сюда. Как-то и дети подпрыгивают, и взрослые улыбаются, это приятно.
Сад Юаленский и Покола Цума заставит вас раствориться в ландшафте и даже немного потеряться. Виноваты в этом зеркала, в которых бесконечно отражается русская природа. Звуки города у входа в парк Горького – сад-оазис. Здесь слышно и шум машин, и смех детей, и музыку из колонок. Но погружение в цветы помогает услышать эти звуки по-новому. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Сады цветочного джема иногда выглядят как островки настоящей природы. Где-то растения в них имитируют подмосковный луг, а где-то и экзотическое для нас Средиземноморье. В саду «Вихрь судьбы» в Клементовском переулке многолетники за лето разрослись в прекрасный луг.
Мы настолько погружены в какие-то дела, суету. Вот человек вышел из метро, побежал куда-то по своим делам, забежал опять в метро. Ему некогда даже задуматься, некогда посидеть, некогда отдохнуть. И вот здесь как раз наш вихрь человека или на выходе, или на входе в метро, получается, останавливает, он заходит. Мне очень, кстати, очень нравится то, что сад живой, люди в нем живут. Вот сколько мы сюда не приезжали, постоянно люди садятся, читают, просто размышляют, отдыхают. И это как бы тот самый эффект, которого мы хотели добиться.
Настолько все вот на своих местах, и как-то, да, вот подарками эти пасконники, они великолепно смотрятся с вербенами. Они как-то, ну, все как должно быть. Вот как раз-таки вот эта стадия, да, вот, которая знаменовала то, что вот по нашему проекту, по нашей задаче, которую мы ставили, да, это расцвет семейной жизни. У нас семья, дети, рост идет, да, такой активный. Я расплакалась, потому что это было действительно счастье. Счастье, как у ребенка.
Сад Неглинка у метро Сухаревская – это река в окружении берегов. И растительность тут играет главную роль, создавая ощущение, что мы находимся у воды.
Получилось даже больше, чем задумывала, потому что процесс создания сада, он творческий. И какие-то изменения, они происходят буквально до самого последнего момента. Поэтому, конечно, 80% из того, что задумывалось, оно реализовалось. Но есть какие-то детали, нюансы, которые рождались в процессе создания сада. И они сделали сад только богаче. Поэтому я очень довольна результатом.
В саду выше крыши на Старом Арбате растения выглядят так, как будто они поселились здесь сами. На остатках разрушенного здания выросли березы, пасконники, щучки и даже ворсянка. Как будто эти растения находятся здесь в своем естественном состоянии, в естественных сообществах. В саду Amazing можно полюбоваться засухоустойчивыми и теплолюбивыми розмарином, эхиумом, валерьяной и душицей.
Мы строим сады не для того, чтобы выиграть, а для собственного удовольствия, ради нашей страсти к садам и своему делу. Но если мы победим, это будет дополнительным бонусом.
А я считаю, главное – это москвичи, которые приходят в наш сад. Они приходят сюда и видят, что сад красив, им хочется провести здесь время, посидеть, посмотреть на цветы, насладиться природой. Это для нас самое важное. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Когда-то улица Новый Арбат стала символом новой архитектуры и новых городов. И сад архитектуры природы тоже об этом, о том, как будут выглядеть города в будущем, о том, как природа и архитектура объединятся в одно.
В цветочном джеме мы получаем много полезной информации, проходя через преграды и трудности своеобразные, но в итоге мы приходим к какому-то крутому результату. Как и в книге, мы приходим к определенному финалу. Растения олицетворяют здесь поток информации. Это определенное развитие сюжета, то есть растения меняют друг друга в цветении в течение всего сезона, показывают раскрытие героя или сюжета. Растения поддерживают форму шаров, а сами шары олицетворяют знаки препинания, которые разбросаны по моему саду.
Сад оригами как будто сложен из белого листа бумаги. Именно журавлики, выполненные в этой технике, вдохновили дизайнеров на идею сада. Сад «Городская пастораль» питерских архитекторов Дмитрия Бочкова и Дениса Баташева создан для того, чтобы, оказавшись внутри, люди могли полностью забыть о том, что окружает их снаружи. Сад «Шелковый путь» посвящен великому караванному торговому пути между Китаем и Средней Азией. И он служит символом объединения разных культур, языков, обычаев.
Оттенки цветов, начиная от начала до конца, меняются от зеленого, желтого, переходя в розовый, фиолетовый, а потом в красный и бордовый. То есть как сама жизнь от младенчества, юности и зрелого возраста. Я надеюсь, что это будет видно. Это очень важно.
Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем».
I think the great thing about gardens is they're a universal language. And wherever you are in the world, it doesn't matter what your culture is or your, what language you speak or what your beliefs. If you love plants, and most of us do, most of us see the benefit in plants and trees, we all have this common love which brings you together. So for me, that has been Flower Jam has been a great way to access Moscow and its people. It's given us something common to talk about. And I think Flower Jam will have the same benefit for a lot of other foreigners that come to the city. So I think a lot of other tourists in particular, I think it's something that people recognise and understand, plants and spaces. And it softens a space and it allows people to relax and enjoy the space. So my opinion of Moscow has completely changed. From the view of it being a place that was very alien to me and a culture that was very different, a little bit nervous about coming here at first, not knowing what to expect. Actually what I've realised is that we have so much more in common than we have different. Third year, and when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really. So yeah, that's kind of why I keep coming back.
Уважаемые гости конференции, доброе утро! Рада вас приветствовать сегодня, во второй день работы. Через 5 минут собирайтесь, пожалуйста, в зале, мы будем начинать.
I think Flower Jam has a great future. I've seen it improve even from last year. There are some amazing standout gardens at the show here which would look good in any flower show around the world.
I think it will get more and more international designers to participate because the news spreads and they know how good it is and more people want to participate in it.
Yes, we would like to win. We arrive here in order to try to win.
And this is now my third year. And when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really.
We chose the social nomination because we wanted to become more close to people, to make the garden which is useful for children, for people, with an additional educational function.
All the gardens are completely interactive, so people can walk through them, they can climb on them, they can touch them, they can sit on them, they can smell them.
So we don't build show gardens to win anything. We build it for self-enjoyment, for passion.
And I think working here with Flower Jam has given me the opportunity to make something quite fantastical, a very rare thing in the world.
If I can do it again, I will do it again for sure. Thank you.
В 2018 году председатель жюри цветочного джема Джеймс Бассон создал в качестве спецпроекта сад в сквере Майи Плисецкой. По просьбе Ассоциации ландшафтных архитекторов России этот сад не был демонтирован и прекрасно пережил зиму.
В этом году впервые появились специальные проекты цветочного джема, которые изначально проектировались как постоянные. Это 4 парка в разных районах Москвы. Парки были разбиты вокруг фестивальных площадок московских сезонов, где регулярно проводятся городские мероприятия, ярмарки, праздники, концерты, детские программы. Все вместе это создает точки притяжения для жителей районов. Правительство Москвы, которое является учредителем конкурса «Цветочный джем», уверено, что люди, живущие в районах, достойны того, чтобы у них рядом с домом был современный, по-настоящему красивый парк. Поэтому авторами парков на фестивальных площадках стали признанные звезды мирового ландшафтного дизайна. Питер Корн из Швеции, председатель жюри конкурса Энди Стюджен, который входит в десятку лучших ландшафтных дизайнеров Великобритании, известный британский дизайнер Мэтью Чайлдс и председатель жюри цветочного джема 2018 Джеймс Бассон из Франции.
На площади Славы в Кузьминках ученый и ландшафтный дизайнер из Швеции Питер Корн создал очень лаконичный по структуре, но интересный с точки зрения ассортимента растений парк. Геометрия клумб связана со строгими линиями фонтана в центре. А вот посадки ярких многолетников произведены по инновационной технологии, которую разработал Питер.
Я работал над проектом парка в Митино. Там было что-то типа парка, но очень простого, просто бетонное мощение, деревья, и в нем не было структуры и дизайна. Людям было трудно им по-настоящему пользоваться. Моя задача была в том, чтобы парк стал более полезным жителям района. Он находится не в центре, там не так много возможностей для отдыха. Теперь там есть детская площадка, амфитеатр и каток. А еще мы посадили много деревьев и других растений. Так что я надеюсь, парк станет еще и местом обитания для дикой фауны.
Концепция парка на перерве возникла, когда я в первый раз приехал на место, чтобы посмотреть на людей и как они им пользуются. Там были очень прямые дорожки, и люди просто проходили насквозь, не задерживаясь. Мне захотелось сделать уже существующие пути более плавными, чтобы замедлить движение и создать у людей совсем другое настроение. Изгибы дорожек дали нам и возможность красиво расположить посадки и скамейки. И атмосфера в парке мгновенно изменилась. Из пространства, через которое все быстро проходили дальше, появилось место, внутри которого приятно находиться.
В основе концепции парка лежит сказка об Иване и жар-птице. И эта история позволила нам привязать все решения к одной идее. Когда проектируется большой парк, возникает множество проблем и задач. И неизбежно появляется ощущение, что парк становится предсказуемым, неинтересным. Наша сказка обросла ландшафтными решениями и материалами, так что у каждой детали появился смысл. Следуя за историей, парк приобрел динамику, в нем появилось движение, и здесь мы забываем о том, что вообще-то находимся в очень строгой городской среде. Здесь возникает поэзия. Например, Иван должен поймать жар-птицу, но он не может трогать клетку, потому что если он дотронется до прутьев, зазвенит колокольчик, и его поймают. Каждый элемент истории привязан к ландшафту. Даже освещение и деревья – это часть сказки. И еще я надеюсь, что люди будут гордиться этим парком, и тогда они станут следить, чтобы дети ничего здесь не ломали, а взрослые не бросали мусор. Тогда здесь будет энергия. И сад будет становиться все лучше и лучше, и это именно то, что ему нужно. Когда ты видишь сад, который когда-то был только твоей мечтой, это очень трогает.
Ну ладно, можем и так начать, в принципе. Еще раз доброе утро, уважаемые участники международной конференции цветочного джема. Я рада, что вы постарались и пришли сюда вовремя, потому что сейчас действительно, наверное, самая важная часть нашей работы произойдет. Сегодня мы будем говорить с вами об экологическом просвещении как необходимом условии для выживания человечества и сохранения
humankind's survival and which is important to keep the habitat favorable. But I'd like to remind everyone that the expert council has met on the margins of the Flower Jam Flower Fest, and last night our experts selected the finalists. I'd like to invite to the stage Andy Sturgeon, the chair of the expert council, to announce the short list of the finalists. And Margarita Kondratyeva, one of the organizers, will help Andy in pronouncing the most complicated Russian last names.
Andy, you start. A few words about your yesterday fun work.
So, is this on? Yeah. So yesterday, last night after the conference, we spent many hours looking through all of the entrants for the Flower Jam. I think there was something like 225 entrants across the 5 categories. So it was quite a hard job for all of us on the jury to go through it. There are, I think, is it 16 people on the jury? It felt like 16
12.
people, 12 people. Oh, a proper jury. So 12 people on the jury, which meant there was a lot of discussion and a lot of debate about all the different entrants. But in the end, we sifted it down into all the finalists, and we think that we've got a really fantastic selection of gardens for this year. Amazing variety, which is one of the most important things about any flower show. And hopefully you'll agree when you see what we've selected.
Мне кажется, это наступил тот момент, которого все ждали.
Is the moment that everyone has been looking forward to for many months on end. I guess some of you were quite anxious and didn't sleep last night, and you probably saw on Facebook the way we discussed the various entrants, and we actually spread them out on the floor, and we had a very heated debate. Well, the organizational committee does not have a vote on shortlisting the finalists, but nevertheless, we took part in that. I just wanted to clear something out. There is such a thing as the expert council that met last night, and today these experts will become mentors. And there is a jury board. The composition of the jury board will be announced later on. Are you ready then? Right. Let's kick it off. The large garden nomination is the first nomination that we're going to go through. Patricia Garcia Alaya, Lazareva Tatiana, and Vosaduli garden. Olga Gribova, Anastasia Ostroumova, the woodland fairy tale garden.
The next one is Alex Poja, Eyes on the Tiger.
Взгляд на тайгу.
And Vincenzo Nardi and Andrea Russo for the Garden of Epicuro.
Проект «Сад Эпикура». Авторский коллектив «Venus Design».
Venus Design, the Flow garden.
Воронцова Евгения, проект «Древо».
Евгения Воронцова, the Drevo garden.
Victor Klick for Reflections of Moscow.
Размышления о Москве Виктор Клюк. Авторский коллектив «Архдвор», проект
The Orc garden, the Boar garden.
Это все большие.
And this is it as far as the large garden nomination is concerned. Let's move on to the next nomination, which is the medium garden. Artemov Nurai, Uglев Nikita, the Vertino garden, the Spindle. Ladies and gentlemen, let me clarify one other thing that we discussed during the meeting last night. Some of the gardens were moved into a different category. So if you see that you were nominated in the middle garden while your project was about a large garden, and actually one of the gardens was moved from the ordinary gardens into the social category, I guess Andy and I will say a few words about that later on, so don't get surprised. Your garden might wind up in a different category. Nelly Lapteva, the Crimson Sails garden. Evgenia Russo. Please pay attention to the screen because we are showing most of these projects on the screen, but these are just the initial ideas. They will be fine-tuned and I guess they will be mentored, so keep a close eye on the way they're going to develop. We'll be looking forward to the final versions.
Wu Wai Chung and Alejandro Nell for a jewel box.
В этом авторском коллективе еще Мэгги Ву.
Well, actually, Maggie Wu was also part of the team of designers. Alessandro O'Neill and Maggie Wu took part in our contest last year as well. And just like other finalists, these are guys who has been with us for 2 or 3 years in a row, and this is awesome because every single year they persist in submitting their new projects. So that's good to see. Landeco, Rain Recollections. Konstantin Pavlov, the Yellow Submarine Garden, and Matthew Childs was especially inspired by this project. Natalia Kravchuk, Olga Marzykhanova, Presova Taisia, Svetlana Guseva, the Takeoff Garden. The Krona Garden, the collaboration project. And last but not least, the next nomination is Small Garden. Albina Lukichova with her design. A team of designers from the Yolki company, the Gravity Garden. A team of designers from the Sadovый Мир company, the A&B project. Oleg Podstanitsky, the Flower Meadow Garden.
And Alexei Solomnishvili, go inside.
Actually, this is the second year Alex has been taking part in this contest, and last year he came up with an extremely interesting pink project. It's good to see that Alex is taking part in this contest again. And the next nomination is my favorite, and I believe that the social garden nomination is the most important. Sulimova Maria Boyko Marina, the fairy tale forest garden. Maria has been with us for 2 years in a row, and if I'm not mistaken, she took part in the contest last year as well.
Lucia Nusina for Hospital Smiling Garden.
Lucia has been with us for 3 years in a row.
And Heidi Hannes and Svetlana Lavrentieva for Dacha of My Soul.
It's an international team of designers, and it's great to see that Heidi Hannes has been with us for 3 years in a row. It's a friend of mine. He's always smiling, and it's great to see that Heidi is now a co-designer with a Russian designer. It's a synergy effect that I really like. It's good to see that. I hope that Andy would agree with me, and I hope that all the other experts would agree with me if I say that we learn from each other, we share experience, and it's good to see international teams of designers working on the same project. So I can only congratulate these guys. I'm sorry, but I don't have the names. Pavlova, Salikhova, Kabeleva, Melnikova, Aleksiuk, the cherry garden. And this is a reference to Anton Chekhov. I guess you all read the Cherry Garden by Chekhov. And there is a performance which is performed all across the world. So it's a tribute to the Russian culture and the Russian traditions. Thank you for this project.
Mikhail Marchinov, Richard Marfiak, and Katerina Stanislavova for Memento.
This team of designers has been with us for 2 years in a row, and you might recall their tremendous garden that was built in Moscow City. It looked like Coliseum. It was full of flowers, and we really hope that this year they will surprise us as well. This garden was moved into the social garden nomination because our experts from the expert council actually thought that it would be a crown jewel for one of the Moscow-based museums. It is so out of the box that we decided to recommend it be moved to the social project. It could be the Darwinian Museum or the Contemporary Art Museum. I still believe that everyone is going to appreciate the very essence of this garden. And last but not least, the Students' Garden nomination. Every year we try to support our students because students are our future and they come up with innovative ideas. They are fresh blood, as we call them, but they are the ones who are going to change the world. They are the ones who are going to be responsible for our future. And we provide them with every opportunity to build and implement and install their gardens. Previously, they could only design them them on paper, but now they can be mentored by international and national landscape architects and designers. Therefore, it's great to see that our students are taking an active part in promoting the landscape design as an art. Sergei Popov, Anna Anikina, the network garden.
Pandora Ryan for the Dacha City. And Harry Carnacan for Urban Symbiosis.
Igor Akhmak, the Little Prince garden. Denis Hasanov, the Check and Mate garden. Well, we just announced all the finalists. Congratulations to all of you. And, just let me remind the finalists that they are in for a very important stage, which we call mentoring. You might have noticed on Facebook that we actually made our experts draw pieces of paper out of a paper cup, and I actually thought that I was fooling them anyway. It was a random selection, and I believe that you are all lucky, all of our finalists are lucky to have such great mentors. At the end of the conference, the organizers will announce the time schedule for mentorship sessions, and today we're going to start the mentorship sessions at 4 p.m. The same holds true for tomorrow, so our finalists will have a chance to collaborate with mentors. Like I say, every thesis deserves a professor and a mentor, and the same holds true for our gardens. I hope that mentoring would result in outstanding gardens to be scattered all across Moscow. The bar has been raised considerably, and the quality of the participants and the quantity of the participants is increasing with each and every passing year. Another important announcement for the finalists. We're going to have a general meeting at 4 p.m. right here in this room. The organizational committee and the experts will meet with all of you. We're going to share our experience with us, answer your questions, and that will be before you meet mentors. Andy, would you like to add anything to what I just mentioned?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I think the idea of the mentorship is great because it allows for essentially a collaboration that, of course, is the author's primary work, but I think in any creative process, to have the ability to share your ideas with somebody else and work together is a fantastic thing to do. And I think the mentors will also get a lot out of it themselves because people always learn from each other.
Well, I'd like to congratulate everyone on the official kickoff of Flower Jam 2020 contest.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations from me as well. I guess it was great to see both familiar faces and newcomers on the short list of the finalists. I think it's going to be quite captivating to follow it. Let's go back to the agenda of the conference, and I'd like to introduce to you our first speaker of the day, and that's Jim Fogarty, a landscape architect and a winner of multiple awards. He comes from Melbourne. He is a former president of the gardening media of Australia.
Spasiba.
Thank you.
It's the only word I know. My name's Jim, and I've come all the way from Melbourne, Australia, so it's a big honour for me to be here talking to you this morning. And what I'm going to talk about is anti-globalism in garden design, and it's something I'm quite passionate about because where I'm from in Australia, because of Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, garden design is very influenced by designers from other countries. But I think we should preserve independence and integrity and our own culture of our own countries in our own style of creating gardens. So back home with my work, I'm trying to do a lot of stuff with working with Australian plants, telling Australian stories through garden design, talking about our geography, the colours of our landscape, the shapes of our landscape. Australia's a very big country. We have snow, we have deserts, we have rainforests, and we have beautiful white sandy beaches. So it's nice, I think, to tell the stories about that through garden design. But the other thing that I get worried about is the concept of cultural cringe. And that's, for instance, in Australia, our European history is only about 250 years, which is quite young. And yet our Indigenous history is 60,000 plus years old. Now, the interesting thing in Australia is since European settlement, we've looked to the English, the Italians, the French as inspiration for garden design. And there's nothing wrong with that because they create beautiful gardens. But I think we need to create our own sense of identity. So that's something I want to talk about today. The other thing we've had recently, and you may have heard about this, is very bad bushfires. Now, bushfires are very much part of the ecological cycle of plant life in Australia. But the problem is a lot of people like to live in the forests, in the national parks. They like to appreciate the beauty of the wilderness. But when there's bad fires, you get a lot of houses burnt down, and sadly people die from it. So these are some of the photos I just got off the internet showing some of the devastation. But the big thing this year with the fires has been the appreciation for the destruction of fauna, of the birds. You can see here a flock of black cockatoos. A lot of the forests have been decimated. And because of that, the food source for a lot of the bird life has also gone. So it's very important that when landscape architects or landscape designers are creating new gardens, that we're also thinking about providing a food source for the birds. And also koala bears. Can everyone see that photo there? This is quite a famous photo now of the koalas being rescued because so many koalas have died in the bushfires. And it's very, very tragic. This is a very famous photo. And you can see there's a lady who's taken her shirt off to rescue a koala. After this photo was taken, there was another koala that needed rescuing, but I'm not allowed to show the photo of that one. It's a bit rude. Sorry. Anyway, so going back 9 years, and what I was talking about with telling stories about our country. This is a garden I designed, and I was telling the story about bushfires. This was actually in Japan, in Nagasaki, 2011. And it was all Australian plants. And the idea was that the garden lit up at night looked like a fire burning in the middle of the bush. Okay, so it told the story about the bushfires. And the thing with bushfires in Australia is it's the change of wind direction that causes a lot of problems because people don't foresee that the fire will all of a sudden change direction and then it will wipe out a whole town and kill a lot of people. So that's what this garden set out to try and tell the story about the fires. And as I say, using all Australian plants like this little one here that attracts a lot of bees and butterflies as well. The plants on the right there, I won't go into too many details of plant names because I know it's difficult for the translators. But I think someone had a photo of Sir Joseph Banks up yesterday, I think. Was it Alessandro or someone? I saw a photo of Sir Joseph Banks. And this plant here is a Banksia. And you can see the flowers on that is a major source of nectar for birds in Australia. So planting plants like the Banksia is very, very important. So that's the garden. This was, as I say, it was in Japan, but it was an Australian garden. And that was at the Gardening World Cup in 2011. The same year I did the Chelsea Flower Show in London, and of course I'm sure you've all heard of the Chelsea Flower Show. And the idea of this garden was to promote the new Australian garden, the Botanic Garden, southeast of Melbourne. It was called the Australian Garden. And I was looking again at things like Indigenous art, Australian Aboriginal artwork on the top left here, which features mainly symbols like the campsite or waterhole, the hunting boomerang. And this was actually a photograph of the Qantas airline uniform, which features the same symbols on the fabrics. And elements like Uluru, bottom left, the very iconic big rock in the central part of Australia. And so I created this garden that told the story about the different regions of Australia, geography from the outback arid areas, the coastal areas, the more temperate places, and the gorges. And it was all about the journey of water from the outback arid areas to the coastline of Australia. So you can see here, this is the outback part of the garden with the outback wildflowers. We have the ephemeral salt sculptures there. Of course, all the Australian plants. And the Australian plants are quite diverse. A lot of flower colours and often a lot of very strong colours like reds, yellows, oranges, which are quite hard to work with in design. But the strong colours do provide opportunities for creating quite bold colour schemes. And this part of the garden was where the water metaphorically flows to the east coast of Australia. So we had more coastal plantings in this part of the garden. And some of the details in the garden. So the thing I was trying to exhibit with this garden was that rather than relying on formality of, say, Italian gardens, because a lot of people in Melbourne are very influenced by formal gardens in Europe, that this garden had more curvaceous natural shapes, symbolising nature. And then the pavilion up the back of the garden here, which featured, see the light fitting in the pavilion was made from recycled fencing wire from cattle stations in the outback parts of Australia. And that's the finished garden. So that was Chelsea Flower Show in 2011. And then I had the opportunity to do Hampton Court Palace Flower Show in 2014. And because I was working for sponsors that were involved in tourism with airlines and travel companies, and they were trying to encourage more Europeans to come to Australia to experience our culture and travel around Australia and drink wine and eat our food and things like that. But I came across this great Dreamtime story. Dreamtime is part of the culture of Australian Indigenous Aborigines. And there was a story about the rainbow serpent. And the rainbow serpent lives underground. And when the rainbow serpent is stirred up and becomes angry, it creates the mountain ranges and the gorges. And also you get the black clouds come in the sky, and you get the very heavy rains and the storms. And of course, with the rain in the outback, you get abundance of wildflowers that pop up seasonally. So I thought there was a great connection between this great Dreamtime story of the rainbow serpent and Australian plants. So I came up with this design, and this garden was intended to be designed in a sustainable way. So the whole thing could be recycled at the end of the show. All the plants were donated to Kew Gardens in England, and they're now in the glass house at Kew Gardens. And all the rocks went back to the rock yard, and we used a lot of recycled bricks and terracotta tiles to get the outback red sand in the garden. Now, the other thing I did with this garden is, so this was 2014, Instagram was becoming quite big. Social media is playing a bigger role with marketing of gardens because, of course, a lot of garden designers and landscape architects understand the commercial reality of doing gardens, sometimes in public spaces, is all about marketing and promotion for stakeholders and sponsors. So I came up with the idea of integrating social media marketing campaign to help promote the garden for the sponsors. And we used technology from the University of Lincoln which enabled us using the hashtag Essence of Oz, which was the name of the garden, so that every time someone tweeted with that hashtag, it would trigger the pumps in the water feature that would turn on and agitate the water to bring to life the story of this rainbow serpent, the Dreamtime story. So you can see here all the plumbing for the water feature. Thank you. I haven't finished yet though. But the other part of it is I wanted to recreate Australian creek water. So the photo on the top right is a creek just near my office. And one day I walked down the creek and I used my phone with an app and I took photos, many photos of the creek water. And then I got the colour code of the photo. It's like a colour grab app on the phone. And then from that, the colour code, I was able to translate to get to red, green, blue paint tint to recreate the Muddy Creek water using a little bit of acrylic paint in a bucket. Can you see on the bottom left there? Yep. So this is just fake water basically to recreate the creek water. So you can see the finished product, yeah? So the water, you can see the water is agitating a little bit there. So every time someone tweeted Essence of Oz, it would trigger the pumps and turn and start stirring up the water to bring to life the story of the rainbow serpent. So that was Hampton Court 2014. That garden actually won the Tudor Rose Award. So if you ever come to Melbourne and see me, which I'm sure you will, and you visit the Australian Garden at Cranbourne, the actual Tudor Rose Award is on display there. So again, you can see lots of different shapes in the garden, and you can see the outback red sand. It's a very strong colour using red sand, and it's not something I use with clients' gardens, but for a show garden like this, it's a great way of educating people, especially from other countries, about some of our plant life. And that's the actual head of the rainbow serpents. The idea was the deck came out from the pavilion, and that symbolised the rainbow serpent, and that's the head of the serpent with the eye of the serpent as well. The plant on the right is kangaroo paw. I'm sure you're probably quite familiar. Do you know it? Kangaroo paw? Yeah? Is that well known in Russia or not? A little bit? Yeah. Now, so when I did this show at Hampton Court, this guy here, Charlie Solomon, Charlie's from the Monaro tribe. And the Monaro tribe, their land is actually where the fires have been, in between Canberra and over the border into Victoria. And Charlie came to do the smoking ceremony at Hampton Court. And Charlie's a youngish guy like myself, quite sprightly. And but Charlie was really just very enthralled by this garden because, as I say, his culture extends 60,000+ years. For him to see an interpretation of a Dreamtime story designed as a garden and retelling that story to a whole new generation of people, he thought was a fantastic idea. And he got right behind it. And because of that, I've started getting involved in doing more cultural designs. So depicting stories about Indigenous culture. But of course, to do that, you've got to have a lot of protocols in place. So teaming up and partnering with Charlie has enabled me to take on some projects where we are using or referencing ancient dialogue in garden design. So it's bringing the concept of culture back into horticulture. Now this is a property, it's like a beach house. I suppose you don't have beach houses in Russia really, do you, in Moscow? But like a weekend holiday house or something. Yeah, is the translator doing a good job here? Yep. So it's our own house, okay? So we had quite a small budget because I'm a garden designer, I'm not very wealthy. But I thought because it's our own garden, it was a chance to do something a little bit different and a chance to test the water of retelling Indigenous dialogue through garden design. And I looked at a lot of Indigenous art that depicts moving water because this property was actually a designated flood zone site. So it was actually a very difficult place to build a garden because from say, June till November, which is winter till late spring, the garden is flooded. It's completely saturated. And then from summer through till early winter, it's completely dry and the ground cracks and it goes like concrete. So it's very, very difficult to plant a garden and get plants growing in this kind of environment. So I wanted to tell a story in the design of the garden about the concept of moving water. So I looked at Indigenous art and I looked at symbols of moving water and water holes and then created this design so that the grass became the water moving across the landscape and then the water drips out the driveway. The other thing about this design was that we have what's called setbacks. So a lot of houses are set back maybe 9 metres from the front boundary, but I wanted to set the house right at the back of the property. It's only a small house. People were concerned, firstly, because the house was small, but what's wrong with that when you can have a bigger garden? And secondly, because we set the house back, they didn't understand that. They thought the house should be up the front, but I was like, no, but we want garden. We want the garden to be the street appeal, not the building. We wanted to change the mentality. Instead of the architect being in control, the garden was in control. So we had a prefabricated house put on the site, you can see here. So it was built off site, and because it was a flood zone, it was very difficult to build on site. I know I'm standing in everyone's way, I'm sorry. I wanted to get the turf down very quickly as summer came on because we need to establish the grass. This is a drought-tolerant turf, so we've got no irrigation in this garden at all. Okay, so early stage of the garden, you can see the shape starting to come together. So the grass, you've got a picture, is symbolising the water moving across the landscape. I've got a soakage pit or water hole in the corner there. And it was my daughter who said to me, she was only probably 6 at the time, but she's more intelligent than I am. And she said, Dad, could that be a sandpit to play in? And I said, of course it could be, that's perfect. So in winter I thought it might flood, but in summer they can use that as a sandpit. And of course, perfectly worked, because I knew that there was a wet spot in that garden. And you can see when the rain starts to come, the soakage pit fills with water. I then designed a deck for the front of the house. And a big thing in Australia is in the last 25 years, Australians have been using imported hardwood rainforest timber from places like Malaysia, the Philippines, New Guinea, for a lot of decking and screens and garden construction. Now, that's obviously a very bad thing because it destroys a lot of habitat for orangutans. One of the very popular woods that we use in construction is merbau, and that's the tree that orangutans live in. So I'm quite passionate in advocating to stop using those sort of timbers in Australia. And I designed a deck and pergola shade structure using an ironbark, which is actually denser than merbau. It's a harder wood, and it lives a lot longer, and it's a beautiful Australian hardwood. So you can see the hardwood deck there when it was finished. And then as the garden starts to grow. So you've got to remember, this garden for 6 months of the year is completely sodden. And then the other 6 months, 6 plus 6 equals 12, it's completely dry like concrete. Got no irrigation at all. Okay, so the plants have to survive extended periods of waterlogging and then extended periods of drought. So it's very, very difficult and challenging. You can see the waterlogging here, okay? You can see in the photo here how wet the soil is. So many plants drown in those sort of conditions. This is another Banksia you can see here. And it's been amazing. It's probably the hardest site I've ever worked on. But it's been very interesting for me to see and push to see the limits of what some of these plants can tolerate as far as waterlogging and then drought on the other hand. See the soakage pit? Yeah. So that's 6 months of the year, it's that wet. So it's taken, the garden's about 4.5 years old now. It's taken quite a while to get the plants growing. You can see here the driveway in the foreground. The other problem I find with designing gardens in Australia is that driveways take up a disproportionate amount of space in gardens. They're often quite big, and there's a lot of land value locked up in driveways. So I like to try and integrate plants where possible in a driveway, so the driveway looks like it's part of the garden, not just an extension of the property. So the plants are starting to grow. You can see the shapes coming together a bit now. And then in summer, it dries out. The soakage pit empties out. And these plants here, this is a plant called, I'll give you the common name so it's not too difficult, fan flower. And it flowers from late spring right through till autumn. So it's a long flowering period. But the bees, especially bees, absolutely love this plant. So again, it's not just thinking about birds, but also things like bees is a big issue with creating gardens. So providing a food source for bees is very, very important. You can see the garden coming together. So we've got a campfire spot. So we actually, we can stand around the fire pit and have a drink. We can also cook on that fire pit. Or it's just even an aesthetic element in the garden, telling the story about campfires and waterholes. So this photo is probably, I think, last summer. So quite established. As I say, it's got absolutely no irrigation. And the other thing I did in this garden, because it's my own garden, is that I didn't mulch it. So I wanted to try some other theories. And I didn't mulch it because I wanted to save money, on one hand. But also, I thought because the site had never been built on, if I mulched it, there's two issues. One is that a lot of mulch comes with weed seed, and then the weeds get out of control, and that's not a good thing. Secondly, because the site had never been built on, I wanted to see whether any remnant vegetation would come back up. Now that I was looking after the garden and managing it, I wanted to see if any old plants came back through, and they have. And it's amazing, you know, to think these plants have been there for thousands of years, and all of a sudden I'm allowing them to come back through and grow on. So it's been very exciting. So all these plants are Australian plants, and I've tried to use as many local plants to that area as possible. You can see even using some shape in the hill of the lawn there. And that's the driveway. See the driveway? So it's quite floriferous. There's a bit of colour going on. Can you see? And this is the front driveway here. This is another Banksia here. See the Banksia flowers are quite big and strong. And that's a swamp Banksia, which grows in very wet conditions. Yeah, so that's our little holiday house. It's a lot of fun though. But the thing I find is that when I'm out in the garden, a lot of people stop and chat to me, and they want to learn about the Australian plants. And they think it's a little golf course design. So when I explain the background to it about the Indigenous dialogue, the story of moving water, they find it absolutely fascinating, because no one's ever really done that in Australia. I mean, I'm sure people have, but no one's really taken the concept of linking with the Indigenous community and retelling very old, ancient stories through garden design. And to me, I find that very exciting. And there's another view through to the soakage pit. And I rake the sand pit a bit, just for a bit of fun in summer. So just showing a couple of key plants, and I was talking about providing habitat for birds. So it's one thing after these fires in Australia that people are now really aware of, is the importance of providing a food source for birds. So some of these plants like this Banksia, this is actually a Banksia from Western Australia, but it grows in heavy soils, so it's perfect for this site. But the flowers would be more than 30 centimetres tall. Yeah, more than 1 foot. So they're very big, very, very showy, attractive flowers. And you can also get a claret colour form of it too. So they're quite woody shrubs, a lot of these plants, because they can take the weight of birds perching and feeding on them. There's the Banksia primorsa, the yellow form there. The other thing I just want to talk a little bit about today is understanding some of the cultural use of some of the plants. So for instance, plants like the Banksias and also Grevillea, which is another genus of Australian plant, were traditionally used to sweeten water. So it's kind of like a mixer or a cordial or something. So the nectar actually sweetens the water for drinking. This is a Grevillea peaches and cream. It's a very pretty Grevillea. Can you see the colours? It's like peaches and cream, as the name says. This tree is very interesting. This is a tree local to the area. So this is southeast of Melbourne in a coastal area on the Mornington Peninsula. Now this tree here, if you rip the leaves off and you rub them very quickly underwater, it starts lathering into a soap. Just straight from the leaves of the tree. It's incredible. And also the other thing is tea. The ability to make tea with Australian plants, because everyone just assumes that tea comes from Camellia sinensis. There are other plants you can make tea from, and a lot of people in Australia don't even realise this. Here's a very well-known one. It's lemon myrtle, which makes a sort of citrusy type tea. You just pick the leaves, put it straight in the hot water. Another one, this is a coastal plant. It's called coria. This also makes tea. And the flavour of this one's a bit spicier. It's very interesting. And another one is, this is called native sarsaparilla. I'm sorry if the plant names are difficult. But this one makes a tea that's very similar to green tea. But again, it's an Australian plant and has been used for tea for thousands of years. This is another plant, Lomandra longifolia. It's a strappy tufting plant and has a lot of cultural uses. You can eat the base of the stems. It's a little bit like, sort of like a celery or something. You can weave baskets and make string. The roots were used to treat bites and stings. You can make flour from the seeds, and you can mix the seeds with honey as a source of protein, as a food source for Indigenous people. So people are getting more interested in learning about Australian plants now and the different ways that you can use them, not just for aesthetic reasons in design, but also how you can use them in the kitchen or make tea or eat from them, or just the interesting side of cultural use of plants. This is a bottle brush. I'm sure you probably all know bottle brush. This is a white form of bottle brush, which is very pretty. Again, the bees love this plant, as do birds. So you can see the garden in its mature form, all Australian plants. And I love this photo because can you see the flower right at the base of this? This is a Banksia again, a Banksia marginata. So it's providing food source for ground foraging birds. Yeah, for those little birds that forage in amongst the twigs and the leaves on the ground. There's a food source right there for it. Isn't that just absolutely amazing? Now, this was another project I got involved with. This is the National Arboretum in Canberra. And through Charlie Solomon again, we were able to connect with the local Ngunnawal people, this is where the land where Canberra is, and Canberra is the capital of Australia. And there's an old Dreamtime story of the Ngunnawal people called Manunja the butterfly. And me reading into it, it's kind of like maybe a story of domestic violence, because there was a beautiful girl called Manunja, and there was a evil boy, because most boys are evil, aren't they, who fell in love with Manunja. But to protect Manunja from this evil boy, Manunja was turned into a beautiful butterfly. So every time they see a beautiful butterfly, they say there is Menunja the butterfly, and it's quite a very old Dreamtime story. So I wanted to depict this Dreamtime story in a garden design at the National Arboretum in Canberra. And you can see I looked for inspiration from the wings of the butterfly to create the shapes of one of the wings of the butterfly, if that makes sense. And there's the overhead render of the design. And the spaces at the Arboretum had to also serve as entertainment spaces for weddings and things like that. So we had to have sort of broad areas for marquees as well. It's the commercial reality of creating gardens, as we all know. But you can see the shapes of the butterfly, the body of the butterfly here, and the fake eyes that you get on the wings of the butterfly, like so. I also wanted to represent the limestone plains out from Canberra, and this is all hand-seeded pebbling. It's quite a difficult technique, but used quite commonly, I think, all over the world now, isn't it? In England and things like that. And when the guys were seeding the paved areas, they sent me this photo. Can you see the butterfly? So as soon as I started building the garden, a butterfly arrived in the garden. It's a nice little side story. So I haven't been back since the launch of the garden. So obviously being a real garden, the plants were quite small at the time. But designed these seats inspired by butterfly wings, etc. And all the plants in the garden either provide a food source or a habitat for butterflies, or they had a strong cultural connection to the local Ngunnawal people. So the garden now serves as a living legacy to the Ngunnawal people, retelling this fantastic Dreamtime story to a whole new generation of children. There's the body of the butterfly, if you like, as a sort of a shade structure to sit in. You can see the garden here in the foreground. And again, I used some mounding just to create a bit of third dimension. It's only just planted in these photos, so you can't really see the plants very well. But the interesting thing here at the National Arboretum, so these are permanent gardens, and they built, I think, 7 or 8, they call it gallery of gardens. So each garden's a completely different theme with a completely different story, but it's a very interesting concept. And finally, I'll just show a couple of photos. This was a garden show in Sydney that I did a few years ago. This one was telling the story about the Australian soldiers in Gallipoli, and it was commemorating 100 years since the war in Gallipoli. So the idea was that I designed a very modern garden 100 years later, and the idea is that all the soldiers are represented by the Australian plants growing in the garden. And it was inspired by a poem, and the poem was written by a soldier because the Australian soldiers evacuated Gallipoli, and when they left, all their comrades were dead on the shores. But this poem was depicting how very quiet Gallipoli was as they evacuated, and it was just the sound of waves gently lapping on the beach and the wind rustling through the hillsides and the valleys of Gallipoli Peninsula. So I thought it'd be very evocative to use Australian plants to symbolise the soldiers who fell in Gallipoli. So the garden was planted to look like it was very wild and naturalistic, that it hadn't been planted by man at all. It was just plants growing over an old battlefield. Old trenches filled with gravel over time. The idea of an old dugout in the hillside where they'd sleep, as say the trenches and fire steps, but all Australian plants just growing very, very wild-like. And that brings me to the end. It's a great honour to be here in Moscow for the conference, and thank you very much for having me.
Спасибо большое.
Есть ли вопросы к Джиму? Сейчас, секундочку.
Здравствуйте. Зоя Козичева. Вы показывали проект, где у вас полгода затопления, полгода жара и сухость. Скажите, пожалуйста, а средняя температура у вас какая вот, ну, когда идет затопление и когда идет жара? Температура воздуха. Или вот...
Okay, so in winter, the temperature would be a daytime temperature maybe 10 to 14 degrees Celsius, and in summer maybe from 18 degrees Celsius to 42 degrees type thing, yeah. But not cold like here. Yeah, no snow. It's very cold here.
Hi Jim. One of the things I've noticed since I've been in Russia is that a lot of people here seem to fight kind of native flora in terms of, you know, there's a rich plant life here, but what is seen to be out in the countryside or grows normally is almost perceived more as weeds, and there seems to be a real ambition to have more kind of planting that you'd find in Europe, you know, so in the summer you see lots of salvias and, you know, grasses and kind of really starting to replicate a lot of the perennial planting that happens in Europe. So, you know, what would your view be to Russian people in terms of their mentality towards plants here and things?
Yeah. And it's a good point, and it's very much the same in Australia, that people in the last say 30 years, people see Australian plants as a bit like weeds as well, and that, you know, they push back against them, and that's why they still look to European design as inspiration. But I think, and what I was talking about a bit today, is sometimes it's not just about the plants, but maybe there's cultural stories, significant stories about Russia and the history of Russia that also resonates in your heart, that can help form the basis of the inspiration for the design of a garden. So when you incorporate the background story combined with Russian plants, the outcome can be quite evocative.
You mentioned Cranbourne Botanic Gardens.
Yes.
Do you have anything to do with the design of it?
No, that was designed by Taylor Cullity Lethlean with Paul Thompson.
Thanks.
Yep.
I must say that I'm conflicted about some of the themes. Because, for example, Zaradye is a very good example of that conflict. How can it make sense to bring plants from different geographic regions into a singular region? Makes no sense at all. And I think, for example, if you take the steppe as a paradigm of Russian landscape, and you introduce aggressive grasses in a geographic region that is not suitable for that type of ecosystem, the story becomes extremely empty, and it becomes a sort of brand which supports tourism, ideas of homogenized nations, culture and history. And I think this is not a good thing, because it's just simply introducing a quality into landscape which has nothing to do with the deep history of plants, landscape, and the relationship with people. And I think I sometimes feel very nervous when the things are packaged in this way.
Is that a statement or a question? But
for me, it is in Australia. It's particularly interesting because the settlers totally destroyed the Aborigines culture, the same like the settlers destroyed the Red Indian culture in America. And somehow there is a vacuum created, which I think requires a much more sophisticated approach based on real understanding of sustainability, environment, ecology. And it should not only be driven by aesthetics and culture, sentimentality.
Say okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Еще? Ой, вот там вот в задних рядах, да, тоже потом.
Someone in the back wants to ask a question. Good morning. Well, in one of the images of your garden, in the foreground, I saw a Durbanic, which is a plant that we see in the wildlife, in wet places. We love using it in our garden designs. So I was just wondering whether you ran into any problems in using this plant and whether you meet it in wildlife. Is it a native plant or is it an imported plant?
Yeah, I think I know the one you mean. It's got the mauvey flower, yeah? The pinky, Lythrum, yes. And yeah, it's interesting actually you raise that because there was conjecture in Australia for many years as to whether it was native or introduced. And they've actually DNA tested it 2,000 years. So it's now been classified as an Australian native. As well, I know it grows in Europe and North America as well, but yeah. So that plant, I've only used it on that project because it can get a bit weedy. So I'd be very careful where I use it. But I find in this situation, it's been absolutely fantastic because it does tolerate the wet periods. But also, again, it provides, you know, the butterflies love it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Good morning. I'll try to summarize all of the above because most of the questions that I wanted to ask have already been asked by the previous speakers. Well, I'd like to disagree. I beg to disagree that regional features cannot be used in the landscape design. That contradicts the very essence of landscape design. Landscape design is about establishing the link between people and the nature. And what if you were born in a specific region? If you love your region, why are you saying that he or she should not know the native plants that grow there? I believe that landscape design, the task of the landscape design is to bring everything together to tell a person a story about the local land. And now I'll try to phrase the question. There are certain plants that are similar. Well, the names are different in different countries. The species might be different. There might be hybrids. So my question is, do you use wildlife plants in your designs, or do you use plants that you get from the nurseries? Because those designs that tell a story about Australian culture, can they be actually called such stories if you use plants from a nursery as opposed to wildlife?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The big challenge we have in Australia is a lot of nurseries grow for commercial purposes, which is understandable. And often the plants they are offering to the marketplace are different to what designers are trying to look for nowadays. So I think designers are looking for plants that will provide food for fauna, whereas nurseries are really growing more for what will sell the most, which are two different things. You look as confused as I am. Does that answer the question? No.
Well, partially, I would say. So, some landscape designers in Russia, and I know it for a fact, like to dig out some flower from the woodland and use it in their project, and they just say, there is no doubt that this is a Russian-style project, just because I used a flower from the wildlife. Did you use solutions like that?
No, because that's destroying habitat. Yeah, so, and there's lots of strong, strict laws in place. You can't just go into a forest and take plants out for your garden, no. No, it's a big, big no-no. And there's some big fines, actually, very well protected. Some of the grass trees in particular are worth a lot of money, and they can be hundreds of years old, and there's big issues with people stealing them from the wilderness. And it's very bad. Yeah, so very against that.
So don't do this. Actually, it is prohibited by Russian law as well. Did you want to ask a question too? Good morning. My question is as follows. You touched upon a very interesting point, which is the role of a garden within a larger ecosystem. So my question is, how can we sell this idea to the end customer? And by the end customer, I mean the owner of the garden or a private developer. Because in Russia, oftentimes it's difficult to promote and sell such ideas. What would your advice be?
Well, I think that's where things like Moscow Flower Jam serve a really important role. Because it provides an opportunity for landscape designers, landscape architects to help educate or raise awareness or maybe inspire other people as to topics like this. And it gives you the opportunity to research or reinterpret some Russian history or historical stories in garden design. That helps to keep that story alive for new generations. And one thing I'm quite passionate about at home is the ability to educate children. I've got two daughters myself, so I'm quite familiar with the importance of and the ability to help children understand the role that plants play in the wider cycle of life. That, birds feed off the flowers. They need that food source. That butterflies feed off flowers. That plants reproduce. That vegetables come from the garden. All those basics that we all are familiar with, but not everyone is, and we can't assume they are. So, I think that's where, as I say, garden shows serve a very important role in raising those issues and helping to inspire other people as to those issues.
Thank you so much. Later on, you will have a chance to address your questions to Jim during the break, for instance. Jim, please do not go away. I'm going to pass on the floor to Margarita for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share some news with you. I'd like to introduce to you the chair of the Board of Jury of Flower Jam 2020 to you. Well, judging by your reaction and judging by my reaction, Jim, I guess following your presentation, it's quite clear that we were right in selecting you as the chair of the jury board. You are amazing. Your attitude towards the native history, the native culture, and the traditions of Australia just goes to show everyone that the mission of the Flower Jam is really relevant and important. We try to drive the following message home when we talk to the participants in the Flower Jam contest. your garden designs should promote our traditions and our respect to the culture and the plants. I do understand that 70% of the garden plants were imported from Germany and the Netherlands, but nevertheless, developing the national nurseries is important. Our nurseries are quite young. Well, Jim, we might brief you on the history of Russia later on, and you will better understand how come we didn't have any nurseries for 70 years, for the past 70 years. Irina Savatieva is head of the head of one of the tree nurseries. Indeed, we cannot dig out trees out of the woodlands, but we can grow them in our nurseries. However, nurseries have recently been started, and Europe is closer to Russia than Australia, both geographically and culturally. But I still believe that your presentation was a real revelation for the finalists, and well, I'd like to ask Jim to say a few words about his upcoming job as the chair of the jury board, and I hope that Andy, as the chair, as the last year's chair, and Matthew Childs as the chair of the previous years would share their experience with you and brief you on the traditions of the flower jam contest. I really hope that this job will incentivize Jim to study Russian culture at least partially. I believe that it's quite interesting, and we're going to assist you in any way we can.
Spasibo. I think I'm hoping that Matthew and Andy will share some of their time with me, maybe over a vodka, and discuss the challenges of being the jury chair. But I am genuinely very, very honoured, and I'm very excited and curious to learn more about Russian culture and how that shows through the amazing designs that I've seen here in Russia. So I'm very excited. The entries look amazing, and if they're anything like this year's exhibits, I was very impressed by them. So I think it's an incredible thing that you're doing, and I'm very honoured, but I absolutely applaud all of you for being part of this. Thank you. Spasibo.
Thank you so much, Jim. And seeing the success of the presentation you just delivered and giving so many questions, and unfortunately we were unable to take all of them because we're on a tight schedule, but nevertheless, I hope that during your upcoming visit, we will be able to organize some workshops for the students and for the contestants, because I really believe that you inspired everyone by your personal experience. Thank you so much. Right, let's go back to the agenda, and I'd like to pass on the floor to James Hitchmo, a professor and a leading expert on sustainable gardening and head of the Department of Landscape Design in the University of Sheffield.
I don't speak any Russian at all, not even a single word, you know. Good, okay, well, hello everybody. How many were here last year? Stick your hand here last year. It's the same people. Okay, well, I'm not giving the same talk, so that's okay. Okay, so I want to talk about this. I want to talk about how do you integrate aesthetic and ecological ideas in the city, because that's actually the challenge for all of us, because you cannot sort of simply have ecological ideas without people actually feeling positive about them. So that's what I want to talk about. I just want to say a little bit about where I come from. If you were here last year, I probably used this slide then, and I just wanted to, I live in that building. So that's the Arts Tower. I spend most of my life there. But I guess what I really wanted to do is, I really wanted to talk a little bit, kick off and say a little bit about this. And one of the things about the department I work in, it's a very big department, but the really interesting thing about it is it's very much about, it's a research department in landscape architecture, and they are very rare. And so it's very much about trying to develop an evidence base for what we do in landscape architecture. And actually, landscape architecture is not a very evidence-based subject. It's mostly what we call a heuristic discipline. That's when you learn through doing. And learning through doing is a really powerful technique, but it has its limitations. And I think we also need to have a little bit more evidence, because we constantly need to reinvent ourselves and think new things all the time. I work a lot in China, so I know China very well. I've been 50 times. And there in China, very often you say, let's do this. And they say, oh, no, we can't do that. No one can do that. And when I'm hearing discussions, I see similar echoes of the same ideas that, oh, no, we can't do that. Yesterday we were talking about whether trees could be at an angle. And someone said, oh, no, we can't do that in Russia. Russia cannot have straight, non-straight trees. And heurism often leads to these slightly crazy sort of positions. And what I'm really against is dogmatism and being fixed in a position. We have to evolve, we have to change constantly, we have to reinvent what we believe over and over again. And that's really helped when you are also interdisciplinary. So I work in a department where there are landscape architects, I'm a plant ecologist, stroke horticultural scientist, stroke designer, bit of environmental psychology thrown in. There are artists, there are historians, there are planners. There's a whole range of people with different views of the world. So I want to talk about some of these ideas. Hey, and I also want you to buy that. Now it's in Russian. Give me your cash is what I want type thing. And we'll just move on about that. Okay, so I want to ask some questions. So what are some of the values of vegetation in 21st century cities? And what I'd suggest to you, look, there's a whole range of values, but I want you to look at the ones in red, because I think they're two of the really core values. Firstly, vegetation's primary role should be to enrich human experience, and by that I mean well-being in all its physical and psychological forms. So the role of planting is to make people feel better, more positive, have better health. But the other key value is it must also support as much non-human life as possible. So supporting biodiversity. So you've got those two things. And for many people, there's a conflict in that. And so that's one of the really things that we really need to deal with. And of course, that's going to be a lot of my talk today is going to be about how do you manage that potential conflict. Now in Britain, I'm going to ask another question. Do we place value on planting in cities? Now, many of you seem to work in what you might call the garden sector in Russia. But I mainly work in the public arena. So I mainly work in cities and this sort of stuff. And most of the landscape architects I work with, really don't, in many cases, place much value on vegetation. They talk the talk. They say they do. They clap Greta Thunberg, the goddess of the new time, So Greta's a really useful tool to beat landscape architects with, to make them better. But if you look at Britain, for example, this is some recent research. Only 7% of the landscape projects undertaken in Britain by landscape architects are anywhere near what the planning conditions were. They simply are changed through substitution, through contractors. 56% of landscape architects take no interest in biosecurity. That's the future resilience of vegetation in Britain. They don't think it's their job. They think it's someone else's. But it's not. It's them. They are the ones. But they think it's not me, Gov. Theirs job. And finally, although they talk the talk about sensitivity to environment, to culture, to context, the evidence is they use the same 50 plants throughout their whole life. So it's all bullshit. Okay? It's talking the talk, but not walking the walk. So that's a real issue, isn't it? And when you have conversations with landscape architects about this, you know, they often say, oh yeah, I'm really, really interested in plants. And one of the reasons sometimes we have a problem is we all have these, what we might call knowledge halos for how we see the world. So for any bit of knowledge we hold, as you move further away, we know less and less and less. And what happens in many cases with landscape architects, they know so little about plants that you can't have a conversation with them about it because they simply don't know how little they know. So for years with my colleagues in Sheffield, they've always said, oh yes, yeah, well, I don't know why we need you, James, because I know all about plants already. You know, we all know about them. I've done a little analysis of my colleagues in Sheffield, so you mustn't share this with them. And there's 22 of them, and about 4 are very knowledgeable and interested in plants. 5 are very unknowledgeable and completely disinterested in plants. And you can see the rest, you know? And this pretty much reflects landscape architecture as a discipline, if we're honest about it. I was in the USA a lot last year, and I was at Berkeley, you know, which sees itself as one of the world's leading landscape architecture schools. And I was having a conversation, and if you do a master's degree at Berkeley, in 2 years you do no planting design classes whatsoever. None. So the Americans have deluded themselves into thinking you don't need to know anything about vegetation. I'm going to tell Greta. She'll get him. You should really read this book when it's translated into Russian. It's written by a guy called Julian Raxworthy. He's an Australian who works in Australia. And he's a sort of landscape architect who, you know, a bit like you, came really from like a horticultural background. And he wrote this book, and it's what it really says is, it's rather long and turgid, I have to say. It needs a better editor. But what it really says is that we have to start rethinking how we do and see landscape architecture. And we have to stop seeing it as simply a contractual period of 1 or 2 years and then we piss off. We need to reinvent landscape architecture in a different way. It's not fit for purpose in many cases as it is. It's all front-end loaded, you design something and then you leave. So we need to find some way to get a longer-term view. Really interesting is, you know, I love this. These are all the good and the great in the USA saying, oh yeah, this is a revolutionary book. And these are all people who presided over university landscape architecture departments with no planting design in. So, what has my own work sought to do? Well, I guess what I've tried to do is I've tried to integrate understandings gained from ecological and horticultural science with environmental psychology research and design processes to create design toolkits so our students can hopefully do better than this. And so I've tried to sort of make vegetation a more central and cognitive process in landscape architecture. And a more phytocentric worldview. To do that, I've spent a lot of time looking at vegetation and nature. I get off on that. I like doing that stuff. It's more interesting than being in the office. And I've looked all over the world, you know, these places I have been. And I've been to many of these dots many, many times. And what I've done is I've used these experiences in nature, A, for inspiration. Because when you go to Kazakhstan and you walk through those 2-meter-high Eremiras, you are changed. It is a transcendental experience, a moment in time. You are not the same afterwards. And you have seen things that very few other people have ever seen. So it's not the same, oh, how do I resort the bottles in the design? It's something new, something different, something profound, perhaps. And you also learn about the culture of how these landscapes are made. So you, instead of just seeing these landscapes as sort of photographs, you realize they are often, they are the product of human interaction over millennia with this landscape. He makes this landscape. He cuts every night after 4 o'clock when it cools down. He makes the landscape, and his forefathers have been making this landscape for 10,000 years in the same way. So it gives you more of an in-depth understanding. And it also allows you to look at things and think about how the three-dimensional pattern of nature, how it is made, and how can you as a designer interact with this? What can you achieve and what you cannot achieve? It makes you much more savvy. So, you know, that pattern there in Colorado, that's a product of a lot of drought in late summer on very fertile soils. And, you know, when you go to places like this is in Western China, you know, this is the original primeval forest. This forest has been there, you know, for 20 million years. It's never been glaciated, and it's an extraordinary place to go to in terms of, you know, what a landscape, what a fabulous place. But one of the really interesting things about this is this landscape, this is how Western Europe looked before the last ice age. So Western China and Europe shared a lot of the same species up to 2.6 million years ago. So you then begin to think, well, hang on a minute. You know, all the narratives we have at the moment about native, meaning, oh, it was been there for the last 10,000 years after the Ice Age. It's a really interesting question when you suddenly realize a lot of Chinese species are really British natives too, who were simply interrupted by the Ice Age. So you get a bigger picture by doing all of this sort of thing. But then, of course, you have to come back to reality, and you have to say, well, how do I shoehorn these ideas into the three things, aesthetics, urban tolerance, and function, that we deal with in urban landscapes? Now, I want to ask you a question. This is a little trick question for landscape architects who aren't interested in plants. You'll all do really well because you're obviously all interested in plants. But I often ask landscape architecture groups around the world, of what you do, what has the most meaning in terms of the ordinary members of the public? Okay? So we can split what we do into three things. We can split it into things which are physically present, such as topography, earth, built form, water, vegetation, people. We don't make people, but we create an environment to pull them in, so we facilitate people. And then you have time and space, which is physically present and also in our heads. And then you have stuff that's just in our heads. Narrative, identity, character, interaction with cultural constructions, you know, how value is made, etc. Observation of wildlife. And if you ask people, what of those, all of those things, which is the most powerful for human well-being? Yeah? And I would suggest to you, it's vegetation. It's not the other stuff. Who stands at paving slabs? I've seen a lot of paving slabs in the last day and all those designs. My God, that's a beautiful paving slab. Oh, my heart soared as I saw it. Oh, I love that shuttered concrete wall. Only weirdos do that. Only architects and landscape architects do that. It's a cult. It means nothing to them, except you walk on it. So we really need to get, this is Manchester. This won awards, lots of awards. Who would want to be in that space unless you are doing drugs? I mean, the only reason I want to be there if I wanted to pimp drugs or have sex with someone who's lying on the grass too. And yet it won awards because it looked good on a computer screen. Strong pattern. So that won awards. Most people hate it, but we made it. That's the sort of stuff we make. Yeah, because we're children of fashion, aren't we? Right. Offset oblique. Oh, I love it. Very French, actually. Just a copy from La France. That's what it was like before that was made. Now look, that's really crude in terms of design understanding. It was probably made by the city engineer. But I think for most human beings, that would be a richer solution than what we have now. So you have to ask yourself really interesting and often difficult questions. about this, about the recipients of your wisdom. This is some work in the department, and what this tells you is, as gardens get bigger, big garden, little garden, this is how often people go to the doctors. We have all the medical records of the people in Sheffield, so we know who goes to the doctors, how often, and where they live. It's all anonymized, we don't know who they are. And there is if you have a big garden, you are weller. If you have a smaller garden, you are sicker. Okay? And that happens even when you strip out all the affluence things, even when you take all that away statistically, everyone responds in the same way. They do not respond in the same way to green space. Having a lot of green space does not make you go to the doctors less. Green space does not, on the basis of the Sheffield sample, make you weller. There's something about gardens that does. And I would suggest it's something about interaction psychologically and emotionally with these spaces. But you don't get it for green space, because green space is often very detached, isn't it, from engagement in psychological terms. Especially the Manchester thing, which is just shit, really. I hope no one in the audience designed the Manchester thing. Oh, did you do it? It's his fault. It's him. When I was in California, I traveled around a lot, of course, and I like this place. This is a nursery called Annie's Annuals. It's a sort of hipster nursery. It's really cool. It's in a very run-down part of San Francisco where everyone's got guns, you know, on the street. And this is not the police. This is a sort of drug-barren world. Anyway, and this, I really like this. It's rich and it's exciting and it's really sort of wow. And I said to the students at Berkeley, why don't you make shit like that? And they all shuddered at the idea. But actually, a lot of them had been, and they actually thought it was wonderful too. But it's not what they were taught to design. Far too much human engagement. And vegetation is powerful because it creates a platform for a whole range of things: evidence of care, deep philosophical meanings, appreciation of spatial change, endless capacity for narrative, attracting other species, seasonal change, joy, elation, you know, appreciation of time. A paving slab does not do that. Put your fingers in your ear. Now, this is the National Botanic Garden I'm an Australian citizen too, so I can say this sort of stuff, you know. So this is the Australian National Botanic Garden in just outside Melbourne, in Cranbourne, done by Taylor Cullity, who I like very much as a practice. But there's a poverty in this. The thing about this garden is the hard works are fantastic. It looks as if they ran out of money on the soft works. You know, and I just want to walk. The essence of the Australian bush is it's very diverse. The grain is very fine. And then you get a monoculture of some restioid. Not quite doing it for me. So all the intellectual energy went into the paving design. Very little intellectual energy went into the monoculture. Okay, so how do people see these sorts of things? We see vegetation in potentially two ways. This is me being an environmental psychologist now, okay? Sometimes you see vegetation as unpleasant and it makes us sad. And sometimes vegetation on this side makes us happy. And one of the ways it can make us happy is through what psychologists call restoration. That's like stress reduction. Suddenly feeling, oh, I feel better. Oh, yeah, I feel with nature, that sort of stuff. So we call that subtle restoration, restoration and well-being, okay? That's the first way we see vegetation, if we see it positively. So a place like that, for example, Not designed by landscape architects, it's just nature colonizing land, which was previously industrial areas in the city I live in. This is the original industrial works which were left. And that's really, for me, I find that a very relaxing, restorative environment for me. But that's because I am an ecocentric. I have constructed my head, and I have been selected because of my DNA, to feel a close affinity with nature. That's why I do all that stuff in the wild. If you're talking to a government officer in Beijing, and you show them that, they go, "Ah! It's dirty, it's horrible. It's not how cities should be. Cities should be about lights and pavement." And this whole question, so how we see the world depends on our values, the values. Now, values are partly us, and they're constructed through the societies and the cultures and the peer groups we live in. So you might all have a variety of values. So, for example, this is me. I'm very ecocentric. I see nature as intrinsically valuable and desirable. This is Donald Trump, okay? He sees nature simply as a way to make more cash. That's it, period, the end. And in between, the rest of you are somewhere on that spectrum. Probably mostly on that side, but there might be a few. So these sort of values are really important, these values. And so when you design, you have to realize you're designing for these sorts of things. You're not simply designing because, if you're sitting on tutorials at Sheffield, you'll hear some tutors telling people stuff, which is a load of bollocks. It's just what they were taught when they were students. It's not true. So you have to ask yourself, does this seem credible in relation to human values? The other way you can see this sort of thing is through what we call the wow factor. The wow factor is when the vegetation is really stimulating and exciting. We invented the wow factor in the literature. It's my baby, it's my term. So the wow factor is when you see something and you go, whoa. Yeah? You'll get that moment? In China, you get developers making these things. They're called flower fields. You pay $10 to get in. You walk around. They're very crude design-wise. And what's happening is the dopamine in your brain is being produced. And you're coming out saying, hey, I feel really good. I'm back to Chengdu today type thing. Yeah? It's a great concept, don't you think? It's what Flower Jam's about in a way. Hey, here we are last year. People queuing at -7 or -9 to see some tulips in a glass house. That's the wow factor. It's very, very powerful. They were queuing for a kilometer. Now, if you're getting people to look at your work like that, you've really made it. But not many people do they? So, these measures are really, really useful and interesting. So how do we teach planting in relation to design? At Berkeley, they do it like this. They just don't do it. So they have a slab called Master Planning and Spatial Design. They see design as about space. It's about space. That's it. Nothing in the space. It's just about space. Now that's a delusion. That's a ridiculous delusion, which is unfit in the time of Greta Thunberg. We should all be ashamed about this. These people need to be shamed. They need to be outed. I'm getting outed because I'm here, because I flew here. People who do this sort of stuff, they should be outed too. Oops, sorry. And then, in some institutions, they teach it like this. In a lot of Central Europe, they have botanists who teach the plant stuff. Now, these botanists know nothing at all about design. And so you have this schizophrenic experience for the students. Design, plants. They never touch. They're like matter and antimatter. They cannot touch. That's not the way to go. And you get these, some of you might have worked on projects where you get these schizophrenic collaborations between ecologists and designers, and they just sit looking at one another like separate species. They just don't get it. And the designers, oh yeah, and the ecologists just feel frustrated. So, toolkit. What do I mean about design toolkit? What I believe is you need to teach students how to integrate knowledge of plants and ecology and horticulture and all the other things to do with the plants into a creative questioning design practice. It's not about poetry, it's about a toolkit to do things better or different. So the idea is, if you move lever A, how will that change the design? So, California. This is in the wild. This is Dodecathion in spring. A lot of people see that, and they probably go back to their offices and think, oh, we need to have some of that in Berkeley. This is what they made. So what they didn't understand is, they didn't understand how that is there. They didn't understand the ecological rules by which allows that to be. And so what happened is, the soil they use is too fertile, so there's too much competition pressure from the grass. And so the wildflowers are pushed to the edge, where eventually they are eliminated. They die on the beaches, like magnolias did in Western Europe in the Ice Age. That's what happened. What you need to understand these levers, which you can influence as a designer through things like soil selection, etc. But you can't do that if you believe, oh, there's a certain type of soil, there's one soil. This dogma I was talking about before, you have to be able to meld. So sometimes I work with crushed concrete. Sometimes I work with soil. Sometimes I work with sand. It just depends on what I want to achieve. So they didn't understand that, and so therefore they got what they got. So what we really need is we need this sort of true integration between planting design knowledge and spatial master planning like that. A partnership, a melding. That's what we need. If we're going to get out of the mess we're in the 21st century, that's philosophically what we need. Yep. Not to be asked to do the planting design at the end of a project. By then, the horse has bolted. It's too late. You've missed the opportunities. Bigger ecological levers. These are the things you can manipulate if you understand how to do so as a designer. So designers need to understand these things, not know about poetry and song. It's not about poetry. Ecology is not about poems. It's about pulling levers. Right, how about integrating ecological ideas into cultural understandings? Now, a lot of these websites begin to appear. What you do with this, you upload a picture of a landscape or a planting, and it calculates the likely biodiversity of that planting. Wow, that's pretty clever, isn't it? It's not magic. It's just based on what we know in ecological science. We know a shitload about this now, how to do this sort of thing. And what we know is that the two things that drive animal biodiversity in designed or undesigned ecosystems is the complexity of the plant communities, how spatially, my God, how spatially, do you think that's a message or something? I think it's about climate change, actually. How spatially complex is the vegetation? And secondly, how taxonomically complex, how many species? If you've got a lot of complexity in terms of spatial form, and you've got a lot of taxonomic complexity, no matter what the plants are, you get high biodiversity. So this is how these systems work. They're done by ecologists, they're not done by marketing people. These are grounded in hard ecological science. Now, a lot of my work is trying to make China a more biodiverse place. Most Chinese woodlands look like that in cities, designed by landscape architects. You'll notice they have a certain elegance because they have one species, okay? And if you look at a real Chinese woodland, it looks like that. It's spatially very complex, it's taxonomically very complex. China has the richest biodiversity in the temperate world, about 31,000 species, about 5 times more diverse than Russia is, and about 10 times more diverse than the UK is. Okay, so they're hugely diverse. And yet they make this sort of stuff. Oh, and they paint the trunks white because that's one of their belief systems. Painting the trunks white makes things better. You say to them, why does it make things better? Oh, I don't know, but it just does. I smell a rat there. And the way you have to, and so when I deal with Chinese government officers, I have to try and find a way for people who are not in any way ecocentric. These people are not in any way ecocentric. They're with Trump. And so I say, well, this is what you currently do. Chinese people can only understand things if it's about food, you see. Food's very important if you're Chinese. And I say, this is what you could have. You could have the banquet. And they say, yeah, I see it. I know how we do biodiversity now. Yeah, let's go and do it. You're too kind. Okay, so how do we fit those things into a planting design process? What I suggest is, the first point is, we need to develop a conceptual planting strategy or narrative. Then we need to assess climatic suitability of the species. Then we need to assess habitats, fitness and suitability. And then we need to assess capacity of the species to compete with one another. And then we do the final things, which is see if we can buy them. And we need to take these steps as serious processes, not just, oh, yeah, we do something like that. Now, one of the things that climate change is doing is it's creating 2 worlds in all countries. There is the world of cities where climate change plus urban heat island effects cause huge shifts in temperatures. And then there are rural environments which are less affected, still affected, but less affected. So this creates 2 sort of strands of planting thought, using very different plants. So this will mainly be based around native species, and this will be mainly based around native plus non-native species. And what will happen to the native species of all countries, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have 3 categories of response. This is happening here in Moscow today. It's happening everywhere in the world. So if you think it's not happening to you, you're delusional. It's happening everywhere. These species, these native species, they will disappear because they are the least fitted ones. There'll be ones in the middle which are sufficiently fit for the climatic changes to survive, and then you will have a 3rd group. These will invade, begin to take over, change their behavior, and you will have a completely new sifting of the flora. This is inevitable. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to happen, so chill out. Can't change this. It's happening everywhere. It's just what the 21st century is about. See? God agrees, you see. And this creates huge problems for landscape architecture, of course. This is sent to me yesterday by a landscape architect colleague who's designing a project in central London. And the plans I put forward, I've emphasized in red. Most of the plans, this is from the ecologist who works for the local authority. This is in the center of London. And he's saying most of the plants are non-native. Many of them are non-native and of no documented value for wildlife. So this is saying you have to use native species because only those are good for wildlife. Now look, I work a lot with native species. In China, I work almost entirely with native species. And as you will see in a minute, I am doing really some of the cutting edge stuff in China with native species. So I'm driving nativeness forward in China, but I'm not some sort of one-trick pony. You know, I know that in the centre of London, we will need to use species which are not native to do some of the human things and also some of the biodiversity things. Now, landscape architects don't normally read this stuff because you haven't got access to it. This is what I sent to the ecology officer. In Western Europe, we now know that nativeness is not very important in terms of supporting native animals. It's just not important. It makes very little difference whether you use natives or species from China or Russia. It doesn't make much difference. And there is masses now of data to support this. So I'm very happy to use native species, but I don't want to use native species because I'm living in a delusion, believing that only they support native invertebrates, because that simply is not the case in Western Europe. The evidence is overwhelming. In Australia, it's different because the floras are much more specialized, and so it's not the same. Most of the southern hemisphere is different. But in the northern hemisphere, it makes very little difference as far as we can see from the research. And even when you have non-native trees, when they come in, this paper is about how native invertebrates jump ship onto the non-natives. And they do it faster if the non-natives are in the same genera as some of the native trees. So if you've got oak trees, they very quickly jump from native oaks to, say, North American oaks. They don't see the difference. So this evidence is everywhere. So you just have to bear this in mind. So don't get too hung up about this. Don't become a sort of like a thought fascist on this. Okay, looking at growing season. Hello? Hey, come on, I didn't start at 20 past. 5 minutes. Okay, fine. So what we now do is, we look at, so when I use species, I actually plot the distributions of where they come from. The red dots are the cities we might want to use them in. The black dots are where they come from in the wild, and you see how close they are together. And you can do that in much more sophisticated ways, This is the climate of the UK now. This is the climate in 2050. I have to start asking questions about what you're going to use in the future. And of course, Melbourne becomes Dubbo in 2050. That's your future. And Dubbo is hot as hell. It is not Melbourne. But that's what Melbourne becomes if the models are right. Passing that one. And you have to do this habitat matching stuff, So all the books tell you these species are dry species. They're really wet species. A lot of the literature is very poorly informed, the horticultural literature, because people haven't been to the habitats. And it's like making a cake recipe book. We can increasingly begin to use assessment of scientific measurements of this is drought tolerance in maples, rather than just think, oh, I think that one's really drought tolerant. This tells you whether they're really drought tolerant. These are the drought tolerant ones. These are the non-drought tolerant ones. So you can begin to use this quantitative data that people say begin to appear. I think we'll pass on competition. Okay, so what about applying some of these ideas to real-world situations? So I'm going to start at the small scale, where fine-grained detail is important. I want to talk a little bit about this Melbourne Arts Precinct project, which I'm doing at the moment. And it looks like that. It's this area here. About 20,000 square meters of planting. It's got 14 art galleries next to it. It's a $1 billion project. It's like the High Line, but in Melbourne, okay? And, what we want to do here, it's about using planting as this external gallery space, and it'll be curated like the inside of the galleries. And so they want to have change, seasonal change every month, so they have something different happening. And when you come to actually think about, the planting strategy for this, this is the starting point always. I always want to write a narrative to unpick the intellectual underpinning of what this is all about. So as you've already heard, Melbourne is a very contested place in terms of identity. You know, it's got an Aboriginal base. We kill most of those, some left, and then we have lots of white fellows come in, and then we have lots of other migrants. So today, Melbourne is this hugely multicultural society. So the question is, whose values? Whose values do we borrow for the Melbourne Arts Precinct? Do we borrow the values of a past Aboriginal society? Do we borrow the values of a current day Aboriginal society? Do we pick on the values of Vietnamese people? Or white British? Whose values do we pick? And I agree with Peter. It's an extremely difficult thing to actually do. So these are all possibilities. Is it about revealing or challenging the past? Is it about identity? Is it a model for sustainable sustainable living? So I don't want to irrigate this, because that's just a delusion for the future. So how can we do it without any irrigation and for it to look good throughout the year? You know, is it about the local? Is it about the international? Is it about degree of human control? Is it about rewilding? What is it about? So you have all these ideas which you have to front end your planting design decisions with. Otherwise you are a neophyte, you know, you're an intellectual sort of pygmy. That's all you've got to do. So I'm thinking something like this, you know, layers, 4 layers, emergent, bigger, herbaceous, woody, shrubby, got to be a lot of succulents, and then some seasonal ephemerals. Something like this. I thought there's a drip, keeps coming down there. And to do that, we need to have lots of different species, so we have to think about when they're going to flower, and we've got to work all this out. And we're going to make them into 3 layers. I work with 3-layer communities a lot, because you need to cram in a lot of complexity to get this long-term change. So that then looks like something like that. You know, you just build it up. You know, that's how we do this. That's how we get the complexity, the spatial complexity in time. This is how nature works. It's not how landscape architects work, but it's how nature works. And then we make up these sorts of planting mixes or whatever. I'm almost there, by the way. Can we just give me a few more minutes, boss? Just a few more minutes. Hey, come on, I'm on 45 minutes. I'm still on. We started 20, I'm on 40 minutes, so I've got 5 minutes. Okay, so we need to think about that, and also about those things, about competition, climate fitness, habitat matching, all the rest. We need to go through that changes. That planting, that's what we made. That's 3-layer planting with South African species at the London Olympic Park. Using the table I showed you was the planting plan. Yeah? That's the planting plan. And it makes makes that, and it makes that. Okay? So we need to rethink some of the ways in which we do planting. Okay, one of the things we want to do too, we want to use, one of the problems of doing this sort of planting is, will it be manageable? Will you be able to prevent weed invasion? And so now we've developed this technique of deep gravel mulchal planting. We just plant into deep gravel on top of soil. So it's a very dry surface, give very, very limited weed invasion into this because of the lack of fines in the material. So that's planting. That's 9 months later, a project in London, and that's the same in 2019. Virtually no weeding for 2 years. No irrigation, very, very low maintenance. So we can apply those techniques. We applied these techniques to a project in Beijing. This is the New Silk Road, a big project, about 1,500 square meters, a permanent demonstration project in Beijing with Tom Stewart Smith. Planting plan looks like that. Didn't show that to the Chinese. They would have had a meltdown. Just did it. And just after planting, it looked like that in March. It builds in drainage surface, you know, it's all water management stuff too. And then it looks like that in May. Looks like that in July. looks like that in October. The Chinese think it's magic because they have no concept of the idea that things can come and go. They're so consumerized, they just think it all happens on one day. And it raises all sorts of questions about how do you manage these things. These are positives, you know. Costs more to do that. This is what Chinese woodlands normally like. Get less biodiversity, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, there's a whole range of costs and benefits. This is just a planting a new woodland I'm doing for Xiangyang, which is the new Beijing, just a demonstration woodland. Looking at diversity, each color is a different species of tree. Okay? So trying to get these things taken up, you know, the bowl of rice versus the banquet, it's a slog. It's really, really hard. So it's to begin to get them to think about spatial complexity, really hard in people who are eco-hostile, really hard. And then you put a bit of color in and that does a bit more, oh, I like that. Evergreen cores, deciduous edges, that works really well in Western China with government people. And then you can, you know, as a designer, you can think about human beings, whether they're less ecocentric or more ecocentric, how they would respond to these design interventions that you make. So when I'm designing, I'm thinking this stuff in my head. Yeah, so if you add more canopy layers, it's really negative for eco-hostiles, but it's not a problem for ecocentrics. Do you get the idea? We're not the same, we're different. Some people will love it, some people will think it's shit. That's how it is, that's inevitable, you can't get away from that. It's not a contest. And you've got the same for biodiversity, how these things actually affect biodiversity. I'm going to pass on that, it's Olympic Park. I was going to put it in just to show, I think it's one of my projects, which 10 years later, it really does what it said on the can. It really does do it. I was there a few days ago. It's still really successful in biodiversity, and people seem to love it. But it requires tolerance of disorder. It's very much for people who can deal with disorder in cities. That's just, you know, that's crazy and wild. You try doing that in Moscow. Might be challenging. Might not. And finally, just to finish on, last 2 minutes. I just want to show you these ideas at the very, very biggest scales. So this is Longquanshan. This is a design project in Chengdu. It's to reimagine a mountain range which is being cleared by peasant agriculture over 50 years. Big international design competition. I put a team together with LDA Design and Grimshaw's Architecture. £1 million first prize. We won. And so our vision has been taken on by the Chengdu government as the policy framework for the future of this mountain range. And it's all about, you know, to quote Julian Raxby, it's not just about the quick hit. It's not about the design and run away. It's about engagement and management over decades. I'll be dead, but someone will do it. So here we have it. This is it. This is the competition. This is Longquanshan. This is Chengdu, city of, they say 11, but I guess 20 million. This is the mountain range, 100 kilometers long. The mountain is 1,200 square kilometers. That's the mountain as you drive towards it. And that's what it looks like without the blue lines. The blue lines was just me trying to conceptualize what was there. Now I could do that because I know I am an expert on the Western Chinese vegetation. So I could see what was rubbish and what was actually worth keeping. The Chinese have no idea about that. It's just green stuff to them. And what I wanted to do was to put it back to that, because that's what it used to look like before Mao. It was cleared in the last 70 years. And this vegetation is almost extinct now in Chengdu, so we want to put it back, and that's the vision as the new landscape frame for Longquanshan. So it's all about doing these things, facilitating long-term ecological processes, joint emphasis on biodiversity, long-term management forever, not something which is part of the Chinese mentality in the late 20th century, early 21st century. And I really wanted to do this. I wanted to challenge Chinese notions about this instant landscape. They see landscape as like buying a new Mercedes. It's just a product, you buy it, you spend a lot of money, and that's it, it's done. That's not the way forward, it's not sustainable, it's not possible. So I really wanted to challenge them. So here we are. So what the big problem we had really is that the plants we want to use, no one grows them in nurseries. So what as part of the project is they pay us to go out with Chinese partners and we find and we collect from the remnants of vegetation in Western China these species, and we are setting up a nursery industry on a massive scale to do this. So here, that's a good bit. That's rubbish, that's a remnant on a ridge. Okay? There we are. Seed collecting. Not a tiger there. So, conclusion. Should planting design and the value of knowledge on vegetation be a core part of landscape architecture?
Microphone.
And if you believe differently, you have a conversation with Greta and see how well you do out of that. She's pretty scary. On the other hand, in Britain, the Landscape Institute, our professional body, has recently decided that planting design is not a core skill for landscape architects. And that what Berkeley does is really good. How crazy, what are these people on? So it's going to be difficult to achieve this out with a change of perspective in some of the universities that teach landscape architecture, to do this integration of plant understanding and design. That's what we really need. So it's not clear where this drive's going to come from, but vegetation is core to many of the solutions to the environment and human challenges of the 21st century. So let's hope we can do it. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Well, I was so interested that I did not want to interrupt you. Anyway, I'm going to give you 5 minutes for the Q&A. We don't have any questions. That's great. In that case, well, I'm not going to ask you a question. Well, I don't have a question. I'm not going to ask you a question. I just wanted to thank you for raising such important issues. In my country, I come from Minsk, that's Belarus. I always tell people about the opportunities and the biodiversity of the various plants and vegetation. I try... Testing.
About the biological variety, that we can have different plants. We can have different varieties of plants, and it is possible to plant them in our country. And people do not hear. And I can say thank you for your speaking about it. Thank you very much. It is a great problem. We must solve it.
Any other questions? We don't seem to have any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew. Go ahead.
I get it all. Is that working? Yeah. So I really get it all, and I'm inspired by it. There's one contradiction, though, that keeps coming back to me, and this is this.
Full of contradictions.
I know, and you showed the one. So you at the end there with the Chinese, you were referring to the forest from millennia ago, and kind of how that was the good stuff. And then on the other hand, you're saying that we need to embrace lots of other plant life that probably isn't what we perceive as being native to that environmental place. And somehow, like when you showed the Olympic Park, you showed the very native-looking one at the end, and then you showed the South African one. Well, the South African one, although it looked really bright and pretty, it didn't look what we would think of as being something that was native to that place.
Yeah.
So there's that slight contradiction there. So you seem to kind of almost, you know, kind of say that the one thing is the good stuff,
yep.
but then you're promoting
sure.
diversity of other
well,
plants.
It's an entirely reasonable comment to make. I mean, the way I would answer it is that it's very important not to see the world in binary terms, okay? It's either black or grey. And of course, the reality is, the way in which you make those decisions is very much in the context of where you are. So in the Olympic Park, you come across the bridge, or you did in the Games, and those gardens tell the story of the British obsession with planting and how we collected all over the place. And that's very much part of our national psyche, and that's made us who we are. And then, and you know, and obviously we don't want to have that everywhere because it's not sustainable in terms of management. And so when you move a couple of 100 meters into the North Park, you move into a native vegetation type, which is right there. It's sustainable. It's got good value for biodiversity. The South African stuff's not bad for biodiversity, to be honest. Not as good as the native, but it's not bad. It's sustainable, and in 10 years' time, it'll still be there, and it'll still be doing a thing at low cost. So it's purely a question of not being defined in a binary sense. You know, so I don't see any conflict whatsoever. I mean, I designed the South African stuff, and then I designed the native stuff in the North Park. I just put a different hat on the native man, non-native man. I'm still me. I mean, look, we are complicated beings. You know, we are complicated beings. We're not either black or white. You know, we are, I mean, when you ask people in a woodland new town in Britain, which is the peak of the ecological woodland movement in the UK, when we asked them as researchers, what did they like most about living in this woodland new town? They said, the woodlands. And when we said, what do you like least about living in Warrington Newtown, they said, the woodlands. They feared the woodlands at night when they had to walk outside, and they loved the woodlands during the day when they didn't feel threatened because they could see. And that's how human beings are. You have to be an imbecile to be binary. You know, being binary is a no, you know, when George Bush says you're either with us or you're against us. I mean, we all laugh at that. We think it's ridiculous political rhetoric. It's just as ridiculous in the vegetation world.
Okay, so one more quick thing. So then, as an academic, do you think with all this research, which is great to be sharing it with us or to be doing it in the public realm, do you think you're doing enough to share it with nurseries, the commercial sector, people supplying plants, so that there is that availability for the general public and for designers to be able to access, you know, this diversity of plants that you're talking about?
Well, the simple answer to that is no. The problems are quite significant because it's all about copyright. We write that stuff in obscure journals that only certain people have access to because someone has to pay for the publication of the work, and that's done in a market economy. That's done through subscription. But I completely get it. I mean, obviously, I'm not the sort of academic who sort of sits in the ivory tower. You know, I'm on the ground, so I do feel that very strongly. What we are doing in Sheffield at the moment is we are developing a new digital platform to share all of my in-depth understanding of the integration of ecology into the industry. So this will link the nursery codes of wholesale nurseries. It's been funded by DEFRA at the moment in the short term. So this will be a way to try to pull everything together, and it will be a platform which, as new research becomes available, it will be downloadable to this platform. We see it as a 21st century information source of people who design. It's called Future Flora. And we're just kicking off with it at the moment. There's a team of us doing it. So I think that will be a huge contribution, but you'll still have to subscribe to it because we want to make some cash.
So it's like, how important is the environment? Because there's always a cost to it, and that's why this information isn't being shared with that kind of, you know, the Castoramas or the B&Qs or the home bases of the world, which are supplying plants to the masses. You know, it's all very well saying we've got to do all of this for the environment, but then it's not being shared.
Sure. But I mean, the reason B&Q don't do this is not because not being shared. They do it because simply they want to maximize return on capital. And so that's a much bigger issue. You can show B&Q this data, they're going to change what they do. That can only come through the public actually, say, demanding something, say we won't buy that. You know, we live in a capitalist world, and you know, unless we have a different system, and that doesn't seem it's going to happen anytime soon, it's a difficult one.
Извините, а можно еще?
I'm sorry, can I ask you one last question? Do we still have time for one last question? I was just wondering, are there any studies on the regenerated territories? Do you have any data on the native species, whether the native insects come back to these recultivated areas? And what lives do they live? How sustainable such areas are? How many years does it take for an ecosystem with insects and rodents to appear?
Well, I think the question was about long-term views, really, of this sort of stuff. When I work on projects, I only really normally want to work on them if I can have long-term involvement. And so on most projects, I go every year to look at the project, how it's developing, 10 years, 12, 15 years later, and they pay me to do that. Sometimes I do it for free, if I think it's actually really worth doing. I go to the Olympic Park every year, just for free. I pay to go there myself. And I think that's part of the ethical, professional responsibility to do that. And the reality is, if you maintain engagement with projects in the longer term, you have a much, much better chance of those projects being successful in the longer term. It's this walking away, which is like institutionalized in most landscape architectural practice, which is hugely problematic. Now, I know it's really difficult because most clients, many clients, do not want to pay for that long-term view. But the reality is, you know, when things crash and burn, it crashes and burns normally because there was no one there to give the continuity of view, which is what you really need. In terms of insects and that, increasingly on some projects in the public space, at the Olympic Park, for example, the maintenance contractors, as part of their contract, they have to do sampling of invertebrate diversity within the Olympic Park. So they have to be able to relate how many insect species there are to how they are managing the landscape. So that's a really interesting idea, but it's only going to be feasible on some projects. But it's an interesting idea if you can make it work.
Alessandro?
Yes, I was asking if, do you think that mixing native and non-native plants in the urban landscape could represent well the complexity of the community of the contemporary time?
You mean would it be better or worse than what was there originally? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know, this will probably piss a few people off, but anyway, I'll say it anyway. I'm saying this as research scientist who's familiar with the literature. This is not my own personal view. What we mostly have in most human cultures, we have a belief system which says that what occurs naturally is the peak of evolutionary possibility. Okay, so that if you've got a native vegetation, you cannot support more wildlife than that because that represents some sort of peak. That is not necessarily true. So the latest work on pollinators in the UK, a very, very large study that looked at 4 cities,
And what they did is they looked at actually pollinator diversity in different numbers of species in a whole range of different urban landscape types, from streets through to nature reserves, to cemeteries, to parks, to gardens, to vegetable allotments. And what they found is that the most diverse communities in terms of native invertebrates were not found in the natural systems. They were found in the human-managed systems, which were managed to be particularly resource abundant. And these were gardens of mainly alien species and allotments, vegetable allotments, because people planted species all the time, so there was always fresh leaves to feed on, and there were always flowers for a very long season. So invertebrate diversity and density is very much driven by the long-term availability of resources. It's not about passports. You know, it's not really. It's not about those. The invertebrates are, in most cases, Catholic, especially pollinators. They don't care where the species come from. They don't know where the things come from. They judge it on the sugar concentration of the nectar and the pollen quality. And so in many parts of the world, the most desirable plants for pollinators, like bees, will be the ones with the highest sugar content. And when you do research, it's very clear that this is what's going on. They don't say, oh, you're a foreigner, I'm not coming to feed on you. They simply say, what's the sugar concentration? Yeah, pretty good, I'm there. Woomph. So there are good natives, and there are bad natives. There are good exotics, and there are bad exotics. It's a bit like human beings.
Yes, I think also that is. And probably they can teach something also to us.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I think it's this thing which is now very much the issue of nature against nature, the value of DNA, the extent to which our inherited DNA determines 80% of our qualities, and 20% is to do with nature, and the radical adoption is what keeps Darwinism and the strongest species going, and it's not reducible to these narrow binary qualities of natural and foreign. That's imposed by market values, it's imposed by concepts of landscape architects and so on, and this binary world is really breaking down, and we need to develop a much more sophisticated view of things.
Yeah. But I mean, when I'm in China, I really want to use native species because they're not doing it. So it's a huge missed opportunity to do something extraordinary and interesting. And so there I'm absolutely passionately pro-native species because, you know, it's crazy to live in a city where you use 5 native species and there's a flora of 5,000. It's a loss of opportunity. But that's me making judgments as a conscious human being about what is appropriate, you know. It's not absolutely God-given. It's about choice and decisions and, you know, whatever.
Знаете, что я предлагаю?
You know, what I suggest we do is thank James and move on with the agenda. And please, let's skip the coffee break. Or shall we? Or are you tired? Shall we take a break? Let's take a short 10-minute break. Are you going to get back in 10 minutes? Okay, so let's continue at 20 to 1.
Среди садов цветочного джема есть такие, которые идеально вписались в свое окружение. Кажется, что без них эти площади и улицы многое потеряют. И наоборот, сады на фоне архитектуры выигрывают в восприятии. В общем, полная гармония.
Мы начали с темы «Летние сады Москвы». Здесь мы напали на тему русского авангарда, Константина Мельникова, всех его идей. И вот так эта тема постепенно развивалась, и мы нашли эту саму ферму как единую такую линию. Она должна проходить и показывать взлеты и падения культуры, да, вот русского авангарда. Каждый найдет в этом саду что-то свое. Здесь очень много разных элементов, и игровых, и возможность отдохнуть. Сам цвет, сама структура, это все задает некий такой мощный подъем красного, красивого, и сам эффект красный, он очень сильно ассоциируется с Москвой. Москва красная, красивая. Этот ассоциативный ряд очень прослеживается.
Мы хотели сделать сад, который можно вписать в любое место, и который был бы при этом связан с городом. У круга нет углов, поэтому нам показалось, что эта форма универсальна для города. Нам нужен был впечатляющий и яркий сад, и мы подумали, что листва может быть настолько же яркой и интересной, как и цветы. Еще очень важно для нас было создать сад пространства. Деревья и кусты окружают вас, как стены комнаты, и при этом очень натуральны, органичны. При взгляде на зеркальные стены этого сада снаружи невозможно представить себе, что, оказавшись внутри, вы попадете на огромный, очень яркий цветочный луг.
Отразить в данном саду конструктивизм именно автора Константина Мельникова, архитектора. Тут представлены его 3 здания. Это гараж на Новорязанской, дом Мельникова и гараж Госплана. Вот. Также в плане мы хотели максимально передать стиль авангарда, то есть использовали геометричные формы, круги, острые углы и подчеркнули все это красным цветом, потому что цвета, яркие цвета были характерны для этого стиля. И такие растения представлены, например, вот как овес, фацелия. Немного не рассчитались за условий окружающей среды и климата этим летом, поэтому они вымахали очень сильно, их слишком много. Вот они заполонили, так скажем, все.
Мое первое впечатление о Москве – это потрясающая архитектура. Город очень динамичный и впечатлил меня. Я думаю, что в городе все же слишком много зданий и мало зелени, но вы движетесь в правильном направлении. Это место для моего сада просто идеально, лучше нельзя и представить. Это удивительно, что с одной стороны у нас здания коммунистических времен, а с другой классическая архитектура. Они такие разные, но и то потрясающие.
Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Иногда авторы цветочного джема, создавая сад, стремятся дать нам не только место для отдыха, но и повод для новых чувств и мыслей. Попадая в такой сад, горожане погружаются в размышления, возвращаются в детство или испытывают сильные эмоции. Сад «Зеленый пух», посвященный Пушкину, находится на пересечении Тверской улицы и Камергерского переулка. Он буквально наполнен цитатами и атмосферой творческого поиска.
Ну, процесс создания сада состоит из 3 этапов, да, придумать идею, потом ее выразить на бумаге, соответственно, потом ее реализовать вот в 3D, где-то на улице, да, в таком, тем более, прекрасном месте в Москве. Сложнее, наверное, из этого всего было решиться создавать сад великому предку, да, а создавать с такими помощниками, с такой организацией, как оказалось, не так-то трудно. Приехав сюда, в принципе, в достаточно позднее время, это уже был 12 час ночи, люди, конечно, сидели на лавочках, они присаживались, обсуждали нашу скульптуру, которая имитирует скомканный лист, и люди старой формации, они, конечно, удивлялись, что это же такое современное искусство. Ну вот оно современное, вот оно такое отражение в нашем мире того былого.
Сад «Свита играет» у метро «Чистые пруды» непременно натолкнет вас на размышления о добре и зле, потому что его авторы вдохновлялись романом «Мастер и Маргарита».
Нам было очень сложно разбить эти куски так, чтобы они здорово легли. У нас было несколько десятков вариантов, мы бесконечно их крутили, искали пропорцию, искали форму. И в итоге это действительно продолжалось достаточно долго. И когда все встало так, как нужно, у нас вот параллельно, одновременно перещелкнуло, что вот оно, ура, мы поймали. Вот это было, правда, сложно. То есть нам хотелось юмора и Москвы. Мы подумали, что Булгаков и этот роман – это прекрасная какая-то иллюстрация и того, и другого. Говорят, супер, класс, фотографируются, всем очень нравятся звонки, все дергают за звонки. Вообще людям нравится, это очень приятно. Все просто расцветают, заходят сюда, как-то и дети подпрыгивают, и взрослые улыбаются, это приятно.
Сад Юаленский и Покула Цума заставит вас раствориться в ландшафте и даже немного потеряться. Виноваты в этом зеркала, в которых бесконечно отражается русская природа. Звуки города у входа в парк Горького – сад-оазис. Здесь слышно и шум машин, и смех детей, и музыку из колонок. Но погружение в цветы помогает услышать эти звуки по-новому. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Сады цветочного джема иногда выглядят как островки настоящей природы. Где-то растения в них имитируют подмосковный луг, а где-то и экзотическое для нас Средиземноморье. В саду «Вихрь судьбы» в Клементовском переулке многолетники за лето разрослись в прекрасный луг.
Мы настолько погружены в какие-то дела, суету. Вот человек вышел из метро, побежал куда-то по своим делам, забежал опять в метро. Ему некогда даже задуматься, некогда посидеть, некогда отдохнуть. И вот здесь как раз наш вихрь человека или на выходе, или на входе в метро, получается, останавливает, он заходит. Мне очень, кстати, очень нравится то, что сад живой, люди в нем живут. Вот сколько мы сюда не приезжали, постоянно люди садятся, читают, просто размышляют, отдыхают. И это как бы тот самый эффект, которого мы хотели добиться.
Настолько все вот на своих местах, и как-то, да, вот подарками эти пасконники, они великолепно смотрятся с вербенами, они как-то, ну, все как должно быть. Вот как раз-таки вот эта стадия, да, вот, которая знаменовала то, что вот по нашему проекту, по нашей задаче, которую мы ставили, да, это расцвет семейной жизни. У нас семья, дети, рост идет, да, такой активный. Я расплакалась, потому что это было действительно счастье. Счастье, как у ребенка.
Сад Неглинка у метро Сухаревская – это река в окружении берегов. И растительность тут играет главную роль, создавая ощущение, что мы находимся у воды.
Получилось даже больше, чем задумывала, потому что процесс создания сада, он творческий. И какие-то изменения, они происходят буквально до самого последнего момента. Поэтому, конечно, 80% из того, что задумывалось, оно реализовалось. Но есть какие-то детали, нюансы, которые рождались в процессе создания сада. И они сделали сад только богаче. Поэтому я очень довольна результатом.
В саду выше крыши на Старом Арбате растения выглядят так, как будто они поселились здесь сами. На остатках разрушенного здания выросли березы, пасконники, щучки и даже ворсянка. как будто эти растения находятся здесь в своем естественном состоянии, в естественных сообществах. В саду Amazing можно полюбоваться засухоустойчивыми и теплолюбивыми розмарином, эхиумом, валерьяной и душицей.
Мы строим сады не для того, чтобы выиграть, а для собственного удовольствия, ради нашей страсти к садам и своему делу. Но если мы победим, это будет дополнительным бонусом.
А я считаю, главное – это москвичи, которые приходят в наш сад. Они приходят сюда и видят, что сад красив, им хочется провести здесь время, посидеть, посмотреть на цветы, насладиться природой. Это для нас самое важное. Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Когда-то улица Новый Арбат стала символом новой архитектуры и новых городов. И сад архитектуры природы тоже об этом, о том, как будут выглядеть города в будущем, о том, как природа и архитектура объединятся в одно.
В цветочном джеме мы получаем много полезной информации, проходя через преграды и трудности своеобразные, но в итоге мы приходим к какому-то крутому результату. Как и в книге, мы приходим к определенному финалу. Растения олицетворяют здесь поток информации. Это определенное развитие сюжета, то есть растения меняют друг друга в цветении в течение всего сезона, показывают раскрытие героя или сюжета. Растения поддерживают форму шаров, а сами шары олицетворяют знаки препинания, которые разбросаны по моему саду.
Сад оригами как будто сложен из белого листа бумаги. Именно журавлики, выполненные в этой технике, вдохновили дизайнеров на идею сада. Сад «Городская пастораль» питерских архитекторов Дмитрия Бочкова и Дениса Баташева создан для того, чтобы, оказавшись внутри, люди могли полностью забыть о том, что окружает их снаружи. Сад «Шелковый путь» посвящен великому караванному торговому пути между Китаем и Средней Азией. И он служит символом объединения разных культур, языков, обычаев.
Оттенки цветов, начиная от начала до конца, меняются от зеленого, желтого, переходя в розовый, фиолетовый, а потом в красный и бордовый. То есть как сама жизнь от младенчества, юности и зрелого возраста. Я надеюсь, что это будет видно. Это очень важно.
Мы очень ждем вас в садах фестиваля «Цветочный джем». Дорогие коллеги, мы продолжаем. Возвращайтесь, пожалуйста, в зал. Я вас очень жду.
Most of us see the benefit in plants and trees. We all have this common love which brings you together. So for me, that has been Flower Jam has been a great way to access Moscow and its people. It's given us something common to talk about. And I think Flower Jam will have the same benefit for a lot of other foreigners that come to the city. So I think a lot of other tourists in particular I think it's something that people recognise and understand, plants and spaces, and it softens a space and it allows people to relax and enjoy the space. So my opinion of Moscow has completely changed. From the view of it being a place that was very alien to me and a culture that was very different, a little bit nervous about coming here at first, not knowing what to expect. Actually what I've realised is that we have so much more in common than we have different. Third year, and when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really. So yeah, that's kind of why I keep coming back.
I think Flower Jam has a great future. I've seen it improve even from last year. There are some amazing standout gardens at the show here which would look good in any flower show around the world.
I think it will get more and more international designers to participate because the news spreads and they know how good it is and more people want to participate in it.
Yes, we would like to win. We arrive here in order to try to win.
And this is now my third year, and when I first flew back in this time around, I had this really warm feeling. And it's not so much about place, I think it's more about people. And Moscow Flower Jam feels like a bit of a large family, really. I've got to know the people, and I feel everybody see each other in that way. So I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit part of that, really.
We chose the social nomination because we wanted to become more close to people, to make the garden which is useful for children, for people, with an additional educational function.
All the gardens are completely interactive, so people can walk through them, they can climb on them, they can touch them, they can sit on them, they can smell them.
So we don't build show gardens to win anything. We build it for self-enjoyment, for passion.
And I think working here with Flower Jam has given me the opportunity to make something quite fantastical, a very rare thing in the world.
If I can do it again, I will do it again for sure. Thank you.
В 2018 году председатель жюри цветочного джема Джеймс Бассон создал в качестве спецпроекта сад в сквере Майи Плисецкой. По просьбе Ассоциации ландшафтных архитекторов России этот сад не был демонтирован и прекрасно пережил зиму.
В этом году впервые появились специальные проекты цветочного джема, которые изначально проектировались как постоянные. Это 4 парка в разных районах Москвы. Парки были разбиты вокруг фестивальных площадок московских сезонов, где регулярно проводятся городские мероприятия, ярмарки, праздники, концерты, детские программы. Все вместе это создает точки притяжения для жителей районов. Правительство Москвы, которое является учредителем конкурса «Цветочный джем», уверено, что люди, живущие в районах, достойны того, чтобы у них рядом с домом был современный, по-настоящему красивый парк. Поэтому авторами парков на фестивальных площадках стали признанные звезды мирового ландшафтного дизайна. Питер Корн из Швеции, председатель жюри конкурса Энди Стюджен, который входит в десятку лучших ландшафтных дизайнеров Великобритании.
Дорогие друзья, наш спикер.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to the stage our next speaker. Well, actually, you have about 90 seconds to take your seats if you want to listen to the presentation to be delivered by our next speaker.
Ну что, продолжим.
Right, let's resume. Well, actually, we are on a very tight schedule because, you know, after lunch, like I said, at 4 p.m., the expert council is gonna meet all the finalists, and right after the short general meeting, the experts will go into breakdown sessions with finalists and mentor them on their designs. And that's gonna help the finalists to fine-tune, improve, and tinker with their designs. And I hope that mentorship sessions will improve their projects considerably. Before we move on, I'd like to thank our sponsors. That's the Cobble Work designer and the winner of multiple awards, the Kotika factory. And now I'd like to pass on the floor to a person who I don't think I actually need to introduce because you know him perfectly well. This is Chief Landscape Designer of the Aptekarsky Garden of the Botanical Gardens and the winner of the National Landscape Design Contest, Artem Parshin. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, being the host of this event, I'd like to welcome all of you once again to the Botanical Garden. Please raise your hand if this is your first time in the Botanical Garden. Well, you're twice as lucky as the rest of the people in the audience. Actually, I already touched upon some of the things that I'm gonna brief you on last year, but nevertheless, I will briefly go over the sustainability practices that we embrace here in the Botanical Garden, because we've been doing that for years on end. And then I will brief you on the new project that we have been implementing during the past 12 months. Let me remind you that we are in the oldest botanical garden in Russia. This year we turn 314 years. Not only is the figure itself is impressive, but the botanical garden has been preserved in downtown Moscow, and we've boasted a continuous history of growing plants here. This is the bird's view of the garden. It just goes to show you how small it is and how tightly surrounded it is by the municipal buildings. We are not linked with the wildlife, and it's difficult to survive in such an environment, but the garden is lucky because it has us. We will help it survive. And in May, the foot traffic is 10,000 people per day. I guess this is the limit that we have to deal with. We don't know how to increase the capacity because the popularity of the garden is growing. People come here not only to take a look at the plants. Actually, this is not the main reason. They just come here because this is a sanctuary right in downtown Moscow. And in downtown Moscow, there are few such old-time green zones that we try to promote as something unique. We are not funded by the Moscow government. On the one hand, it means that we are on a tight budget, but on the other hand, it actually means that we don't have to follow the one-size-fits-all principle, which is true for other green zones. So most of the other green spaces have lost their identity, but this is a separate subject for discussion. This is the layout, which is quite complicated. By the way, you can grab a map like that at the reception desk. This is just a good illustration of how many things we used to have in the garden and still have here. The layout is quite complex. The landscape itself is quite complex. Naturally, plants are the main players. They grow, they produce lots of organic substance, and that's exactly what I'm going to focus on in the second part of my presentation. To deep dive into the context, I just wanted to show a couple of bullets demonstrating our activities here. And the last bullet is the sustainability policy and the environmental efforts that we do not spare to preserve this quasi-wildlife sanctuary. I actually invite all of you back here in a couple of months. Because without, as they say, one picture is worth a thousand words. And this is the outcome of a well thought through management. This is the same spot a couple of months later. And as you can see, the image is totally different. Different plants blossom. And again, this is a proof that it's a multi-layer community. Multiple plants grow in the same space. And by the way, it also includes insects, not just plants. There are worms, fungi, bacteria, and naturally we have to take all of their needs into account. Unfortunately, plants, as any living organism, die, and this is an inevitable consequence for any garden. And some of the wood that we get, we don't consider it garbage, by the way. Well, I guess this is an obvious thing to you, but it's not that obvious to just an average citizen. This is the way we use the cut wood. You can actually use it as temporary pavement. But usually we just crush the dead wood, and the chips can be used for mulching, for pathways, because it's much more pleasant to walk on a chip-covered, wood chips covered pathway as opposed to the gravel path. For instance, shown on the left-hand side is the thing I'm talking about. This is our conscious choice, and we do this on purpose. Some of the images showing dead leaves. We don't consider it to be a waste, and we don't rake the dead leaves, and thanks to this not doing anything, we get such beautiful images that I demonstrated in the previous pictures. Another example of the very same spot. Well, actually, usually that happens in mid-April, but given the current weather, I don't even know when you're going to see an image like that this year. Some of the plants are not local. Actually, these are the remains of the species that grew here back in the 19th century, and when this garden used to be on the outskirts of the city, but now we are in downtown Moscow, while these communities still exist. However, there are a number of exotic plants that originate from southern parts of Russia, and that is linked with the previous presentation. Well, there are different views on whether it's dangerous to mix exotic plants with native plants. By the way, botanic gardens are the main source of the dangerous weeds. At least that's been the case for the past century. And we actually cannot but keep thinking about that. In the past, no one was concerned about the seeds of the exotic plants that can result in weeding and dominating the spaces. Anyway, organic substance is processed in the garden. We try to talk and communicate with our visitors. That's the main topic of my presentation. We have to communicate with people because, city dwellers have no idea what we do here. They don't even understand that dead wood and dead leaves, as well as other organic substances, is not just waste. And we try to crush organic matter here, and we use it as in the form of wood chips and fertilizers. The only exception are contaminated substances, but you can actually burn it here and use the ash as a fertilizer. You don't need to take your waste anywhere else. Rainwater is another challenge that we face. In the past, the most common school of thought was to drain rainwater as fast as possible, just pump it into the wastewater system. This is no longer the case. Rainwater is now considered to be an asset rather than a liability. Secondary water use is a must now. Water will filter into the soil. It will either wet the soil or evaporate. These are the two biggest greenhouses that we have here, and we collect rainwater from the roofs, and then it flows into the underground water tank. These old-time water tanks can be seen when you go down the stairs to the food court. We can accumulate about 80 cubic meters of rainwater. That's the capacity of the water tank. And naturally, we use the rainwater to water the plants growing in our glass houses. Not only does it allow us to save 20% of the costs, but rainwater is of much better quality than tap water. Well, St. Pete people are lucky because the quality of tap water in St. Pete is great, and you don't get the whitish substance on the leaves if you water your plants with St. Pete tap water. But in Moscow, the quality of water is poor. This is a 2-year-long project that we implemented. This flowchart shows the way we collect rainwater and put it into the underground water tanks. Well, now you know what to look for when you go down the stairs to the food court. These are slanted roofs that we constructed for the cacti. This is a special framework that allows the sun to illuminate the glass houses while the water, the rainwater, flows into the water tanks on the slopes. And this is the rainwater pipelines. Actually, a gardener can either water the plants with rainwater or with tap water. Surface water is usually used to sprinkle the walkways in the garden, while rainwater is primarily used to water the plants. Orchids and other plants cannot survive tap water. We have to desalinate it first. And right here you can see the reverse osmosis system to desalinate the tap water. It's not a challenge as far as the rainwater is concerned. You can just use it immediately without desalination. Another recent project, which we call an urban garden for bees. Previous speakers already mentioned that insects have a hard time living in such small gardens, and they don't get enough food here, especially when the lime tree no longer blossoms. Therefore, we have a special part in the garden for the bees to feed on. These are the plants that blossom in late spring, and naturally we do not produce honey here. We'll just use the plants to feed the bees. This image does not show a single native plant, but these are the honey-bearing plants, honey plants. But for the Sklifosovsky Hospital, which is in the background, you might have thought that this was somewhere outside of Moscow, but actually this is in downtown Moscow. This is the European Russia flora. We planted these plants to simulate a wildlife ecosystem. Actually, it is a wildlife ecosystem because we used only those species that grow in European Russia, and that's to answer the question whether you can integrate wildlife in an artificial urban-based garden. There are a number of rare species that we have here, and most of the Muscovites probably saw such species for the first time here. We sport here 20 rare species. And this is a national park. You cannot walk off the walkways, but it's a real wildlife sanctuary. But for the labels, you might have thought that it was just a woodland somewhere outside of Moscow. I personally believe that it's a very successful project. It is impressive, and it just goes to show you that if you spend enough time, effort, and money, you can create naturalistic spaces even in downtown Moscow. We try to attract birds. Some of the species get here without asking our permission, but because of the climate change, these birds move to the north more, and that's why they're here. And this is something that I wanted to talk to you about in greater detail. Last year I demonstrated this flow chart because back then it was just an idea, but this year it's an already operational project. This is a demo This is a demo compost farm. The size is 15 by 15 meters. It is based on a reinforced concrete platform with the drainage system. The reinforced concrete was a must because we wanted the vehicles to drive on it. And this is, I guess, the largest hotel for insects, if you will. It's open on from both sides, and you can actually enter this farm. This is the most traditional compost production system that we use, but there are different systems on display that you can use in your cottage houses or produce enough organic matter for large parks. However, the most interesting thing here is this box, which is compost produced by worms. The volume is a couple of cubic meters. You can stuff straw there, and worms inhabit this box. So these worms are not exotic. These are native worms, and unlike other worms, their habitat is the border between the productive soil and compost. So the densest layer is at the bottom of the box, but we also have a motor with a winch, and the blades are dull, so as not to cut down the worms. So the compost does not have to be sieved or filtered because it's of an ideal quality. So it's a closed loop system. You just add some organic matter on top and you get compost from the bottom. It takes 1.5 to 2 months to produce quite a significant amount of ideal compost, and the only thing you need is worms. When the farm is locked, there are no people inside, but the mesh is totally transparent, therefore any visitor can actually take a closer look at it. And in the backyard we have a wooden bridge of sorts, an elevated platform. You can stand on it to peek over the fence into the compost farm. And we have labels demonstrating the info on most of the compost production systems that we have. So you don't even have to go on a guided tour. You can get this info just simply by reading the labels. This project was sponsored by Pernod Ricard. It's a French hard liquor producer, but they have a huge Moscow-based office staffed by about 200 people. Most of them are young people. They're white collars, and I guess for most of them, compost was a word they have never heard before. So once a year, these guys get out of their office and do something useful. So in our case, they did a couple of useful projects. For instance, they were engaged in the construction work in the compost farm. It took them several hours to construct some of the things that otherwise would have taken us months to do. So basically, they did the wood construction. They put the organic matter inside these boxes, and these are the traditional compost production systems. Music played throughout this team building event. This is the so-called insects hotel. As you can see, the rocks are at the bottom to ensure enough stability for the structure, while shown on top are various organic various types of organic matter suitable for the insects. We brought different tweeds from all over the garden while these guys were here, So they filled all the compost production boxes with the weeds, and then the baldest ones put the worms inside. I guess they got lasting impressions. And after that, we let out insects. In the image, I'm holding a microscopic mites. So actually, they are not dangerous because these mites are dangerous only for other insects, but for humans, they are not dangerous. And that was the pick of the day. We let out ladybirds because ladybirds are positive insects for the Russians. We put them into special cans, and at the very end we let them out in the garden, which was right across the insect hotel. It's a simple way to engage lots of people and raise their awareness of what we do. Actually, this experience can be copied and pasted, and we'll be more than happy to share it with you. Then there was an official opening ceremony, and now we do take pride in this compost farm. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the floor? Actually, there are. Would you please pass the mic on to the person who just raised his or her hand? Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I have two questions, if I may. The first one is about the rainwater. You probably did the chemical analysis of the composition of the water. So are there any problems with the acid content because, of the air pollution caused by the vehicles? Shall I ask the second question afterwards? No, why don't you shoot all the questions? And what about the sanitary standards? Because, when you constructed the compost farm, did you have to meet any of the sanitary standards? And what about other parks? Would they have to meet the sanitary standards? Well, I have no clue what standards are in place for other parks. What about the supervisors? Don't they prohibit compost production within the city? Well, first and foremost, I don't think there is a direct ban. Otherwise, we would have known about that. But to take your first question, indeed, we did multiple water composition tests, and no matter how strange it might seem, rainwater is quite clean. Moreover, when it rains for quite a long time, you don't collect rainwater for the first 30 minutes because we want our roofs to be washed off as well, and an hour, half an hour or an hour later, you can collect rainwater into the underground water tanks. But even then, we can still separate some petroleum products and contaminants. Well, my second question is, we used to have a similar worm-based compost production system. But my question is, what's the current status of the worms, and what happens with the worms after a certain period of time? Do you have to replace the worms with others? No, actually, we don't replace them. We can keep them underground where the ambient temperature is plus 3 degrees above zero, and they just hibernate. They don't have to be fed at ambient temperatures like that. So this compost production system is now empty. Well, given the freezing temperatures outside, the worms would have frozen. So we actually put them in the cellars where the temperatures are not as low. Hold on a second. Good afternoon. I was just wondering, where do you get ladybugs to populate your entire hotel? Actually, golden opsal ladybugs have to be certified. Well, you have to get a certificate to both sell them and to buy them. You cannot just go out and buy them. That's a pity. Moreover, ladybirds are not produced here. They have to be imported. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have the following question. What are your current plans for this year? Because each and every time you come up with some new idea and you always surprise us. And by the way, thank you for the guided tour that we all experienced. What are your plans for 2020? I'm superstitious, so I'm not going to share all of our plans with you, but I guess I could safely say that we have a huge fields that we allocate for summertime to operate various performances and concerts, and around the perimeter of this field, we will have a string of different small-sized gardens, and the first one is going to be the rain garden. At the level of the ground, we will try to demonstrate different types of green, vegetation-covered roofs. You would be able to feel and touch all these plants. This garden will accumulate the drained water from the entire field, and it will be a show of sustainable water bodies in the city, and we're going to have a special community of plants that can survive both floods and droughts. I have a question about bees. Did you buy them? Did you import them? And did you have any incidents involving bees and visitors? You know, because you said that your foot traffic is 10,000 people per day. Indeed, bees are different. There are aggressive bees, so don't buy them for public spaces. In our case, we experimented with different species, including hybrid species. And actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but our chief gardener, Anton Levenyuk, is somewhere in the back of the room, so you should probably address this question to him. But we experimented with the so-called Russian bee, which originates from the Russian forest. These species do not fall sick, subject to various diseases, unlike other species, and these species are not aggressive. So we have just one case when there was a bee bite, but actually it was an employee that got bitten, but not a single visitor ever complained about bee bites. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the wonderful expo of the plants growing in Russia that you have here. Oftentimes, I bring my friends to this garden and give them a guided tour. And actually, I'm talking about friends who have their own cottage houses, and these are guys who go into the wild all the time. But nevertheless, they get impressed by the beauty that you have here. Thank you for that. Well, actually, it's one of the points that we tried to drive home. Even in the urban terrain, you can build gardens. Indeed, that's an eye-opener, because oftentimes people just don't realize how beautiful such gardens might be. And my question is as follows. If I'm not mistaken, this summer you asked everyone to bring frogs into your garden. So my question is, what was the outcome? And the second question is about the hotel for insects. So you have rocks at the bottom. I was just wondering whether you're gonna put any lizards there. Actually, no, because lizards will freeze in the winter. I don't want to experiment. I take pity on lizards. As for the frogs, actually, it was a false alarm, because, you know, it's not good to bring animals from the wild and take them into an urban terrain. And we never succeeded in providing habitat for the frogs. By the way, but we have quite a number of efts here. They're in the pond that we have here. don't bring any frogs here. Can I ask you another question? Olga Cherdantseva, I work for the Russian Museum. We've been friends for years on end, and actually both gardens were established by Peter the Great. Both of our gardens date back to the same period. And today we're celebrating the day of death of Peter the Great. So I was just wondering if we could exchange some of the plants with each other. I'll give you an oak. Is that possible? Actually, we have discussed this. We have a large tree here, which was planted by Peter the Great, and that was confirmed by the scientific test. The large tree is almost. This large tree is almost dead, but we decided to use its tissue to plant other trees, but this experiment failed. This spring we're gonna try. We're gonna make another attempt at that.
Yeah, could I just ask you, are you working with any of the universities in Moscow to do sort of comprehensive invertebrate sampling of what you have in the gardens and just to establish a baseline, or has that work already been done in Moscow?
Нет.
Well, the answer is no, because we are part of the Moscow State University, but the overall answer is no. We are open to any collaboration and cooperation. If there are any volunteers, if there are any partners, we'll be happy to analyze any proposal. Let's move on. Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite to the stage Vera Florova, Deputy Head of the Department of the Landscape Design with the Bauman University of Technology, and she's also a member of our expert council. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, it's a real honor for me to address such an esteemed audience. Actually, I thought that we would be discussing some practical issues, but my presentation is primarily about the scientific studies that we do at the request of the Moscow government. Actually, it was great to see that I follow Artyom's presentation, because what I'm going to be talking about will not be perceived by you as scientific studies, because Artyom just showed the way it could be implemented, and he showed you some real life examples from the apothecary garden. So it was great that Artyom preceded my presentation. The point of our project was to evaluate the ecosystem services that could be provided by the green spaces scattered all across Moscow. From the very outset, I just want to mention that Moscow is a green city, by the way, and green zones account for 50% of the overall area. This is a fact of life, and do not make any mistake about that. Half of the city is allocated for green zones. There are some guidelines to this effect, and these guidelines list different types of the green spaces and green zones. This actually, this slide shows the definition. A green space includes all the zones where plants grow. Basically, this is it. It's not just the Moscow government, but it's also other municipal authorities that start thinking about the right way to manage the green spaces, because we are talking about huge areas. Land is expensive in major cities, and this is especially true for Moscow. And like I said, green zones account for 50% of the Moscow area. Thus, you have to really deep dive and analyze in depth the profitability of such zones. One of the current challenges for smart cities boils down to managing the green spaces. It's a relevant issue not just for Moscow, but for other major cities. Well, as part of the smart city concept, we have to focus on things like integrating IoT into the smart city platform. We have to manage the big data that we get. For instance, there are lots of CCTV cameras around Moscow. You might have noticed that the number is growing with each and every passing year, so we have to process such data. By the way, according to statistics, Moscow is lagging behind London because in London, they have about 300 CCTV cameras per square kilometer, and in Moscow, it's only 55 CCTV cameras per square kilometer. And the smart city concept envisions rapid response to the most complicated daily tasks that can happen in a big city. This slide shows you some background, gives you some background information and gives you the definition of the ecosystem services. In the past 2 decades, the global scientific community has drawn a conclusion that ecosystem services can be valued in different currencies, for instance, US dollars. So actually, ecosystem services are measurable, and you can calculate the profitability per hectare. And well, it's just some background information. I'm going to skip the slide because we're really short of time. We've been focusing on this issue in the past 18 months. We have read through lots of publications, including foreign publications coming from different continents. The amount of data was so big that we had to narrow it down. Actually, there are 20 different categories of ecosystem services in general. And we decided to hone in on 5 of them, because we believe that these 5 ecosystem services are the most important ones for Moscow. I'm not saying that this is an exhaustive list. It's just a short list that we singled out for our research. So I'm going to give you more details on each and every bullet shown in this slide. The first ecosystem service that we plan to evaluate in Moscow is managing the air quality. We're going to be evaluating 3 factors, 3 aspects, if you will. That's the plant carbon sink capacity, the dust filtering capacity, well, carbon sink. Carbon sink is a buzzword, and mass media, including online media, post many publications on carbon sink. Green spaces definitely have all these 3 factors that have to be taken into account. To be able to measure the pollutants sink capacity of a single tree or a park, well, actually, we could not use satellite images, even if it was possible. We had to calculate this ratio for each and every tree. So we decided to use the allometric equations to calculate the fetal mass for different trees of different ages growing in different environments. To be able to evaluate the absorption capacity, last year we did lots of wildlife tests as well as tests in downtown Moscow. We would get samples of the leaves from the deciduous trees, and then we would run tests in the lab to measure the relevant parameters. For instance, this chart shows the nitrogen sulfide concentrations, nitrogen oxide and sulfuric substances concentrations in the leaves. We did measurements in 30 different sites to evaluate the dust absorption capacity. Of course, we could have acquired this data from publications, but the statistics, and by the way, we have 30 years worth of statistics at our department. The statistics are no longer relevant. Trust me, the data acquired 30 years ago is totally different from the current data. And I guess climate change has had a huge impact on that, among other things. As for the carbon sink, we got samples of plants from 30 different sites, and then we ran lab tests to calculate how much carbon was absorbed by the leaves. In addition to that, we also tested some of the dead leaves that were not raked in the parks. So we measured the thickness of the layer and the carbon sink in the leaves. Phytoncide properties are really important. Well, despite the fact that in Moscow we don't have that many phytoncides as compared with the southern parts, we still had to take them into account when measuring the ecosystem services. The second service that we focused on is microclimate regulation. It's common knowledge that green zones are much more comfortable for people than paved curbs. That's obvious, but this parameter should be measurable. By how much would we feel better if we are in the shade of the trees as opposed to the open concrete curb? There is such a parameter as the cooling capacity index. It's a measurable index. Actually, there are lots of indices. Not all of them are listed here, but the horizontal area of the canopy is one of the indices. Vapor transparency, albedo are just a few examples. However, I'm not going to deep dive into that because it's not relevant. The second index that we now measure is the urban heat mitigation index. Naturally, in this case, we used satellite images. Our experts analyzed the satellite images made available to us, and actually the outcomes came as a surprise to us. We're talking about the surface heat index and the daily average heating. Large green spaces, such as the Sokolniki Park in Moscow or other national parks within the city limits, would feature a difference of 10 to 13 degrees as benchmarked with the Moscow suburbs, while the difference in downtown Moscow sometimes reached 22 to 24 degrees. And actually, these temperature deviations can clearly be visible in the satellite images. In addition to that, we used the laser scanning technique to scan green spaces. It's worth mentioning that digital technologies play an important role. Well, by the way, they are part of the smart city concept, and as far as green spaces are concerned, they are poorly digitalized. Well, actually, we were the first ones in Moscow who actually used laser scanning. Leica helped us with providing the tools. We scanned 8 different sites. And now we have 3D models of each and every site and each and every tree. I guess we could use them for different purposes, starting from measuring certain parameters and up to designing landscapes based on the model. This is just an example of how a 3D scan of a tree could be used for various purposes. The next ecosystem service that I'd like to touch upon, which is relevant for Moscow, is surface drainage. If you live in Moscow, you're well aware of the fact that many Moscow districts, because of heavy rains, are flooded. Each and every year we have to combat flooding because the drainage system was not initially designed for such heavy rains. So basically, we believe that this ecosystem service is of paramount importance. I do understand that it's a fine print and you can hardly see anything in this table, but if there is brush and grass in the green surface, the surface drainage ratio is about 6%, while the blacktop paved area has a ratio of 100%, which proves that vegetation and even poorly cultivated lawns have a drainage ratio of 50%. However, if the area is planted with brush and perennials, then the ratio gets much better. And this is one of the approaches that could be used for developing various parts of Moscow. The efficiency of the green zones might be higher if we could calculate the surface drainage ratios. Green spaces would be able to drain rainwater from other areas, and Artyom in his presentation just said that rainwater in Moscow is of good quality. Thus, you can put it into water tanks for follow-up watering of your plants. Because basically, most of the plants and most of the vegetation need irrigation, additional irrigation. At least this is always the case in Moscow, save for summers when we got much rain. And the green infrastructure technologies is something that Artyom already mentioned in his presentation. Such technologies could be applied in the city streets. Rain gardens will contain water, thus it will reduce the load on the drainage system and create better conditions for the urban plants. Previous speakers already touched upon the biodiversity topic, and one of the indicators of the biodiversity would be urban pollinator biodiversity evaluation, but I do understand that there is no direct link, at least as we deem it. It's not that the more pollinators you have, the greater biodiversity. That would be a an illusion to say so, but I guess we would have to come up with better ideas to increase the biodiversity. Another important function for any green space is the recreation function. Therefore, when you design a green zone in the city, you have to keep in mind that these areas will be visited by people. We evaluated all of the 30 sites that we singled out, and we realized that certain sites are overloaded to a large extent. 100 people per hectare is the current standard. If you have 100 people per hectare, then no damage is done to the green zones if people just walk around and rest and recreate. So there is no excessive load if this ratio is maintained. However, at a number of experimental sites that we evaluated by involving students, it turned out that this load per hectare was overexceeded. That holds true for the Sokolniki Park, the Hermitage Garden. Too many people come at a given point of time to these parks, and naturally that has a negative impact on the plants. Another aspect that we assess as part of the recreation evaluation, recreation function evaluation, is the aesthetic value. Well, you might ask me, how do we evaluate the aesthetic value? James mentioned that there are multiple ways to do that. For some people, aesthetics are about the beauty of the gravel-paved pathway and the shrubs growing along this pathway. For others, aesthetics are about blossoming roses and hortensias. I don't think we're gonna find any one-size-fits-all tool to evaluate aesthetics anytime soon. But nevertheless, I guess some public opinion polls would be welcome to get a feeling of what people mean by aesthetics in a specific region. We might want to educate people to change the perception of aesthetics. Nevertheless, green spaces should provoke positive emotions, and I don't think you're going to argue against that. We all should get positive feelings, and we should all get energized by the green spaces that we visit. It is important. Some of the green spaces in Moscow are perceived by Muscovites as scary places. You know, because we did some public opinion polling, and it turns out that huge parks, such as the Izmailovo Park, scare people. Because, you know, if you're all alone in the middle of the park, you get scared if you don't see anyone around you. I'm not saying that this park is not safe. You might not even get assaulted by anyone, but the feeling of safety is directly linked to aesthetics. If you like something, if you like to be somewhere, you feel safe, and these emotions are interlinked. And the sense of beauty, aesthetics, and the physical safety. In addition to that, we plan to evaluate the number of blossoming plants. It would be one of the parameters to evaluate the aesthetic value. In Moscow, we don't get that many blossoming trees and shrubs, and there are huge spaces in Moscow parks where you won't find a single blossoming tree or shrub. I'm almost done, don't worry. And based on all of these calculations, this is just for your information, all these indices are being calculated. We have special equations and algorithms to this effect. Ultimately, we will have a comprehensive evaluation of the ecosystem services provided by the green spaces in general, and based on that, we'll come up with a smart model to manage the green spaces and to measure the effectiveness. And going back to the previous presentation, I just want to mention that here in this botanic garden, you have the highest concentration of the ecosystem services. It's great that we have a garden like that in downtown Moscow, and it's great that it is not managed by the Moscow government. Nevertheless, it is within Moscow. We can come here and we can get all these ecosystem services in real time. In conclusion, I just wanted to say one other thing. Our assessment of the ecosystem services show that wildlife spaces wildlife spaces beat artificially done green spaces all the time, hands down. So, in conclusion, I want to say, take care about the nature, because nature is the best designer ever. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. That's an unexpected conclusion. Let's take a brief Q&A session. We only have time for a couple of questions. I have a very practical question. Where can I get more detailed information on the studies that you have done so far? Well, we haven't done a single publication yet. That's a pity. Well, according to our contract, we cannot publish the outcomes of our studies. That's why I've been only providing you with some general data without showing any specific figures. But I hope that in the near future, we will be able to publish the outcomes of our studies. What magazine, what journal, scientific journal, are you going to publish your results? I cannot divulge this information. Who did you sign the contract with? It's the Nature Use Department of the Moscow government.
Do you have also a meteo station on the city for the data that you have, or you use normal data?
Well, we used satellite images and we decoded the satellite images to measure this. Of course, we do have meteo stations within city limits, but we are talking about the surface heating effect. It's not the ambient temperature, but rather the surface heating effect. It's much better to use infrared images.
You don't have a meteo station that will with the data above the canopy of the construction, temperature data or irradiance data, no?
Пока не анализировали эти данные. Надо, возможно, их...
Well, we haven't analyzed this data yet. We might include it later on. Can I ask a question? Go ahead. I was just wondering, when you measured the nitrogen oxide and SO2 absorption capacity, were these the only two substances that you measured? NOx and SO2 are the most widespread pollutants, so we only measured those. Maybe I missed it in your presentation, but what equation did you use to calculate the dust filtering capacity? Do you need special devices to this effect? Well, actually, we used lab tools. Like I said, we used dead leaves for running such lab tests. Actually, we followed widespread techniques and methods. The question is about the results of the lab leaf tests. Are you talking about the pollutant concentrations? Well, how dirty and how contaminated are leaves in Moscow, dead leaves in Moscow? Actually, there are rules as to whether to rack or not to rack the leaves, and Executive Order 743 gives you specific guidelines on what to do with the dead leaves. It's not about the level of contamination. It's not even that relevant. We evaluated the carbon sink capacity of the dead leaves. Actually, we tried to measure the benefits rather than negative consequences. So what do you personally think? Should we rake leaves in residential areas? I have no clue. You have to analyze each and every backyard, I guess. But leaves actually improve the quality of the soil. But whether the locals would like that, that's a big question mark. You have to, one size does not fit all. One last question, please. The methods that you used, were they your own techniques, or did you use some foreign experience? And can you actually benchmark your results with the data on foreign parks? What would be the profitability of green spaces per square meter in Moscow as compared to those in London or elsewhere? As for the equations and methods, our department has recently turned 70 years. And when we started this project, it turned out that many studies were done in the past. Back then, they used different definitions and terms, and but actually, the school of thought, the scientific school of thought, is there. As for the recreation functionality, we use the following ratio: the number of people per hectare, the number of visitors per hectare. We just took measurements in different times of day, in different weekdays. We did breakdown by sex, by age, stuff like that. So basically, we did measurements on the ground. If we're talking about closed spaces, well, actually, you can use tickets to calculate the foot traffic in this particular garden. Well, what about retired people and and families with lots of kids? Thank you so much, Vera. We are way behind the schedule, so we have to move on. I suggest we give the floor to Humaira Ikram, Garden Design Course Lecturer at the KLC School of Design, London. And right after that, we're going to move on to the panel discussion.
Thanks for... and thank you to Vera for that really insightful talk. So I'm going to be here talking about sustainability and environment and how we teach that at the Garden Design School that I work at in London. You do want to see? So, KLC, just a little bit about that. We are a garden and interiors design college. We've been going for over 30 years. We have a base in Chelsea Harbour and also at Hampton Court Palace. And the garden design students have access to Hampton Court Palace all year. So building this course, so I was always interested in the environment from a young age. And in fact, I went to King's College London and did a degree in the 90s about environmental science. And I realized that at the time, and talking to Alessandro the other day, he was also doing some kind of PhD in environmental science at the same time. we realized that there was a lot of things that we could do, but nobody was doing them because they thought we were slightly crazy and worried about the environment. But now, 20 years on, 25 years on, with Greta, she has made us all think about all these things again. So I retrained in 2005 as a garden designer, and when I did that, I was thinking about the course and what things I could do to improve it. And one thing was the tutors. My tutors were great, but we only had one, and they told us everything that we needed to know. And I always thought that we needed a bigger base of tutors. Design process was everything, which you have to learn, but there is a lot more to building a garden and a space. Sustainability and environment wasn't mentioned at all, and that was 10, 15 years ago, but still it should have been part of the curriculum. Creativity was kind of lost. We did things because we were told how to do them, a little bit like James is saying about landscape architecture. Teachers were telling us what to do, tutors were telling us what to do, and we were doing that. And we weren't thinking enough for ourselves. And technical skills, it was 10 years ago, so we didn't have many of those as well. And industry contacts. I realized that everything in this business is about contacts and collaborations. So if you want to get anything done, you need to know people as well. And that was the final thing. It lacked excitement. What we want to do is have exciting projects so people can go and do something different, especially if you're going to change your life and become a garden designer rather than a landscape architect. Lots of the students I have are career changers. We want to give them something exciting to look forward to. So the KLC course in itself is a part-time course, and it's 1 year, and it's garden design, and it's not landscape architecture. But when the students come out, we do often have to go up against landscape architects for jobs. It's vocational, so I go to studios like Andy's and other places and say, what do you want? What do you want from our students? Let's build that into the course. Skills and tools, that's all of the technical stuff, so Vectorworks, SketchUp, Photoshop, InDesign, all of those things that you need to put together a really professional looking design, but also things like sketching and understanding all the processes. Creativity, so everybody has a sketchbook, and we make people draw with pencils and pens, and that's where you always start. We've definitely added a whole module in environmental awareness and sustainability because it was lacking. And again, enthusiasm and excitement because we want to give you really cool projects to design. So the whole business is about collaborations. So tutors are the main place where we start. So we've got a big, diverse range of tutors. We have 7 garden designers and 3 working landscape architects. And we also have a garden historian. And as well as those main tutors, we also have lots of specialist tutors. Taking your pictures? So from Andy Sturgeon's office, I said, send me the most intelligent person you have. So Thea Thompson came, sorry Andy, and she teaches the students about specialist materials and water management. So one of the things that I've found in this whole sustainability space is that we use certain things like concrete, but where are the alternatives? What else can we use? So this is what Thea comes in to talk about. So maybe we can use an earth-rammed wall, or we can use dry stone walls instead of using concrete. And also she talks about water management. So why are we wasting water? We should be using green water, bioswales, and all of these other ways of water management. So we have Daryl Moore who comes in and talks about sustainable conceptual gardens. And we have a project with the RHS and also with Flower Jam is the same kind of thing this year, thinking about sustainable gardens and how do you make an impact, but on a show garden. Adolfo Harrison comes in and talks about sustainability and materials. And both of these guys, Daryl and Adolfo, run a design company called Cityscapes, which produces conceptual spaces in cities. So they're really used to thinking about it in these ways. And he comes in and talks about longevity of gardens and critically analyzes gardens. So why are we building them? What is the point? Is it just to make a nice space, or do we want to do more? So the list of specialist tutors goes on, and I'm going to go back to landscape architecture because it's 50-50 on the course that I do. 50% is about design, 50% is about planting. So we have planting consultant Chris Marchant, who teaches people how to put together successful planting schemes. We've got people like Rosie Yeomans, who's she used to run the BBC Question Time Gardens, so she knows everything you need to know. And we have Giacomo Guzon. This is just for the sustainability module, and he comes in and talks about all of the research, basically, that James is doing, that they're doing at Great Dixter about diversity. Thomas Rayner, who's an American landscape architect, he distills all of that, because the point of the course is it's a 2-day-a-week course, so we have to make it so that people can get to this kind of information, but then so that they know how to get this kind of information, they can go and read more. We also have lots of inspirational speakers. Matthew came in, Tom Stewart-Smith, Luciana Jubilai, and they often set projects. And we have lots of partners that we work with. So throughout the course, we have lots of different projects. So we've worked with on therapeutic gardens for cancer centres. We've worked with the Royal Horticultural Society. We work with other Flower Jam. I must say, thank you very much. I've got 2 of my students who have just been picked today for the Moscow show, so thank you for that. And also nursery and landscaping partners. These are really important because if you don't know where to go or who to go and speak to, how can you ever make a good planting scheme or find the right materials? So we invite all of these people in. So teaching design. So there are basic things that I'm sure that all of you guys know because you've all been on courses about garden design. So design and planting principles: simplicity, balance, scale, proportion, unity, and harmony. So those are the 4 main things. And on top of that, planting, right plant and right place is going to be better than anything that's not in the right place. So we make sure that students understand that and think about that when they're putting their schemes together. But why do we design gardens? Is it just for aesthetic reasons? I mean, clients. I mean, some of us have to make a living, so whatever the client wants, does that go? Or sometimes it's just problem solving, so somebody will want a parking space in their front garden. So sometimes you'll get a brief like this, which will be a client saying, I need to put my washing out, I need a kitchen, I want to have a trampoline, storage, and probably I want to park my car. So then how do you do that and make something still beautiful? And why do we design gardens? Why do I want to do this? I would like to have an atmosphere and connection with a space. And I think even on a small space, you can do that. I mean, I'm really interested in the environment, and I would like to be able to take that into small spaces and gardens. Biodiversity. We can all think about biodiversity, and actually we can make our gardens more diverse. And this is Great Dixter, where they're doing a study at the moment into biodiversity. And wildlife corridors. So in urban situations, so like here, or I think Andy called it fragmented ecosystems. I love that. It's more important to have green spaces so that flora, fauna, whatever, can get around in between all the buildings and the roads and things that we've put in. But how do we do this as well as the brief that the client gives us? So the process that we teach with is comprehensive course notes, all teaching to the Society of Garden Designers best practice. We have expert tutors that come in to teach on particular things. And then you practice all of that in reality. So we go to a site, we find you a really good site to go to, we find you real clients, you go and see what they do, and you put all of these things into practice. And then you analyze your work. Because this is the most important thing. You have to see whether, after all of your coming up with schemes, putting things together, is this actually what you wanted to do? Or have you put just the washing line in and not thought about biodiversity? Then you repeat the process. So we do 6 projects over the year, which gives you enough time to repeat and repeat until you're confident. So all the projects are real. We start with a strong concept, which is really important. So we make you sit down, do concepts, look through your sketchbooks, and work out how you've got to that design. Students have to produce everything, all parts of this. Even though when you're working, you may outsource things. Whilst you're at college, you need to be able to do all of the parts. And projects have to fulfill the client's brief, which they will give, but also a college brief, which also includes at least one sustainable element. So I thought you'd may like to have a look at some of the projects that we go through. So a residential project, this is the first project that a student will work on, and bear in mind it's a 2-day-a-week course, and this is the first term that they start working. So you have to look at the client and college brief, you have to create a project using design principles with a strong concept, understand the process of each of these parts of the process, and then create professional visuals for this as well. So this was our first project last year, and we had these clients who are actors, Sarah and Will Chitty. They've got 3 children and a dog. They really like the environment, waterways, because you can see their garden runs back to the Thames there. They really like to entertain, and they liked tropical plants. So they had a wide range of things that they liked. So how did the students put these into practice? So these are some of the student projects. So the first one you can see up in the corner, they went for a tropical scheme, which was great, and the students loved that. The clients really enjoyed that, but it wasn't exactly what they were looking for. The second student went for something very practical, but his concept was about docks. I don't know how to say that. And it seemed like it was a bit incongruous and didn't really fit with what the clients wanted. The third one down here at the bottom was built on the concept of waterways and sustainability, and it was so brilliant, but it was one step too far for the clients. So this is the winning project. The clients loved the fact that it was simple and had balance and had all of those design principles, but also this student had thought about how to put together, I'll show you some visuals, how to put together pollinator-friendly planting schemes, and had used alternative materials to ones that are normally used. So this is the one that was that won the competition, and it's actually being built at the moment, or they're in discussions about building it. So, and I found that when you have a project that people really want to work on, they will work harder and they will go and do more research. So, the next project we do is a sustainable show garden, and we do that with the Royal Horticultural Society. And so you have to work with the RHS as a partner, create a project with an open brief, so you can pick whatever you want, as long as it's sustainable or has some kind of sustainable concept. And you can design a garden with visual impact, but also with less environmental impact. So the RHS came in and helped us to judge these, and these are a couple that they really liked. The seeded garden, which is, the concept is that because of climate change, we will lose the gardens that we love. And in the future, people will have to go to museums to see these gardens. So this student built a tiny little patch of English wonderland, and then had it filmed and had the films put into this museum piece here. And it was all very low impact, but it was a very strong concept, and the RHS loved that as an idea. And this is carbon offsetting. I mean, it's a very simple concept of how many trees do you need to plant to offset driving your car or going on holiday. So it was very tangible, and as a person walking around the gardens, you could see how much of an effect you were having doing the certain things that you were doing. The next project that we do is an urban wildscape project, which is a much larger project. And the reason we do this project is because even though we're teaching garden design, we're often up against landscape architects, and the overlap now in the jobs that we do is becoming less. So more landscape architects do residential jobs, and more garden designers do large jobs. So the partners that we have here were Historic Royal Palaces and the London Wildlife Trust, and the London Wildlife Trust basically owns nature reserves around cities. So you had to work with the partner, create a project with lots of clients, so you might have dog walkers or local schools or whatever, and then using sustainable materials and devices as part of your design process, understand the balance between human and nature. So this is one of the most exciting projects I think I've ever found and given to my students. It was a wet meadow, which is a nature reserve at the end of runway 1, Heathrow. So you can see here is Heathrow, and this is the project. So when you were in the site, you could hear the jet engines, you could smell the fuel, you could see the tail fins, but you also had these cows in this wet field. but nobody knew about it. None of the locals went to it. So how do we make them, you know, see that this is a place that they might want to spend time? And again, it's that thing about feeling a bit scared in a space, not feeling comfortable. So here's what one of the students came up with. Maybe not this had some kind of environmental impact definitely on the site if it was built, but the student came up with something with a floating walkway that went over the whole of the site. And she'd built an amphitheatre so people could come and spend time there, and as well as having a pond so that they could drain some of the meadow into this pond and have a slightly different habitat to create more biodiversity. So in a small area of that whole site, she managed to put in these 3 interventions, which would hopefully get more people to come in and look around this site. Another project that we do is with historic royal palaces. So this was the same kind of thing, a larger project. So this site in Home Park is a site of special scientific interest. So there's lots of things that you can't do there, but also it has a golf course in it. So people come and go, but not enough of the locals come. So how do we make them do that? So one of the students came up with this by building an eco-visitor centre made with earth-rammed walls with a biodiverse native scheme running up to it. Because it's a triple SI, we had to think of those things. And also with parking, he'd come up with this way of using a field and then switching it every other year so that there would be a wildlife meadow. And then this is another option for that particular project, which was looking at less of a visual impact on the site. So this student had dropped all of her pathways, was using FSC wood, which was better quality, and also from the Stewardship Council. And all of her interventions, all of the buildings were also very low impact and environmentally friendly. They all used solar power, photovoltaics, I think she was using on some of these. And basically she was keeping it within keeping with the site. And also the planting was, again, native because of the site and where it was. The next project that we move on to is a therapeutic garden project. So I know that you guys have been working with hospitals over the last year, so that's exactly what we do. So either a hospital or a school. So you have to work out who the project is with, create and research a therapeutic garden which has its own foibles that you have to research and look into, using sustainable materials and devices as a part of your design process. So at this point, we want you to do that the whole way through your process, and understanding the process of designing the garden with health and safety as part of its remit for children or patients. So this is the least inspiring space you can think of. It's a school for 1,000 children in London, and they had a unit for autistic children, and there were 25 children in this unit, and they had this tiny little bit of tarmac. Actually, it's not that small, it was quite big, but it was a bit of tarmac with a basketball hoop. And I just thought, we could do better. We can give them something better. And the school wanted us to come in and redesign this space. Thank you. Yeah. So the school wanted us to come in and design this space, and they didn't have any funding. They weren't probably going to build it, but they were really interested in what we could come up with. So the students went in, did all the surveying, did the site surveys, worked through the whole process, and came up with some designs. So 3 different students here. The first student at the top was looking at neural and computer networks, because most of the kids who were in the unit, we'd ask them what they wanted, and they quite like computer games. So on a design, if I was looking at that on its own, I would think, brilliant, that makes total sense to me, and the students will love that. But they really didn't. They didn't get it at all. So we're like, okay. The next one was talking about biodiversity and making it accessible to students. So they had these movable pods, which you could move around the garden and make it more, so you could use it in a variety of ways, the space. The students also didn't like that. I mean, I thought it was good. The third one at the bottom here was everything that the students wanted, but it was a bit brash. But it had an area for growing food, an area for playing, a quieter area. And the students really loved that because it had a video, which I'm afraid I don't have today, but they loved a video that made it real. But the one that won this competition was this one, which seems really simple. Simple, basic, but then you come down to those basic design principles, simplicity, unity, and this has all of those. But the thing that made this one stand out to the school and to the students was that they thought that the student really understood them, and they felt that connection. And so if you think back to why do we build gardens, it's because we want to create atmosphere or a connection or something that makes the people who are going to use that space feel something. And this was that garden. And even though it's very simple, it has all the elements to it, and it did have sustainable materials apart from the AstroTurf, because there wasn't any other way to do that, but that's fair enough. He had thought about all the trees in the space, and they had berries on them for birds to come in, and so he'd made it a much gentler place than it was in the first place, and it had all the stuff. So this one is also, thank you. The student actually went to the school last week, and even though they weren't going to build it, it was a theoretical kind of idea, because the head teacher said to us, you've given us a massive problem now, because the students keep asking me every day, when are you going to build the garden? So they went in and they're costing it at the moment to see if we can actually get it built. The visuals and the whole project will make it easier for them to get funding. So the final project that we do as a design project is a historical project, and you have to work with your partners, whoever they will be, create, research a historic garden using sustainable materials and devices as a formative part of your design process. So from the beginning, that is a part of the brief, and understand the process of designing a garden with a family or a new history, with a history which has now a new family or owner. So you don't want to design something in aspic, you don't want to design something that's from the past, because there might be a family in there with dogs and they want a trampoline. So how do you cope with all of that? So these are two of the projects that I'd want to show you. One is Berg House in Hampstead and one is Wanstead Wood Hut. So the reason I was bringing up Berg House was because every element, every project that we do, every time we go to the next project, we add another part of the process. So for this final project, you have to have lighting. And lighting is tricky, and we were going to have a whole day on it tomorrow to talk about the environmental impacts of lighting. But so this particular student thought long and hard about the environmental impact of her lighting, kept everything soft, very low, and really understood that concept. And also, she did a really good planting scheme, which was for biodiversity. And so last year we did a project at Wanstead Wood Hut, which was where Gertrude Jekyll, if any of you know who that is, she's a plantswoman from the arts and crafts era, she lived in Wanstead Wood Hut. And Edwin Lutyens, who is an architect who used to work with her, he was building her house, which is at Wanstead Wood. So this is now owned by a lady called Vicky French, who is a librarian at Wisley. And she has a lodger, she has a table tennis table, she has a washing line. She has all those things that we have to put in. But she also owns this very beautiful space, which is a historic garden. So how did the students come and think about this whole project? So they all used, you can see that there's 3 different designs here. There's a woodland to one side and a kitchen garden on the other side. So, and also a couple of them used water and made little ponds and lakes to add biodiversity. So I'll show you the one that won this competition. So this may not look like a winner to you from, if you go back to those, very beautifully put together. They look like historic gardens, because that's another thing that we work on at the college, how you're presenting your work and who you're presenting it to. But this one won because, and we had an outside judge come in to look at these projects, because as well as having the sustainable materials and thinking about pollinator-friendly plants, he'd actually thought about the passage of time on this particular project. His concept was very strong. He was looking at a historical garden, and Gertrude Jekyll was 100 years ago. And what he wanted to do was add another layer of history 100 years from now. So, should I finish? Okay. So, We do have fun as well, just to put that up, because there's a lot of work on this one-year course. But to sum up on the sustainability teaching, one is that you have to have experts teach, because it is about expertise in this. And if we can't afford people, we still distill all their work and give it to the students. And the second thing is having exciting projects, because if you've got an exciting project, you will want to do more work on it. It's one of those things that people, work harder. And I just got a few more things to talk about. I think Elena said that I might want to know about online courses. So there's the same course as mine, but online, that's available. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was that we were talking about sustainability at shows, because obviously you have this show throughout the whole of Moscow. And I was talking to one of my friends at the RHS, which is the Royal Horticultural Society, and they do flower shows at Chelsea, Hampton, Tatton, whatever. And I said to her, what would you do now, if you could, to make the show more sustainable? And this was her list of things, we discussed. So you make sure that submissions have a life after the show and have enough budget allowance to do this. Because one of the things that's really sad about shows is that gardens get built and then you see them in a skip, and it seems like such a waste. So all gardens have to have that built in. Having a recycling and waste partner, I mean, it sounds very simple, but they didn't have one at the RHS for years, and so things just used to get thrown away. Again, another simple one, not using plastic food containers. This is very specific to the RHS, though. Providing water fountains, that's quite an easy one, so we don't all use plastic. And having separate skips for things like woods and other materials so they can be recycled. Oh, and this was an interesting one. They were changing all generators prior and during the show to biofuel rather than having, petrol. And this is one that we were talking about actually with you in your hospitals, having a real garden category, because lots of the RHS shows don't have that. They only have show gardens. So I've been trying to get them to do that. There's obviously still more work to be done, as always. Any questions? Was that too fast? I know everybody wants to have lunch.
Спасибо, Humera. Thank you very much.
I went too fast.
It's exciting.
It's exciting.
Я вынуждена лишить вас кофейного перерыва, потому что, обед у нас у всех будет, я надеюсь, чуть попозже, но наши эксперты просто не успеют поработать сегодня, если мы не начнем наш круглый стол буквально в течение 5 минут.
We have to start the panel discussion in about 5 minutes. See, while I'm trying to distract you, our helping hands are bringing chairs to the stage. I'd like to thank Humera once again. This round of applause goes to you. By the way, Humera, don't go anywhere because you are one of the panelists. That's obvious. Let me brief you on what we're going to be discussing during the panel discussion. Alessandro,
only to know what the students do after the school.
So they go and work in studios or for themselves. And actually, this year we've had somebody go to Arnie Maynard's studio. Who else do we have? Matt Keatley's Rosebank. So, depending on what they want to do, because people have different ideas. So, but they are capable of doing both.
So anyway, like I said, the roundtable is going to be devoted to education and the way to train landscape and garden designers. We will also touch upon educating the masses, which was mentioned by Artyom Parshin in his presentation. How should we train, educate, and raise awareness of the people? How quickly should we do this? We all understand that climate change is happening so fast that even scientists have a difficult time to track them, not to mention college professors. So anyway, we'll try to discuss that. And the facilitator of the panel discussion is going to be Igor Safiulin. I guess I don't need to introduce Igor because you all know him perfectly well. Pick any seat you like. Grab a simultaneous interpretation device if you need one. Let me briefly introduce other panelists. So the first one is James Hitchmo. Alessandro Trivelli, an architect and a professor in the Milano Polytechnic University. Well, he took the stage Yesterday, Humera is going to get back to the stage. Vera Frolova, you're also invited to the stage. She's going to brief us on what the Bauman University does. And last but not least, Artyom. Pick any seat you like. It would be much easier for me to move the badges around.
Игорь, готовы?
Igor, are you ready?
Садитесь в центр.
Why don't you take the seat in the middle? Yeah, right there, so that you'll be able to facilitate the discussion and pass the mic around. Right, I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you so much. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank all the previous speakers for their wonderful presentations that were delivered both today and yesterday. And actually, when I start class 101 with my students, I usually try to get to know them. All of you were introduced to the audience, but still, I want you to say just a couple of sentences to tell the audience what you do in terms of the sustainability and environmental protection. Go ahead. Well, as far as sustainability is concerned, what I do is right around you. That's what I do.
I don't know, because the sustainability is a very large issue. So, from my point of view, is when you ask me something like this, I don't know what to say. Good news or bad news. And anyway, what we can say, especially in the university, is to go forward more than we can have done till now. To look at the future more than we can do until now.
So you are saying that the current college education is not focusing enough on sustainability?
No, the society is not so focused, and we build people that or culture in the university, but probably we are not enough strong to report this idea in our daily life. Because if we don't change our daily life, it's nothing have effect, really.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Right, thank you, James. What do you do for sustainability?
I'm very bad for sustainability because I fly quite a lot, and that's a really big issue. So
So you're the Greta Thunberg. You're the anti Greta Thunberg.
I'm not the anti. I'm very pro, but it's a real genuine dilemma for me, because obviously when I do things like work in China, I hope that will lead to very significant sustainability gains. But my getting there is I'm a major emitter of carbon, so I carbon offset, but it's very hard to get the Chinese to carbon offset you. They don't really understand that idea at the moment. So that's a big dilemma. So it's just coming back to this whole question of, how do you do things yourself which are positive and good, and try to mitigate the negatives as well.
Thank you so much, Vera. I'm sorry, I should have used your patronymic because you're my boss. Well, what I want to say is that the current generation that is currently undergoing training at various colleges, and I mean students, they want to do something positive for environment and to ensure sustainable development. And I believe that one of the top priorities for me is help them out in understanding the simple things so that they do something simple, clear cut to ensure sustainable development. Let me give you a simple example. Separate garbage collection is very simple. Anyone can do that. The same holds true for landscape architects whom we train. Give them simple tools so that they will be able to implement them when designing their gardens. That's my major mission. Humaira, what do you do for sustainability?
I mean, we have a whole module which is based on sustainability at the college, and mostly it is, we want to speak to students early enough in their careers so that they can build it in right from the beginning. Because I found in the past, people were coming out and they weren't from colleges and whatever, and they had no idea about sustainability or they hadn't thought about it enough. So they were retrofitting sustainable things into their designs. Whereas what you should do is it should be right at the beginning. It should be right at the forefront of your thinking. And also most sustainable ideas, so not wasting water, using slightly local materials, they usually save you money. So clients should love that, or maybe in the long run they'll save you money, but at some point it's good for the environment and it's good for people.
Thank you so much. James, did you want to add anything to that?
I mean, one of the things, I was just letting my ecological guilt out first of all, but in coming back to what I do in the day job, we made the decision at Sheffield, we don't have a module called sustainable development. Because the way we saw it is we wanted to weave those ideas through every module, and we didn't want to have oh yeah, I've done the sustainable development module, but when I do that module, I'm not in sustainable development mode, you've got to switch your brain on and off. So we had a view that we would try to feed it into everything.
And I totally agree with that, but we call it sustainable and then we make you do that all the way through the course, so it's just repeat, repeat, repeat. So we do it at the beginning so we get them early.
Thank you so much. After listening to your responses, I couldn't help but start thinking that how come when we mention stability, we keep on mentioning human beings? It so happens that sustainability is human-centric. But this is not always the case. There are a number of regions where nature has not seen a human impact. So my question is, did the definition of sustainability change in the past? Because environment taken literally is a science about habitat. So my question is, do you think that sustainability is human-centric, or is it a mistake to think so?
Well, we're humans and we're using the environment around us, and if we're designing a space, it usually is inhabited by other humans. So it happens to be that. If we weren't, obviously sustainability and the environment is about everything in the world, and if we're not there, usually the world is doing all right. It's only when we start interfering with things and changing things that we then have to make some allowances or change something because of that. So I guess that's why I would think it was human-centric, because it's us who are creating quite a lot of the problems.
I guess humankind should bear the responsibility for sustainability, because as soon as we interfere in the natural flow of things, as soon as we damage the nature, we should take the responsibility, because any structures, even our lifestyle, has a negative impact on the natural processes that have existed forever. Vera, anything to add to that? Actually, I do agree with the opinion stated above. I'm not saying that humans have to pay back their debt, but well, they will have to do that. Otherwise, our actions will result in total collapse. As for the personal contribution to sustainability, we will have to contribute in one way or the other to sustainable development. So I guess everyone agrees with that, and I guess everyone agrees with the fact that sustainability is currently human-centric. Well, it is. There is no doubt about that, because environmental problems are caused by humans. If the environment is influenced by humans, that's when you start experiencing environmental problems. There are some spots of wildlife that have not been that have not seen humans, but they are still affected by pollution. Climate change is partially caused by humans. That means that the entire planet is affected by our actions. Therefore, I would say that indeed sustainability is human-centric. However, separate garbage, garbage separation in Moscow is something that we have started seeing just recently, and the starting points for Russia and the UK were totally different, you know, because some undereducated people might not even know what sustainability is all about. But even such undereducated people use different bins in their homes to collect different types of garbage. In Russia, this is not even the case. Glass bottles are still put in the same garbage bins as plastic and paper waste. I guess we need to speed up these efforts. Thank you, Artyom. Well, you put the cart before the horse, because I just wanted to touch upon that later on. However, I first wanted to touch upon the global environmental disasters. There is climate change and so on and so forth. However, there are a number of phenomena that we call environmental disasters. On the other hand, these are just natural phenomena, natural events, natural disasters that change the composition of the plants. Let's take Australian bushfires as an example. Of course, they kill off lots of animals, lots of species. Bushfires cause lots of damage, but bushfires are part and parcel of the Australian habitat. What about the volcanoes? They disperse magma, and then new species start growing on the solidified lava. So basically, nature has its own ways. Do we need to take blame for the global environmental disasters, or should we better understand what it is exactly that we should take the responsibility for? I guess this question should be addressed to the person who has who is an architect by background and does not focus.
Also to the question before, because from my point of view, the reduction of the value, ecological value of the environment is clearly a human factor. And if we talk about climate change, that from my point of view is a human factor, but this is something, an issue very big. And sustainability, I think that in the last 20 years, talk about not more about the local system, but global system. That is the big change of view that everyone must have. And what we can record now, that is in this planet where everything is in some way in balance, when there's something that doesn't go well, or this balance, try to find a reaction, and probably now what you see an extreme reaction to the effect or to the cause of this unbalanced environmental. So I cannot say if what happened in Australia is caused by something or is the effect of something. But what is clear is that many things happen in the planet, and the reason of these things in the last year, especially in the last 10 years or 20 years, the cause of this one is an unbalanced growth of the planet, an unbalanced use of the resources of the planet.
Да, нерациональное использование ресурсов, когда
Unbalanced use of resources, when we produce too much, too many clothes, when we waste too much water, when we do not husband natural resources. I do agree with you on that.
Could I just chip in on that? It's really interesting when you look back at traditional societies, and by that I really mean societies before the Industrial Revolution. And you know, many of those societies, say probably in medieval Russia or medieval Europe, I mean, they lived within very strict sort of, if you like, energy environments, and so they managed landscapes in ways. Traditional agricultural management was actually very good for maximizing biodiversity. So we shouldn't be too down on ourselves. You know, I think what we need to think about, it's almost a question that we have to go back to the past to look at how traditional societies were able to manage and produce sort of unintentionally quite high biodiversity. And the question is, how do we do that now? Our population size is so massive. You know, we have to change a lot of our expectations. But I mean, people in the past, you know, whether it's in China or Japan or Western Europe, they did actually have highly sustainable systems in place. And it was only the discovery of really fossil fuels and the industrialization which begins to break that chain type thing.
Really interesting, but it always comes down to money. So how do we get people, governments to change? And we were talking about this morning. So we're at a tipping point now. So as I said, we've known for 20 years, 30 years that this was happening, that climate change was happening, that we were making, you know, we were making this effect on the earth that was heating it up, and we haven't done anything. So now, what will make people think, right, we really have to make that change? Because we have all the technology. We can use solar, we can use wind, we can use water, waves, whatever. We have the technology, but who's going to put the money in to do that so we can use all of those technologies rather than cheap fossil fuels that people are making money off of? People in power are making money off of.
Okay.
Ну, то есть получается, что мы сейчас находимся.
What you are saying is that we are currently at a tipping point. We do have the relevant technologies that might help us out of this crisis, and I would say we are in a crisis. However, few people are pundits on these technologies, and these technologies are quite expensive and are not profitable. So I guess it's really important for us to enlighten and educate people on all these issues that we just touched upon. Humera just mentioned the alternative technologies for generating power, but are there any alternative technologies for the landscape designers and garden designers? Are there any alternatives here? Vera, what do you think? Of course there are alternatives. Can you give us an example? Well, you can use sustainable communities that James described in such a dynamic way during his presentation. Landscape designers can use sustainable, low-maintenance plants that don't require any chemical agents to resist insects. Well, all these technologies are well known to experts. We've been discussing them, but this process is quite slow. Would you agree with that? The short answer is yes, because as far as the landscape designers are concerned, I say that the raw materials for us are plants. We have to buy them, well, not somewhere, but at the plant nurseries, and plant nurseries have to grow them. That takes time. And of course, that slows the sustainability process down. That's why I'm saying that we need a demand. Otherwise, tree nurseries won't have any reason to grow their plants. Yeah, we're experts. We are the ones who are shaping the demand. Well, how come this process does not develop any further? It's the customer who shapes the demand rather than the landscape designers. But what do we do to educate and enlighten our customers? Unfortunately, there are no customers in this room. Next time, we will make sure to invite them. See, this is one of the problems that we can single out. We are trying to preach to the choir, as they say, because we are all aware of these issues. We are preaching to the choir. While the end customers are not educated, their level of awareness is low, or they are just using the path of least resistance.
Part of the course that we run is that you don't actually have to tell your clients which products you're using, but they just are better for the environment. Clients, if they're not interested, they don't need to know because it's just an option. You're giving them options of plants, or so you go for pollinator-friendly plants, or you go for a better material, which is more sustainable. So they'll have an A or a B, but you just make sure that both of those options are good. However, once you start telling clients that they can save the world and actually have this story behind their garden or their landscape, they find that a brilliant thing. They want to share that with their friends. They want to talk about it more. So it is kind of up to us to offer those options, because until people know that they exist, then they won't be able to choose them.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I mean, one of the things, that, for example, in the garden sector, I mean, historically in nature conservation, we saw gardens as bad because they were full of alien species, sort of not many native species in Western Europe. But in actual fact, now we know that gardens are actually fabulously good for native species, and we need to sort of celebrate that. So the problem we have is we often in Western Europe, we have a very conservative conservation industry which wants to pretend that what we have in gardens is bad and doesn't want to embrace that. But I think it's really important that we can give good messages, positive, constructive messages to people in gardens, because what we really need in cities, we need people to have more complex, more biodiverse gardens. That's what we want. We don't want to just make them feel bad, because that's completely the wrong way to do it. It's to actually celebrate what we can do that is actually good for biodiversity, etc.
Это очень забавно, потому что у меня...
This is a funny comment, because actually in my short list I have this question. Doesn't that mean that we are trying to create an alternative kind of nature? Aren't we saying that it's native plants versus exotic plants? So you don't see any problems with that, I gather.
I don't think it's native versus exotic plants. I think it's simply we are a species which has certain preferences, just like elephants have preferences. All animals have preferences. Elephants are actually hugely destructive in habitats. They knock down a lot of trees to compete with the other herbivores. So they do what we do. They have a technology called we knock things down so you can't have it, and we'll have a bigger population. So we shouldn't see other animals as, killer whales have culture. They shape the ecosystem too. But I think the critical thing is that, so we have preferences, and I don't think what we should be trying to do in our gardens is some sort of literal mirror to nature. We are trying to produce things which meet our needs. And if I live in the countryside, or if I live in a forest, I will be doing things very differently. But if I'm living in the middle of Moscow, if I'm using some native and exotic species, I don't really think that's a problem. I think as long as they support life, that's okay.
Right, thank you. Actually, I wanted to have some interactive discussion with people in the audience because this is a relevant topic. I see that Irina wants to offer a comment or ask a question. Would you please pass the mic on to Irina? Well, my comment is about the way to deal with the customers. 7 months ago, our tree nursery organized a workshop, and we actually told people what Remise is all about, why we need it. And actually, in this room, there is a designer who designed special places for insects in private gardens. And actually, she can brief you on what discussions she held with the customers. Thank you so much. That would be interesting to hear about your experience. Thank you so much. Please introduce yourself. My name is Natalia Rasulova, and I live and work outside, well, in Lipetsk. Lipetsk is in central Russia. It's a city in central Russia. And we have lots of fruit trees and vegetable gardens in and outside the city. It's been only 6 months since I built the special spaces for insects in the private gardens. I'm also responsible for maintaining 2 other gardens, and the owners trust me 100%. So these special spaces for insects have become cornerstones for the gardens in general. And now customers actually, despite the fact that I'm the one responsible for maintaining their gardens, the customers still now understand that, ladybugs and other insects might be affected if chemicals are sprayed. And actually, what I'm spraying are not chemicals. They are fertilizers, but insect farms are something unusual to see in the garden, because all the hard landscaping is something that you can hardly surprise anyone with. But insect farms are live spaces, and kids and visitors can observe them in their natural habitat. As for questions, I'd like to address my first question to Artyom from this botanical garden. I want to talk to you offline because I have lots of questions. For instance, you have to use insecticides on fruit trees. That will have an impact on the insects. In my garden, I have 40 different apple trees. I have a huge old-time fruit garden. Well, I didn't spray insecticides in spring or in autumn, and I'm gonna. Well, you can take this question offline, I guess. Thank you so much for sharing this useful experience with us. Actually, you just underlined things that I wanted to mention. We have to educate both the experts and the customers, and you can take your questions to Artyom offline. Let me say a few words about the customers. I believe that it's really important for us to stress the necessity of biodiversity when we talk to our customers, because vertebrae and vertebrates, hedgehogs, insects, broaden the perception of the end customers. They understand that these are not exotic animals, these are not exotic insects. Biodiversity is a must in any garden, and this is a message that we all should try to drive home. Thank you. Thank you. Peter, did you want to say something?
For me, it's quite interesting. I recently worked on a project with the Basque Country that the society was trying to stop an incinerator, and they were trying to change the recycling to mechanical biological recycling plant. I consulted with over 100,000 people with the team who was promoting this project. And what I really think is missing from this discussion is the responsibility of us as professional and educators to be social leaders. It doesn't mean, it means much more than just being professional. It means understanding that unless you got environmental and social sustainability working together, people as citizens will never understand that their civil right is clean air, clean water, and sustainable future. And if we don't act as social leaders, which is much more than being professional and educators, that change of mindset won't happen, and the results will be very predictable. So I think social leadership as a part of being professional is something that is becoming extremely urgent, and this is not a political issue.
Спасибо. Ну, поаплодируем.
Let's give a round of applause to Peter.
Я думаю, что вообще мы должны вести активно просветительство.
I personally think that we should actively educate not just professionals and businessmen. We should also train well-skilled landscape designers who will succeed us. It goes without saying that most curricula contain sustainability modules, but I'd like to ask each and every panelist. To share a personal example of a training course that would prepare the current youngsters for the environment that they will wind up in 10 years' time or 15 years' time, because we have to have a longer-term outlook, and most of the projects will be implemented in 5 to 10 years. Who would like to volunteer? Well, I can hardly recall any examples, but I do agree with you that education is one of the key links in this chain. Unfortunately, it's sad to state that national colleges in Russia that train landscape designers and architects are lagging behind in terms of sustainability and environmental protection. We have to admit that in this case, the more the better. Some training courses are about design, spatial design, historical design only, and as for the sustainability and bioscience, they are not even part of the curriculum. And Vera, correct me if I'm wrong, you're an active participant in that. I believe that the tertiary educational standards should be officially approved, and landscape design training courses should not even exist if they don't have a sufficient number of modules devoted to sustainability. Vera, since you were mentioned by Artem, would you like to say a few words? Well, education has always been a challenge. And indeed, we have to plan long-term, because, it takes 4 years to get a bachelor's degree in Russia, and if the bachelor wants to pursue a master's degree, that's 2 more years to study. We're talking about long-term plans. And actually, the educational standards are good enough. Let me explain myself. The current educational standards are general enough. They are just a framework that could be used by different colleges to fine-tune their curricula. There is a difference between industry standards and professional standards. When the first landscape designer standards were cascaded to us, that was a huge achievement. Of course, the current standards are not perfect, they're not ideal, there's always room for improvement. But nevertheless, this standard is a good basis for many colleges. And it's great to see that the Association of Plant Nurseries has initiated development of new professional standards. I think this is the right way to go. And if sustainability is deemed to be a mandatory part of the land designer training, then it will be included. But you are right, much depends on the demand. If there is an emphasis, currently the emphasis is on the design, therefore colleges put more stress on the design education rather than sustainability education. In Russia, there's been a gap in innovative designs, but currently we have quite a few parks and gardens that were heavily criticized by James. We didn't have such gardens in the past, so we were eager to build them. And I guess that holds true both for customers, for the authorities, and for designers. We will get over it, don't worry. And the next stage would be to move on to sustainable solutions, and sustainability will become part and parcel of all design projects. And by the way, this is something that I've been dreaming of for years on end. I hope that ecosystem services will also be part of any of the upcoming design solutions. Let me give you the following analogy. A decade ago, we didn't have any national standards or specification requirements to be met by parks and gardens in terms of access to the disabled. Now there are applicable laws, and you can hardly implement a project if you do not provide easy access to the disabled to a garden or a park. And I believe that as soon as applicable laws appear and are approved on as far as sustainability is concerned, landscape designers will have to start thinking about environmental protection and sustainability. We have to create the demand. James.
Sorry, Alessandro? No, only to say that maybe to teach or education about sustainability is only to have in front of you people that are open-minded, that because sustainability, what sustainability teaches is the question change every time, and there's no one answer, but there are many answers, so you can choose many alternatives. You have to be open-minded to choose in many different alternatives, and probably the day after that alternative change again. So this is the reason, because sustainability is very important in each sector of the society. In the sector of the landscape, architecture, social sustainability, and that is clearly connected with the economics and the ethics of the society. So you can be sustainable if you respond only in one way to one question.
Okay, well, you asked about what particular single things have we done, and I mean, obviously, we've tried to stitch a lot of these things together in the department, and I think our department's very forward thinking and quite sophisticated on this. But one thing we're doing this year, where all students now do a planting design module where they have to design plantings for 2050. So they have to look into the future, and they have to do all the research and the comparators with places, say that London is predicted to be in 2050, which is Bordeaux. Bordeaux is the fit for London in 2050. And so we're asking students to then really begin to get their heads around the nature of the changes that's involved. I think that's a really progressive thing to do.
Can I say something? So you were talking about courses for people in the future. And I think that we're all thinking about our own courses, but really we should be starting much, much younger. We should just be starting with children at school. Because if a child at school eats an apple that isn't perfectly round, they won't want a perfectly round apple. It won't be necessary. You won't have to then spray it with whatever, because an apple tastes good, whether it's round or a little bit misshapen, it doesn't matter. So if we start earlier and we start embedding that information into children, then everybody in society will grow up thinking sustainability is important, because it is. It's about living. It's about us being on the earth. So rather than, we're all trying our best now because we're obviously in these industries, but really we should be doing it much, much earlier, and it should be everybody who should be thinking about it right from the beginning.
Вы прям просто прекрасно подвели к следующему вопросу.
You just paved the way to the next question I wanted to ask all the panelists. We are all professionals. We have to deal with these questions and issues in one way or the other. However, how many kids will actually go to colleges? There are kids who will probably be engaged in other walks of life. You know, some of the kids might become financial tycoons, your future customer. Therefore, we need to start education as early as possible. But what proposals would you have to educate kids? I'm not talking about those who actually decide to link their lives with sustainability. How do we educate future musicians or pharmacists about environmental and sustainability issues?
So, as I said, because at the moment, especially over the last 2 days, I've heard a lot about tidiness and cleaning up and picking up leaves and all of those kinds of things. Because at home, standing dead wood, we know that that is the best habitat for insects. So if you have like a dead tree, you leave it standing because that is the best way. Whereas lots of places, people are very tidy and they would cut it down, they put it away, they pick up all their leaves, they put those away. So I think we just need to educate children, again, like actually go into nurseries, have them outside, give them outside classrooms so that children can play in the dirt, pick up leaves, see that there's nothing to be scared of, because a lot of it is about fear and tidiness and it has to be clean, and just understand that this is part of our lives, and actually we need all of these things around us. Going back to those apples and pears that are perfect and sprayed, we don't need those things. It's just because we've asked for them and probably the supermarkets find it easier to pack them, so now we see them and that's what we eat, but we don't need to have all of those things. So the earlier we start with all of those things and get the whole of the population to see that, the easier it will be further on for things to change, because it will be what is normal.
Как доносить? Семья ли должна работать в этом
But how do we do that? Should this be done by families or colleges and schools? Well, actually, let me say this. When I was a kid, for 3 years when I was in the elementary school, we had classes devoted to natural sciences. We were told about the composition of the mineral resources. We were told about various fruit, weather conditions, climate, and so on and so forth. What about the UK? Is there a course like that in elementary schools? What about Italy? Is there a course like that? And I guess Vera is going to brief us on what happens in Russia, because she is a mother to a young child. Humira, go ahead.
Say very quickly that the thing about learning those things in classrooms, that's one thing. So you learn things in classrooms and you have to be quite academically based to understand ideas and theories. But if you just go outside and have your classroom outside, so I think in Scandinavia, children have classrooms like nursery until they're 7 and it's outside, and you just play outside. It's what you do. You learn about the environment. And actually, I think we try and make everything really theoretical, like
Мы
explaining.
это сможем у Хайди узнать, кстати говоря.
Actually, this question should be addressed to Heidi because she comes from Finland. And Homero, I'm sorry for having interrupted you. I'm sorry for having interrupted you. Well, actually, I can brief you what happens in Finland. I'm sorry for having interrupted you. Well, actually, I was not going to talk about Finland. I was going to talk about Russia. But indeed, 2 decades ago, actually even more than 2 decades ago, I lived in Finland for a year. I taught biology. Back then, I was 19. And actually, the difference is that indeed school kids are taught outside. Even elementary school kids are taken to not just theaters, museums. They go into the wild, and in Finland, it's not a challenge to find some wildlife, and that's good because childhood impressions are the most lasting ones. And I'm speaking from personal experience. Actually, are you talking about special classes or? Because when I was a kid, I would just go somewhere into the wild on the outskirts of the city. Well, I guess there is an inclination, a personal inclination. But you know, when you go with your parents to your cottage house, or if you go on a hiking trip. You don't have to force your family members to do that because you know families are different. However, elementary schools should try and organize contact with the nature of sorts for elementary school kids. So curriculum should focus on that indeed, because you know. Schools are part of the centralized system, centralized education system, and some families might not even think about that. And exactly, the kids spend a lion's share of their time in school. Alessandro, how about Italy?
Italian school with the kids is something that many schools have a vegetable garden inside. So they start to learn and to have more connection. I'm coming from Milan, so in a big city, sometimes the kids doesn't know anything. But I think maybe what they still don't know is that maybe, sorry James, but I prefer to have a non-native perennial in my garden than neither a non-native fruit on my kitchen table. This is for them. They don't understand that mango doesn't grow nearby or in the garden next, you know? And in terms of consumption of the environment, these things is more important than many other things. And so we have to start with the kids to understand better how the global relationship that they have, anyway they have really every day, and everything they do change something, and for them it's not so complicated to understand, but nobody tells to them what happened really. It could be very interesting to do this with the kids because they're super reactive, you know, the kids.
Хочу добавить, почему очень важен именно очень ранний контакт с природой, даже.
It is important to get kids in contact with nature as early as possible because they like dealing with bugs. They have a better nose, they smell more things than we do, and their perception is much more acute than that of the adults. Thus, early impressions are the most lasting, and if they start loving the wildlife from early age, they will probably not make those mistakes that were made by adults who didn't have such early contact.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's really important, obviously, to try to improve education of children in these things, but I think what's also really important is just a very broad-based community values, society values, and Because, you know, even if your kids do this sort of stuff, if when they come home, you insist on spraying some sort of bactericide on the benches, and you talk about how things are messy and dirty and they need cleaning. These are all the messages which we've developed over the last 50 years, that everything has to be controlled, everything has to be clean, everything from nature's a threat. You're going to get something terrible if you don't. You can't let your kids go out because some terrible thing will happen to them. You know, these are the values which have developed in nearly all societies over the past 50 years, which when I were a child, people simply, I just used to clear off. No one tried to rape me, kill me, or anything like, not I'm aware of anyway. And you know, and it's these broad things. If you look at societies, perhaps the most ecocentric societies on earth, and that's probably Swedes, Germans, Dutch, you know, they are, on the whole, it's deeply seated through their society, through nearly everyone you meet, that these are important things. And when you look at societies which are not ecocentric, I think you can have as much education as school as you want, but if the mainstream of the society and the political decision makers believe in that sort of stuff, you won't turn the boat around. I mean, I spend quite a lot of time in North America, and I find North America hugely perplexing, because in one hand, it's, you know, people there will phone up and they'll get someone to come and spray a tree with insecticide because it's got some insects in it. And this is just bizarre to Europeans, but it's a sign of a society which is so controlling, so tidy, you know, that it cannot deal with the looseness of nature. And nature lives in America in a fence behind a national park, and elsewhere, nature is a bit of a mystery. And we've got to move away from that approach very strongly. I think it's a disaster.
Well, that's a very proper comment. Indeed, tidiness is not something that we should teach our kids. We should tell them about the systemic relations that interlink all aspects of our lives. And, well, James, it's funny that you should mention insecticides sprayed in the US. Now, we have a professional community on Facebook, and actually anyone can post a comment in this Facebook group, and everyone says that they're all nature lovers, they're all landscape designers, and so on and so forth. But time and again, we get the same question. What poison should I use to get rid of this insect? What should I spray in my garden? What should I use to destroy all these horrible insects? So this is the most frequently asked question, and this is a paradox of sorts. We don't know how to take these questions that are posted by non-professionals. If I may, I just wanted to add a few words about school kids, because, you know, I'm a mom of, well, my daughter is a 6th grader. And as far as I'm concerned, I believe that contemporary kids know much more about the interrelations of their activities because they're taught that in school. Maybe that's due to the internet, which is available to them. It might be, but nevertheless, they understand that, you know, birds drink water off the tree leaves. But there are certain gaps, there are certain things that they don't understand. And I don't think the educational system will be able to cope with that on its own. Well, I guess it's the task for the parents, for the adults, to teach their kids. You can try and tell your kids about your emotions and start with simple things. This is something that modern kids lack. So you're saying that overall you're all for the fact that it's the school that should be responsible for the sustainability and the knowledge transfer, but families also play a very important role. Indeed, parents, grandparents, you know, family, friends should use the word of mouth to share their personal experiences. I believe that it's a much more reliable way of knowledge and info transfer to small kids. At least this is my personal opinion. Homera, would you like to add anything to that?
I was thinking about the insecticides that you were talking about for the next question. You said, you know, what should we do about people who ask about spraying and whatever? So again, I think one is about aesthetics. So lots of people spray because there's a hole in a leaf or something has gone brown or whatever. But actually, it doesn't affect the plant. So we just need to get over that and just stop worrying about little holes or whatever. And the second thing is, I don't use any sprays on my garden, but I'm not a farmer and I don't have to produce a lot of, you know, fruit or whatever. But I don't use any sprays. Everything's alive. We sometimes get aphids, they get eaten by something else. If you leave the process, if you leave it alone, something else will come along in nature and take care of it. And, you know, usually in my garden anyway, I can tell you, and all the gardens that I've built, that's pretty much how we look after, you know, the spaces that we have. We don't use any chemicals at all.
Я должен признаться, я опрыскиваю.
Well, frankly speaking, I do use some sprays, but only indoors. Because indoors I don't have the natural habitat, right?
I think from a Western European perspective, I mean, especially those sort of more sustainable nations, Germany, I mean, if you were spraying insecticides in your garden, you'd be regarded as shameful. It's shocking. So when people actually say, and it comes down to the sense of control, you know, why do Americans feel they have to have trees sprayed because they've got aphids on them? It's just a wacky sort of value set. It's just bizarre. And I mean, we all just need to become more relaxed and realize that, you know, that the harm from that in many cases is very, very small. And we should be accepting that as part of the natural world. You know, that's the solution. Just go with it. I mean, like Tamira, I don't spray any pesticides in my garden. There's been no catastrophe, you know, some things get hit and then they recover, and if they don't recover, then replace them with something which tolerates the problem, you know.
Yeah, only to say a stupid thing that we live in the center of Milan, but we have lucky and we have a long balcony with very long balcony with many plants that we care like wild plants. We don't care, but anyway, we water only anything else. We don't spray anything, and I think that we keep also the dead plants for many times. We keep old friends that is gone, and we keep it with us for many times.
Old friends who I failed to water.
Ну, я хотел поблагодарить.
Well, I just wanted to thank all the panelists. I believe that we had a very fruitful discussion. Hold on a second. I just wanted to say that I believe that we had a very productive discussion. We touched upon some global issues, some local issues. We also raised the issue of sustainability education, and we carried out an end-to-end analysis on that. Before I pass on the floor to the person in the audience, let me ask you one last question. Are we in for good prospects or bad in the future? Go ahead. Well, actually, I don't have a question. I'd like to seek a clarification, because we pin our hopes on ourselves, as Vera mentioned. Some people pin hopes on schools, but you know, sustainability is only taught to juniors and seniors in Moscow high schools, and all the things that we talked about should not be part of a standalone training course for high school students. It should be part and parcel of each and every subject taught in schools. By the way, in the past, in schools, we had wildlife corners, and we could grow plants there. And for instance, I work for the Women and Children Foundation, and we have our own greenhouse, and kids who come in can play there. we started an experiment which is called Green Schools in Moscow. On the 18th of the month, we're going to run a workshop devoted to this project. And as far as I know, those schools that have wildlife corners of sorts on their premises where kids can actually touch those plants are much better off. We have multiple parks in Moscow, for instance, the Ostankino Park, the Timiryazov Park, and as they say, you have to rely on your own self and try to do your utmost with things available to you. There is a web portal, but you know, it's still hard for kids to get access to such web portals if they are not seniors or juniors. And I guess it would make sense to organize an open web portal to this effect. Thank you. Well, just a brief answer to my question. Do you think we are in for some good news in terms of sustainability education? I think we're going to be well off. I'm not panicking. I'm not concerned about education. I don't think we're going down the hill. Indeed, we are, as human beings, contributing to the climate change. But you know, humans are evolving too. Not only do we cause problems, we also solve them. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to be fine. And this discussion just goes to show you that we understand the relevance of these issues.
Only to say that maybe after many wars, the right moment is to act, to do the things, really, with the effort of everyone, as a citizen, as a society, as people that can make choice.
Well, you know, I'm a very optimistic human being, but I don't want to be stupid, of course, stupidly optimistic. But I think in Britain, over the last 5 years, I think there's the beginnings of a bit more of a mass movement of people who are actually seem to recognize a lot of these problems. And there's a difference in the public debate now, which wasn't there 5 years ago. So I'm cautiously optimistic, perhaps.
Well, I guess most of the people in the room are optimists, and I am one of them. Actually, I would propose that the organizers of the Flower Jam Fest should allocate 1 hour during the next year's conference and invite high school kids and just school kids to listen to them, to hear their questions out. Maybe they have some smart thoughts to share about sustainability education. I think that would give us some food for thought.
Am I optimistic? I mean, I usually am, but I find it really quite tricky at the moment with everything that's going on in the world. However, lots of my friends who are lots of different generations, so kids, teenagers, people in their 70s, are all going on climate marches. So, you know, there is no barrier there anymore. Everybody who is interested, all humans should be interested in this, and they are making a difference and going on, you know, marches and things. So hopefully we'll be all right, but yeah, I'm hoping.
Дерево нам поможет.
Yeah, touch the wood. And, anyway, wood is going to help us. I mean, woodlands would help us. Thank you so much for the discussion, and I'm sorry, but I have to stop the panel discussion. Vera, we did not warn you, but you will have to work with high schools, and it's not going to be next year, it's going to be this year during this Flower Jam Fest. Indeed, we have planned a large-scale educational program on gardens. We've been thinking about that for quite some time, and we've been looking for the best way to organize that. We do want this discussion to be everywhere, not just at this venue. I'd like to thank the panelists. I'd like to thank everyone in the audience. It's been a very intense day, but I'm totally positive that you will go back to discussing these issues, because we will post the video footage of this conference on our YouTube channel. Well, at least I hope to do that next week. And I will be looking forward to welcoming you here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Selfie panel. Selfie panel. I'm on there.
Забыла совсем. Дорогие финалисты, мы ждем вас здесь в 4:30. Ну, или давайте договоримся на 4:15 и очень постараемся здесь собраться в 4:15, хорошо? Потому что мы хотели в 4, но, видите, задержались, и эксперты не успеют передохнуть. В 4:15.